Introduction. Chen found himself transported to the twilight of the Game of Thrones, harboring dreams of embarking on magnificent constructions in the north while nurturing a romantic affair with his beloved goddess, Queen Sansa Stark. However, he soon became the target of relentless pursuits by sorcerers, blood wizards, shadow assassins, and other malevolent entities hailing from Essos. To make matters worse, Jon Snow, exiled to the far north, inexplicably began to cause him trouble under the influence of dark magic. Not to mention Arya Stark, the ever-jealous sibling, who unexpectedly pulled him back. Alas, being a hero is no easy feat, and winning the heart of a queen is fraught with challenges. Without extraordinary abilities, success seems elusive. Thus, Chen embarked on a fantastical journey of retaliation. Chapter 1. Forbidden Spells, Divine Swords, and the Sacred Fire Pool. Essos, Land of Shadows. Here, the sky resembles an immense black curtain, casting a shroud over everything beneath it. In this desolate realm, sunlight never graces the ground. It is a place steeped in foreboding, where those who dare traverse its expanse often fall prey to the curses of sorcerers, meeting bizarre and tragic ends. Within lies the ancient temple of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, heart of the sacred flame, god of shadows and fire. As a deity on the continent of Westeros, reverence is only fitting, yet this sentiment is tainted by the biases of the sorcerers, male witches, shadowbinders, and blood wizards who inhabit this land, wishing to shield their sanctum from the intrusion of mere mortals. In a hauntingly beautiful gorge, dragon eggs lay scattered at intervals, some the size of fists, others as large as heads, and even those resembling wooden barrels. They are enshrouded in pale green scales, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. These dragon eggs were birthed by the dragons eons ago. Since the last dragon rider of House Targaryen succumbed to the corruption of the Dark God, not only did all dragons perish, but no one could inherit the art of dragon riding, rendering these eggs mere fossils. Yet, millennia later, Daenerys, bearing the golden blood of the Targaryens, awakened the dragons, allowing them to soar once more through the skies. At this moment, however, the mother of dragons lay amidst the scattered eggs. A Valyrian dagger, its handle dark as night, was embedded in her chest, its blade nearly piercing her heart. The one who plunged this dagger into her was none other than her beloved nephew, Jon Snow, revered across Westeros. Every soul finds its destined abode, as ordained by fate. The last of the great dragons, Drogon, transported Daenerys' lifeless body from King's Landing to her resting place. Perhaps this was her rightful sanctuary. The dragon lay upon the ground, its eyes, akin to coconuts, gazing mournfully at Daenerys' remains, filled with sorrow and desolation. Suddenly, it raised its head and roared towards the heavens, the resonant echoes reverberating across the land of shadows. Before long, the maestro of the five tones approached the dragon, accompanied by his 8 disciples. The maestro, now aged and blind, bore eyes that were mere voids, surrounded by a crown of white hair, evoking a chill in the hearts of those who beheld him. He leaned on a black cane made of dragon date wood, atop which a golden wasp fluttered in a graceful dance. It is said that a mere sting from this creature compels its victim to wander incessantly for 3 days and nights, undeterred by cliffs or lakes. The dragon of magic has returned, remarked Arthur, the gaunt, twig-like senior disciple. The last dragon tamer of the Targaryen lineage has perished. She was a girl with silver hair. The master of 5 sounds stood beside the corpse, gazing quietly with his blind eyes. His golden wasp circled the body, seemingly in search of something. "Let her be taken to the sacred fire pool," he instructed. Arthur expressed surprise. "She has been dead for a long time. Why should we bathe her in the holy flames?" "The mother of dragons, a child favored by the divine, deserves the blessings of the King of Light," the master of 5 sounds replied. One of the 8 disciples extended an arm, cradling the lifeless body, and they proceeded solemnly toward the temple. The temple of the King of Light was eerily vacant, save for a single pool in the center, emanating a brilliant, radiant fire. This was no ordinary flame born of wood, but the eternal holy fire left by the King of Light, its serene blaze reminiscent of tranquil waters. The temple had undergone numerous renovations, yet the sacred fire within the pool had burned for millennia without extinguishing. At the center of the pool stood a sword ablaze, embedded there for thousands of years. Legends tell that only Azor Ahai reborn could withdraw this sword, once wielded to vanquish the others from the sacred flames. According to tales from millennia past, darkness enveloped the world, and the hero Azor Ahai was chosen to combat the long night. Tirelessly, he forged a sword over 49 days and nights, only for it to shatter when plunged into water to cool. Unyielding, he dedicated another 79 days and nights to crafting a blade, sharper and more exquisite than the last. Yet, when he drove this sword into the heart of a lion to cool, it too broke apart. After 3 days and nights of contemplation, he grasped the reason behind his failures. Thus, he spent 99 days and nights tempering a new sword. He called upon his beloved wife, bidding her to open her chest, and he plunged the burning blade into her beating heart. In a moment of sacrifice, he pierced his own chest, merging their blood, souls, spirits, and strength into the sword, ultimately forging the divine blade, the Lightbringer. Though the hero had long since departed, his spirit and will persisted in the world. The 8 disciples stood solemnly at the edge of the sacred fire pool, carrying Daenerys' body, chanting incantations as they cast her into the holy flames. As they beheld Daenerys' form floating within the sacred fire, unburned and undrowned, they gasped in astonishment. The flames appeared devoid of heat and could not ignite any material, yet anything but stone or steel that ventured into them would be reduced to ash in an instant. Remarkably, apart from her garments and adornments, Daenerys' body remained untouched by the fire. She lay in the pool as though a white wax figure afloat upon a crimson surface. She is the unburnt, and the flames of the dragon dance for her, the master of 5 sounds declared. Arthur inquired, will she remain forever in the sacred fire pool? Perhaps the King of Light harbors other intentions. What shall we do? The Master of Sound slowly took his seat. Arthur, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concerns. As the deadline for the Millennium Spell's release draws near, the sorcerers and magicians in Asshai City are growing restless, eager to showcase their abilities. If no one can wield the Sword of Light to instill fear in them, this world may descend into chaos. The Master of Sound closed his eyes and replied, do you not understand? The ancient whites, who should have remained in slumber for 1,000 years, have awakened nonetheless, and it was not our redrobed witch, Melisandre, who vanquished them. The ebb and flow of life mirrors the dance of water and fire. Where there is existence, there is also opposition. Darkness shall descend, yet light will inevitably arise. Upon hearing this, Arthur silently took his seat. The 8 disciples encircled the sacred fire pit, chanting the oracle of the King of Light. The long summer has passed. The stars weep blood darkness, and cold shall envelop the world. Water will cease to flow, and trees will no longer thrive. The sacred fire erupts, and the divine sword emerges as the harbinger of light, destined to pierce through the shadows and frost. The somber chant resonated with solemnity and mystery. The air quivered, forming an ethereal circle that swirled slowly above the sacred fire pit. Daenerys Targaryen's lifeless body lay as still as a sacred portrait spread across the flames. The dagger embedded in her chest had been instantaneously consumed by fire, leaving only a gaping wound, as if ink had been splashed upon her skin. The flaming divine sword remained, an unchanging sculpture, firmly thrust into the sacred fire. In the distant, enchanting gorge, a dragon lay quietly, its eyes dimming. At the edge of its partially closed jaws rested Daenerys' silver ring. Chapter 2, A Twist of Fate. Arya Stark stood proudly at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the distant sea. On her right hip hung the unique blade needle, and on her left, the hilt of the dragonglass dagger, Valyrian. Though she was not tall, and her physique was not robust, her small frame stood as straight as a spear when she stood. Her hands were clasped behind her back like a general with unwavering confidence. Her gaze was resolute and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through the armor of warriors. Few could withstand the intensity of her stare. Her short black hair was always tightly bound at the back of her head. She would never allow it to grow long like her sister Sansa Stark, styled in an elaborate manner or adorned with golden threads cascading down her back. She consistently donned practical, fitted attire, eschewing long skirts and loose garments, and would never wear any jewelry or adornments. Her reasoning was simple. She would not allow any superfluous elements to hinder her movements. As an assassin, Arya understood how to maintain her best condition, donning the simplest and most functional clothing. She was both a natural killer and an innate warrior. Character shapes behavior, and this adage rings true. Arya Stark was born with the spirit of a warrior. Bows and arrows were crafted for her, swords and daggers forged in her name. Thus, she had no desire to engage in anything deemed feminine. She dispatched the Night King with the Valyrian dagger at her waist, although the final, fatal strike was delivered by Bran Stark. Yet, none can dispute her pivotal role, for it was her dagger that slipped from her grasp, only to be fortuitously caught by Bran. Perhaps this was a foresight long anticipated by Bran Stark, the replacement for the three-eyed raven. He is a figure of near-perpetual silence, uttering little, leaving others to speculate. Arya Stark stands as the most formidable warrior of Westeros, her feats unmatched, a sentiment universally acknowledged, for she is flesh and blood, while Bran Stark embodies a deity in corporeal form. The harrowing battles against the undead and the siege of King's Landing, coupled with dragons incinerating the city, haunt the memories of all who participated, instilling profound dread. Arya narrowly escaped the flames, unshaken, maintaining the stoic demeanor inherent to a warrior. At times, she even found exhilaration in the thrill of danger. Every feast must eventually conclude. Logically, she ought to relinquish her weapons, don elegant gowns, and seek a suitable nobleman to wed and bear children. Yet, she abhors such constraints and desires no progeny. The thought of becoming like her mother, Catelyn Tully, encircled by a husband and a brood of children to nurture and serve, terrifies her, despite the fact that she herself was raised in such a manner. She craves challenges and the perilous embrace of adventure, thus disregarding her sister Sansa Stark's counsel, resolutely embarking with a band of rugged sailors to explore intriguing or perilous locales. She traversed numerous lands, witnessing a plethora of bizarre sights. However, due to the ship's damage and dwindling crew, she was compelled to return, making a detour to Bravos to visit Jaqen H'ghar. The mere thought of Jaqen H'ghar brings a smile to Arya's lips. The enigmatic leader of the House of Black and White, a devoted servant of the many-faced god, his mysterious and fearsome nature remains largely unknown. Jaqen H'ghar shaped Arya into who she is today. Had she not encountered him, no matter her efforts, she would never have become the hero the world perceives, nor a lasting legend. Her strength, temperament, and physique precluded the possibility of her becoming a knight. Thus, without Jaqen H'ghar, Arya would have been relegated to the role of an unfit noblewoman. The very thought of herself as such is almost inconceivable. How fortunate I was to meet him, she muses, smiling at the memory, wishing she had encountered Jaqen H'ghar sooner. Lost in her reverie, she is suddenly interrupted by raucous shouts. Arya turns to the clamoring sailor and calls out, "Hey, Big Black, what's happening? Is it amusing?" A tall, muscular black man rushes over, exclaiming, "My lady, there's a person overboard." Despite his imposing stature and formidable fighting skills, Big Black appears as timid as a mouse before Arya, for he had witnessed her single-handedly dispatching 5 or 6 pirates with alarming efficiency. The ferocity and swiftness, akin to a gust of wind, combined with the agility of a raccoon, instilled fear in the hearts of all who beheld her. Despite Arya's unassuming stature and plain appearance, the sailors and warriors aboard the ship dared not show her any disrespect. Of course, Arya would not divulge her identity or her experiences, let alone her conquest over the Night King. Otherwise, they would be so terrified they could scarcely breathe. A body had been retrieved from the depths, still clinging to life. It lay on the deck, face up, not particularly tall or robust, with short hair. The most intriguing aspect was his skin and eyes. Black irises and yellow skin. Such a sight was novel to Arya. Fascinated by the unusual, Arya found herself intrigued by this individual. Several crew members rushed forward, expertly administering aid to him. After a while, he coughed up a significant amount of seawater, sputtering and gasping as he expelled the liquid from his mouth. As he caught his breath and glanced around, he suddenly exclaimed, "Good heavens, how did I end up here?" No one understood his words, for he was a modern-day Chinese man named Chen, who had traversed through time. Graduating from a prestigious university, Chen was a model student poised to pursue graduate studies or study abroad, his future bright. By chance, he took the civil service examination, achieving remarkable success and securing the top position in a province's government. Gifted with remarkable intellect and dexterity, his exceptional memory and comprehension led to his swift rise. Within 2 years, he caught the eye of the Secretary General and was promoted to Deputy Director of the Comprehensive Office. At his young age, such a position marked him as a future political luminary with limitless potential. An ardent fan of the television series Game of Thrones, Chen eagerly awaited the 8th season, only to be met with a mere 6 episodes. The brevity was forgivable, but the outcome fell far short of global expectations, particularly the absurd conclusion that nearly drove him to madness. As he replayed various alternate endings in his mind, he became increasingly disoriented, suddenly perceiving a flash of white light as the fabric of time and space shifted violently, whisking him away into an unknown realm. Unsure how long he floated through this temporal void, Chen suddenly felt himself plummeting. Then, with a resounding splash, he found himself submerged in water. Upon regaining consciousness, he marveled at the realization that he was in a completely unfamiliar world. When his gaze fell upon a particularly striking girl, he was momentarily rendered speechless. That unmistakably familiar face, along with the dagger adorned with a golden hilt, wasn't that Arya Stark? As he surveyed his own suit and the luxury watch on his wrist, he was astonished to discover that he had indeed traversed time to the continent of Westeros, and fortuitously, he had landed right before the very Arya he so admired. As someone with a profound appreciation for beauty, Chen harbored a particular affection for Sansa Stark, dreaming of marrying a woman who embodied beauty, nobility, wisdom, and grace. In his dreams, he wove myriad romantic scenarios with her. Yet now, before him, stood her perilous sister. Why was it not Sansa Stark? He felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 3: The Taste of Lies. Where do you come from? What is your name? Where are you going? Elia crouched before Chen, her piercing gaze fixed upon him. Her posture was distinctive, poised to retreat or advance, her right hand tightly gripping the hilt of a knife, resembling a predatory Arctic wolf ready to pounce. This girl was indeed as portrayed in the play, vigilant and cautious, a testament to her trials between life and death. Chen adjusted his thoughts, swiftly concocting a narrative in his mind. Naturally, he intended to obscure his origins, for such matters are often convoluted and best fabricated based on the knowledge at hand. This girl was not to be trifled with. The lying training at the Black and White Institute not only enabled her to discern falsehoods, but also allowed her to present the truth in a manner indistinguishable from lies, thereby rendering falsehoods as credible truths. Such a skill was immensely advantageous. Had Chen not meticulously studied her experiences at the Black and White Institute and those subtle details, he would have indeed struggled against this formidable woman. I hail from a distant eastern land, known as Chen, he began. My companions and I were en route to a mysterious place to seek an object known as a dragon egg. It is said that consuming it grants eternal life. But alas, we were beset by pirates. My companions were slain, yet I survived by entertaining them with tales. Just this morning, we were attacked by a sea monster with 8 arms. Our ship capsized, and all but I were devoured by the beast. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Thank you for your kindness. I beseech you to take me in. I am a diligent worker, and I can weave delightful stories. Truly, I will not deceive you. You shall see in due time. Given that he had encountered Elia, it was inevitable that she would eventually return to Winterfell, where he could behold the goddess of his dreams. Such an opportunity was one Chen could not afford to miss. Fortune favors the prepared, and he was confident in his extensive research. He had delved deeply into the characters of the Game of Thrones, the local customs, political structures, and the everyday lives of its people. With this knowledge, he could be regarded as an encyclopedia of this land. Chen spoke slowly, laboriously, while Elia listened intently. Where do you come from? What is your name? Where are you going? After hearing Chen's tale, she abruptly repeated her questions, word for word. Chen recounted his story once more, this time slightly rearranging the order. Where do you come from? What is your name? Where are you going? Elia persisted, her inquiry unchanged. Chen patiently reiterated his account, making slight omissions and additions. She continued to ask the same questions, 5 times in total, and he offered 5 similar yet distinct responses. He was acutely aware that she was employing the same lie detection methods from the Black and White Institute. This process was, in essence, a psychological pressure test. When a question is posed repeatedly, if one speaks the truth, they will invariably be able to elaborate or condense their narrative. It is impossible for the account to remain static. The interrogator can glean the information they seek from these variations. Conversely, if one is fabricating a story, they will strive to avoid any misstep in their repetitions. This indicated that his responses had been premeditated, perhaps rehearsed many times. This method may appear verbose, yet it proves to be immensely effective. Elia scrutinized Chen once more, from his attire to his polished shoes, and then, rising with a smile, remarked, "Welcome to stay. Dark-eyed one, remember your compelling tales. Indeed, This young woman displayed remarkable maturity beyond her years. The crew gathered around Chen, feeling his suit, examining his watch, laughing heartily while gesturing animatedly. Dahe clapped Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Boy, this outfit is rather peculiar. Why not gift it to me?" Chen yearned to discard his conspicuous clothing and footwear. The ensemble drew too much attention, and coupled with his dark irises and yellow skin, it made him feel like a spectacle. Thus, it was best to rid himself of it. He shed his garments, offering them to the crew aboard the vessel, and sought out a set of their attire to blend into the group. As for the watch, it was of little use to him, so he decided to give it away. To whom, you ask? Naturally, to Elia, for in their eyes, it was a rare trinket, a token of their acquaintance. The ship, though not small, was cluttered with various items: large water barrels, knives, arrows, spears, axes, and fishing nets. At its center stood a rudimentary wooden structure, serving as Elia's private space, while the others were relegated to the open air. Chen knocked on the door. "Come in," came the reply. Inside, the room contained a wooden bed draped with sheepskin, an old table, a chair, and a dragon bone bow hanging on the wall. Little else adorned the space. Chen approached Elia, presenting her with the watch, stating, "Thank you for your hospitality, my lady. I offer this watch as a gift." Elia smiled, studying the watch before asking, "What a peculiar object, dark-eyed one. What is its purpose?" It appeared that Chen's dark irises were indeed his most distinguishing feature. Finding it laborious to explain the watch's function, and doubting Elia's comprehension, he replied with a smile, "It is merely an ornament. It looks lovely when worn. Why not try it on, my lady? I do not favor wearing items on my wrist, yet I appreciate it." "Thank you," Elia said, toying with the watch while gazing at Chen. He ventured to inquire, "Where does my lady intend to go?" "To Bravos. Would you care to join me? You may call me Arya Stark." Bravos, the very location of Elia's training at the House of Black and White, and with it, the elusive and legendary Jaquen Hagar, a figure others can scarcely meet. Chen eagerly replied, "I would be honored to serve my lady." Upon returning from Bravos, where shall you venture next? This question weighed heavily on his mind. Elia fixed her gaze upon Chen, smiling. "Do you wish to visit Winterfell? That is where I reside." Chen's heart surged with excitement. Was this not the very outcome he yearned for? If Elia were unwilling to return, that would present a dilemma. Before he could respond, a blade was pressed against his neck. The Valyrian dagger, capable of slaying the Night King, was sharp, exquisite, and emanated a chilling aura. He scarcely perceived how Elia had drawn the dagger. Her movements were as swift as the wind and lightning. Euron was startled and hastily replied, "My lord, what do you mean by this?" "You're lying," Arya stated coldly, her piercing gaze locked onto Euron's eyes. The girl was indeed difficult to deceive. She had already sensed something amiss. With a bitter smile, Euron protested, "My lord, I speak only the truth. I would never deceive you. I know nothing of swordsmanship. My strength is meager. How could I possibly pose any threat to you?" Arya's grip on her dagger remained steady, unwavering, shadows flickering in her eyes. "You recognize me. You know of Winterfell. You're aware of Bravos." "I do not," Euron insisted. In one swift motion, Arya's blade sliced downward, rending Euron's garments apart. "Remove all your clothing." "Strip off my clothes?" Suddenly, Euron recalled the eve of the Battle of Winterfell, when Arya had just as roughly torn the garments from Gendry Baratheon and mounted him with unyielding dominance. "Tomorrow, we may all perish. I wish to know what it feels like to lay with a man." As for how she and Gendry Baratheon had fared afterward, judging by the peaceful slumber that had claimed her, it must not have been unpleasant. That night, everyone had indulged in similar acts, for none believed they would live to see the dawn. Chapter for the servant of the faceless god, Chen stood before Elia, his body unclothed. As a reserved individual from the east, he was unaccustomed to being scrutinized like an object, unless it was by someone he held dear. He felt quite awkward, unable to meet Elia's gaze. Elia, with her hands clasped behind her back, circled around him, her eyes piercing as they methodically examined every aspect of his physique. "Your body shows no signs of training or injury. Your skin is smooth and unblemished, and your limbs appear languid from inactivity. What exactly do you do?" Chen felt wounded. despite being a healthy man with a respectable appearance. He found it disheartening to be appraised as if he were an inanimate object. Did she not harbor any thoughts on the matter? My family is relatively well off, he replied. I have spent my youth studying in a school, without engaging in any labor. Elia smiled as she tucked a dagger in her waistband. No wonder you could tell stories. You studied in a scholarly city. Are you a scholar? One could say that, Chen answered. And what did you learn there? Arithmetic? Astronomy? Strategy? Chen felt the conversation was becoming too broad. Even if he were to elaborate, the knowledge imparted in the old town of Westeros was vastly different from his modern understanding. How could he convey that to her? After a moment's contemplation, he gestured to the scattered garments on the ground. Could I please put my clothes back on? I feel quite shy. Shy? You Easterners are truly fascinating. Very well, if you wish. He could not help but note that the customs and perceptions of this continent were markedly different from his own time. Being naked was not a source of embarrassment for them. Once dressed, Chen succinctly recounted the subjects he had studied: economics, law, politics, trade, and various practical skills. Do you have dragons in the East? Elia appeared perplexed by his discourse, her interest piqued by the more mysterious aspects. Dragons do exist in my land, though they've been extinct for thousands of years. I have come here in search of those very legends. Elia pondered for a moment before asking, would you take me back to the East with you? Chen was taken aback. Given the timeline, it was likely the Mid-Yuan dynasty. Even if he were to return, he would be homeless, lacking any means to prove his origin. Such a revelation would undoubtedly expose him. I would love to return, but the distance to the East is tens of thousands of miles. Traveling by land requires traversing numerous nations, not to mention the endless deserts, grasslands, and desolate Gobi. Traveling by sea is even more perilous. One must navigate the vast oceans without a large vessel or experienced sailors, risking a watery grave, not to mention the pirates that lurk everywhere. However, if an opportunity arises, I would gladly take you to see the eastern lands. Chen thought this would dissuade Elia. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Black-eyed man, if you are willing, we shall prepare immediately for a voyage. Ships, sailors, provisions, and gold. What do you say? Chen spoke with difficulty. Very well. As long as the ship and crew meet the requirements, we can proceed. The essence of human connection lies not in the avoidance of barriers, but in the willingness to communicate. As the two conversed, they became increasingly engrossed in their dialogue. Chen elaborated on the cultural geography, customs, and the alluring mysteries of the East, captivating Elia, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue, thus dispelling any wariness she held towards him. You truly possess the gift of storytelling, Elia remarked. I permit you to stay here during the rain and for the night, though there is but one bed. I trust you will not attempt to claim it for yourself. This girl was genuinely sincere in her friendship. Regardless, sleeping on the floor was already a considerable courtesy. Would something transpire between a solitary man and woman sharing the same space? Chen dismissed such notions. Elia's character and demeanor were suitable for friendship, but not for a romantic entanglement. He preferred women who embodied grace, elegance, and a refined charm, akin to Sansa Stark. Engaging with Elia in a deeper manner would inevitably complicate matters, a scenario he would rather avoid at all costs. After a day of sailing, the ship arrived at Bravos, a free and unique city-state where exotic spices, jewels, fine wines, and various wares were traded. Taverns, performers, and brothels were ubiquitous, with garishly dressed assassins wandering about. By nightfall, they would gather by the moonlit pool to duel, with the ultimate victor earning the favor of the most beautiful maiden in the cat house. Enjoying a night of indulgence without expenditure, the true assassins resided within the House of Black and White, a place shrouded in mystery and dread, where one would never boast of their martial prowess as a form of reward. Elia led Chen to the House of Black and White, which indeed lived up to its reputation. A black door and a white door stood in juxtaposition, devoid of locks or handles. Naturally, without permission, none would dare intrude. Elia regarded Chen and said, The faceless men within may not welcome you. You should wait. Chen was displeased by her address. He wished to find a moment to converse with her more earnestly. No, I wish to enter and pay homage to the many-faced god. Elia replied, Jaqen does not take kindly to interruptions. Can you withstand his wrath? Chen countered, You have slain the Night King, adding to his glory. He would not be so petty as to reject a friend. Elia gasped, How do you know these things? Chen smiled, Your tale is captivating. Everyone enjoys sharing their stories. Elia chuckled and said, Very well, you are clever. She knocked on the door, and soon a gaunt old man with a red nose, shrouded in a black hood, emerged, declaring, There is no one here you seek. Elia playfully retorted, You have 1,000 faces, yet only a girl knows your true visage. The old man coldly replied, Only the many-faced God possesses such a gift. Mortals do not. Although Chen was aware that Jiaquan Hegel could effortlessly alter his appearance, the true identity of this individual remained an enigma, perhaps even to Elia herself. Elia smiled and said, Very well, if you're not him, might we be permitted to enter? The old man with the red nose did not respond. Instead, he turned and walked inside. Chen and Elia followed him through a dimly lit corridor, navigating several twists and turns until they arrived at the grand hall of the Faceless God. Despite it being daytime, the interior exuded an eerie atmosphere, with copper lamps casting a dim yellow glow upon the floor and the thick columns. In Chen's memory, the niches in the columns were adorned with countless faces, yet now they revealed nothing, appearing instead as pairs of dark eyes fixated upon him. As he glanced around, he suddenly realized that the old man with the red nose had vanished. He had been there just moments ago. How could he have disappeared so abruptly? The surroundings felt as if wandering spirits were drifting about, sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 5: The Glory of the Faceless One's Jaqen. The girl misses you. I know you are inside. Thank you for your guidance. May I see you? Elia circled around each pillar, repeatedly uttering the same words, yet the temple remained eerily silent, only her voice echoing through the space. Do you not wish to see the girl? Very well. The girl shall return home and will not come back again. Still, there was no response. After a while, a voice emerged, saying, The girl is adorned with glory and need not return. If you are earnest, retrieve the sword of light. And after 7 years, you may wield this sword to pierce the eye of darkness, adding radiance to the 1,000-faced God. The mysterious voice fluctuated in tone, drifting without a discernible source. Jaqen, the girl does not comprehend. The girl need not understand. When the time is right, enlightenment will come. Elia stood in the center of the temple, lost in thought, as if she had never moved at all. After a long while, with Jaqen not having appeared, the two reluctantly exited. Observing Elia's pensive demeanor, Chen remarked, Do not dwell on it. Did he not say that when the time comes, understanding will follow? It is futile to ponder. Elia playfully punched Chen's chest and replied, You are right, black-eyed man. My name is Chen. Could you perhaps use a different title? Elia suddenly burst into laughter. Black-eyed man, I quite enjoy calling you that. Very well, Chen said with resignation. Where shall we go now? Elia grinned. The cat house here is quite famous. Men adore it. Would you like to give it a try? Chen feigned ignorance. The cat house? What is it for? Elia laughed even more heartily. It features charming young ladies, as delightful as cats. Would you like to go? Chen was at a loss for words. A girl was encouraging a man to indulge in vice. He wondered what her intentions might be. It reminded him of Sansa's assessment of her. Elia's greatest talent is her ability to ruin anything, and she remains utterly unrepentant. Of course, the Elia of then was not the same as the Elia now. She could adeptly manage her affairs and would no longer rely on others to clean up her mess. He pondered what scheme she was concocting this time. Chen stated, It is best to avoid such places. They are filthy and chaotic. Elia squinted and smiled. You appear to be a good person, but I still wish to go. Are there men to serve there? Certainly, but I do not fancy those foul men. Then why do you wish to go? That is where I killed my first enemy. I wish to see it again. Indeed, everyone fondly recalls their first experience, even if it was a grim one. Chen couldn't help but recall the tale of Elia's first kill, which was both thrilling and perilous. At that time, she was training at the Black and White Institute, when she inadvertently spotted Marlin, the one who had slain her swordsmanship master. Arriving at the cat house, she had followed him. She discovered his disturbing preference for beautiful young girls, indulging in a twisted manner, using whips to elicit their cries for mercy, deriving pleasure from their suffering. Arya donned the guise of a charming girl, enduring the lashes and being left alone. When Marlin lifted the veil of her long hair, Arya lunged forth like a little wolf, plunging a hidden dagger into him. Such ferocity and madness were truly unforgettable. Chen accompanied Arya on a stroll through the cat house, deliberately visiting a particular room. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and flirtation, a vivid tableau of sensuality and desire. Upon exiting the cat house, they settled at a tavern by the street, ordering a jug of fine wine. In contrast to the low-alcohol red wines of their own era, this wine possessed a noticeably lower alcohol content, sweetly mingling with the taste of alcohol, rendering it quite palatable. After a while of drinking, Chen pondered and remarked, "Shall we return to Winterfell? Did you not promise to take me to the Eastern lands?" Chen felt a headache coming on, wishing they could avoid the topic. He gathered his thoughts and said, "Of course we must go, but have you considered that your sister has become the Queen of the North? Her circumstances are far from easy." Arya paused for a moment, looking at Chen and replied, "She is a queen. How could her life be difficult?" Chen countered, "Think about it. The North has been embroiled in war for years. The people are already suffering greatly. Her subjects can barely afford to feed themselves. Can she turn a blind eye to that? And how is she to resolve this? It is her most pressing dilemma. Moreover," he continued, "though she is the ruler of the North and has established an independent kingdom, do you understand that the functioning of a nation requires an immense amount of wealth? Where will that money come from? Additionally, there is a dire lack of managerial talent. The North is short on able-bodied men, let alone skilled individuals. Furthermore," Chen added, "as a newly crowned queen, her authority is still limited. In the face of a group of armed men, will her commands be heeded without question? What if they choose to feign compliance? What then for your sister?" Arya, being someone who merely consumed provisions without concerning herself with governance, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Do you truly think so? Since we are friends, I must share your burdens, right? If your sister can govern the North effectively, we could assemble a fleet to venture to the Eastern lands. Wouldn't that offer hope? Otherwise, where the funds come from? That entails a significant expenditure." Arya responded, "Aside from helping her eliminate her enemies, I cannot assist her further." Chen replied, "You can. You simply have not considered it." "What should I do?" she inquired. "Money. What your sister needs most right now is funds. With money, she can rebuild the devastated Winterfell. With money, she can forge weapons, assemble an army, and strengthen the North as the mightiest among the Seven Kingdoms." Arya laughed and said, "That requires a lot of money, which I cannot provide." "You can," Chen insisted, "and there is an opportunity at hand." "An opportunity?" Arya said, intrigued. "Consider your current status," Chen urged. "You are the Queen's sister. You can represent her in many matters. Does that relate to money?" "That depends on how you approach it," Chen replied. "Isn't the Iron Vault not far from here? They thrive by lending money to others. You could borrow some money from them, and when you have wealth in the North, you can repay them later." "Borrow money from the Iron Vault? That's feasible. Let's give it a try." Arya stated earnestly, "But I cannot negotiate with them." "No worries. I can," he replied. "Not only can I tell stories, but I can also deliver speeches. Such matters are within my capabilities." Arya giggled. "You seem so eager to assist my sister. You must have ulterior motives, right? This girl is quite astute. It is not easy to deceive her. Your sister is so beautiful. Who wouldn't have such thoughts? But I am merely a vagabond, devoid of titles and power. It's feudal to even consider," he chuckled. "I think you lack the ability. My sister has discerning taste and has yet to hold anyone in high regard," Arya retorted. He mused silently. "That is only because she has yet to encounter me. Soon, she will recognize my worth." He then asked, "Are you willing to take the plunge? Very well. Let us test the waters. What if it doesn't succeed?" "Doesn't succeed?" He replied with a mysterious smile. "Rest assured, if it fails, I have other strategies. You seem to have plenty of ideas. Little devil, you are brimming with tricks. Who among you is more formidable?" "He is, undoubtedly, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms." "How could I compare?" He thought to himself that he must find an opportunity to challenge him. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. "How do you know everything?" Arya inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Oh no, I've let something slip. This girl is far too clever." Chapter 6. The rejection of the Iron Bank. The Iron Bank does not tolerate default. This is the adage of the Iron Bank, a principle that no kingdom dares to challenge. Those who seek to renege on their debts are destined for ruin, while those who overthrow them are invariably the ambitious nobles coveting supreme power, with the Iron Bank as their unwavering supporter. It stands as the wealthiest depositor across the realms of Essos and Westeros, with only kingdoms and nobility deemed worthy to borrow from it. Their vault, shrouded in secrecy and fortified against intrusion, is situated on the Red Isle, surrounded by seas, guarded by the mightiest warriors and most malevolent sorcerers. For centuries, no one has breached its sanctum. Thus, any notion of seizing it by force is utterly impossible. Eochain and Arya entered the reception hall. The hall was spacious, with thick columns supporting a domed ceiling and 3 tall, black armchairs facing a long stone table. Arya took her seat in the middle chair, while Eochain stood behind her. After a considerable wait, the occupants emerged. A stout, balding man with a shiny head, accompanied by a bearded fellow and a shrewd, lean figure, approached. The trio seated themselves across from Arya. The bearded man regarded Arya with a smile, saying, "Miss Arya Stark, welcome to the Iron Bank. Maegor is at your service." With a playful grin, Arya quipped, "Mr. Maegor, are you not afraid I might pilfer from your pockets?" Maegor chuckled gently. "I possess but a single silver stag, a sum that Miss Arya would hardly desire." "1 silver stag is far too meager," Arya retorted, "for I am the sister of the ruler of the North, the Queen of the North, and the sister of Bran Stark, the guardian of the 7 kingdoms. My beloved brother Jon Snow, the king beyond the wall, has a cherished sister who seeks 1,000,000 golden dragons." Maegor blinked, replying, "Dear lady, you may not be aware that those cursed families are fervent in their promises when borrowing. Yet their spirits are as dampened as if they had lost a spouse when it comes time to repay. Speaking of which, Cersei Lannister, the unfortunate queen, borrowed 1,000,000 golden dragons from the Iron Bank and has yet to repay it. Forgive me, I had forgotten. She was vanquished by her bastard brother and has since perished. For such a monumental debt, I nearly had my leg broken by that wretched Lannister. I am quite curious about your bastard brother Jon Snow. Now that the wall has fallen and the White Walkers have been vanquished, what purpose does he serve there? Is he to procreate with the wildlings? Of course, I mean no offense. I hold him in high regard, merely lamenting his fate. Had he ascended to the throne of the 7 kingdoms, I could have ensured a grace period for him. Your sister Sansa Stark is a beautiful and wise girl. She has become the Queen of the North. Alas, she must be enduring hardships, for the North is now but a wasteland of bones and ice. The plight of its people is truly lamentable. Surely, they must be starving. I neglected to mention that your brother Bran, the king, bears the obligation to repay the debts left by that accursed woman Cersei. I intend to discuss this matter with him in due course." Maegor spread his hands, continuing his discourse without pause. His meaning was quite clear. The matter of borrowing money was non-negotiable. Sansa was struggling to secure her own safety, and Bran was not faring much better. Thus, how could they possibly lend you any? In such negotiations, Arya was undoubtedly no match for Maegor. Rendered speechless under his imposing presence, her eyes wide with astonishment. Observing Arya's predicament, Eochain interjected, "Miss, may I have a word with them?" "Very well, give it a try." The 3 individuals seated across from him regarded Eochain with curiosity. Black-eyed and yellow-skinned, they had indeed never encountered anyone like him. Maegor extended his hand and said, "Please, you must be Miss Arya's advisor, correct?" Sitting opposite them, Eochain smiled and began, "Esteemed Mr. Maegor, a loyal executor of the Iron Vault. Miss Arya Stark may not have articulated her position clearly, so allow me to elaborate. We look forward to your address." Eochain continued, "The Queen of the North is indeed facing numerous challenges at present. However, she has led the warriors of the North to triumph over the White Walkers, uniting the populace in a singular purpose. When a community stands as one, even the dust may transform into gold. Adversity is but fleeting, and I firmly believe the North possesses a cohesion unmatched by any family in the realm. Queen Sansa Stark, endowed with wisdom that shines like the sun and moon, will engage in commerce with all the royal houses in due course. She will produce marvels beyond your imagination, crafting countless Valyrian steel swords and advanced tools of production, all of which are in urgent demand by other kingdoms. Chen eloquently expounded upon the current situation and envisioned a prosperous future for the North, captivating his audience to the point of astonishment. Suddenly, Maegor interrupted Chen's oration, inquiring, "You claim the North can produce countless Valyrian steel swords?" "Indeed. With the necessary materials and skilled blacksmiths exceedingly rare." Chen's assertion seemed nothing short of a jest. After managing to suppress his laughter, Maegor remarked, advisor to Miss Stark, "Your speech is indeed impressive. We harbor no intention of offending you, nor do we wish to mock your ideas. Yet, the concepts you present are utterly ludicrous, and we struggle to refrain from laughter." Chen replied, "Is it not true that you of the Iron Vault were not always the wealthiest in this realm? Anything worth pursuing requires earnest effort. There is no impossibility in this world." Maegor countered, "Your words carry merit, yet you have not instilled in us a sense of hope." "Apologies, but until you can provide us with that hope, we shall not consider collaboration. If you do not mind, I would like to invite Miss Stark for a drink to express my respect. She is a noble lady, a courageous girl, a warrior deserving of admiration. It would be my honor to dine and converse with her. As for the loan, this decision is not solely mine. Lavin would never consent." Suddenly, Arya stood up, declaring, "You have no right to converse with a lady of House Stark." With that, she stormed out in a fit of anger. Chen hurried after her, asking, "Are you upset?" "Of course, all thanks to your splendid idea." Chen chuckled. "I have long known that borrowing money from them is feudal. They're exceedingly snobbish." Arya, incensed, swiftly pressed a dagger to Chen's throat, exclaiming, "Knowing this yet still sending me, what are your true intentions?" The frequent resort to violence was something Chen found quite distasteful. "Could we not engage in a more civilized manner? We are not enemies. Why such ferocity?" He gently pushed the dagger away from his neck and continued, "Why would I embark on a fruitless endeavor? I came today to introduce you to them. Remember their faces. Is it truly beneficial?" She inquired. "Of course it is. Have you forgotten your unparalleled skills? This is an opportune moment for their application." Arya gazed at Chen, puzzled. "Do you recall the Red Wedding?" he asked. "Indeed, Robb and my mother met their demise in the hall of House Fry." A mysterious smile played upon Chen's lips. "Have you avenged them?" Arya's smile widened. It was her most cherished accomplishment. After becoming a true, faceless man, her first target was the Fry family. She assassinated the newlywed wife of Walder Fry, skinned her face, and donned it as her own. She infiltrated the old man's circle and personally severed his throat. This entire act was executed with such stealth that none were the wiser. She then skinned Walder's visage, transforming into a second Fry, and summoned all those complicit in the murder, lacing their wine with the deadly poison known as Tears of Lys. Except for one maid, every member of House Fry vanished from existence. Arya stepped over the scattered corpses with an unnerving calm, a scene that left Chen perpetually awestruck. This time, her vengeance was for the prosperity of her entire family. He believed she would undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 7. The face of recklessness. Alicia was infuriated by the actions of Chen. She was not a miserly person, yet Chen had demanded 10 golden dragons from her, and his subsequent actions left her bewildered. He had procured 2 carriages, the most robust ones crafted from superior oak. The horses he acquired were the tallest and strongest, capable of running all day without a hint of fatigue. Moreover, he had astonishingly purchased an additional pair of wheels. Alicia could not fathom his intentions. What was even more perplexing was his command to Dake to inform the captain to remain on standby, forbidding anyone from leaving the ship under penalty of execution. Alicia, observing the situation, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? We are supposed to take a ship back. What do we need carriages for?" Chen replied with a smile, "Please respect my efforts, will you? You will understand tomorrow." "Tomorrow? What scheme are you concocting?" Alicia could not grasp his motives. Before dawn the next day, Chen roused Alicia from her slumber. "So early, what do you intend to do?" she inquired. "You will know once we arrive. Just gather your belongings," he responded. With a heart full of suspicion, Alicia followed Chen to a luxurious mansion. Chen stood in the shadow of the estate and remarked, "Maguire is inside. He has been kept company by Mary, a widowed noblewoman of many years. Apart from them, there is no one else. We shall enter now By the way, you have no trouble getting in, do you? How do you know all this? Alicia questioned. Of course. Information acquired for a golden dragon is undoubtedly reliable. Very well. What's your plan? She asked. Chen replied, It is not my plan. It is yours. Once you become Maguire, acquiring as much gold as you desire will pose no difficulty. Alicia gasped. How do you know I can become Maguire? What exactly do you intend to do? Chen answered. I wish to aid your sister. Do not ask too many questions. I will explain later. As for what comes next, if deception is possible, let it be so. If not, feigning ignorance will suffice. After all, it is impossible to prevent her from harboring suspicions. A hint of mystery may not necessarily be a bad thing. Indeed, Alicia was remarkable. With a small iron piece, she deftly unlatched the door, exhibiting a skill that rivaled that of a professional thief. Observing the pair of slumbering figures inside, Alicia asked, Shall we kill them? Chen replied, They are not good people. They must be eliminated. Very well. Like a nimble cat, Alicia darted into the room, drawing her dagger and swiftly plunging it into their hearts. As Maguire's consciousness began to fade, he finally discerned the faces before him. Yet he would never have the opportunity to ponder the situation. Alicia wiped the blade on the bedding and declared, Now you may disclose your plan. Chen stated, It is quite simple. Maguire possesses the key to the vault. You will transform into him, and we shall drive the carriages to the vault where the gold coins await your collection. Alicia glared at Chen in anger, retorting, What kind of absurd idea is this? Do you even know where the Iron Vault is? Are you aware of what lies within? To everyone, the Iron Vault was a place known to very few, and naturally, Alicia could not believe that Chen would have any knowledge of it. Chen inquired, Can I proceed without certainty? Have you considered the repercussions of deceiving me? You could end my life at any moment. Arya gazed at Chen for a considerable time before suddenly breaking into a smile, stating, I place my trust in you. Your request for me to procure funds was merely a means to introduce me to that scoundrel Mygel. You had a plan all along. Chen responded with a chuckle. Without certainty, would I subject Miss Arya to humiliation? The anticipation of witnessing Arya's performance was palpable. He was eager to see how she would transform into a perfect replica of Mygel, as this enigmatic scene had been glossed over in the narrative. Arya retrieved a slender, sharp curved knife from her deerskin pouch. With practiced precision, she traced a line along Maegel's hairline down to the collarbone, completing a full circle. She then set the knife aside and stood beside the corpse, placing her palm against the deceased's face while murmuring incantations, her fingers weaving through the air. Finally, she grasped the edges and gradually peeled the entire facial skin from Maegel's visage. Arya entered a room, ensuring the windows were sealed and the door firmly shut. Chen felt a pang of disappointment, wishing he could witness the process firsthand. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing Arya, or rather, Mygel. She approached Chen and declared, Mr. Mygel is inside. Arya Stark seeks him. Chen was left in awe. The notion of a human skin mask seemed utterly primitive compared to what he beheld. The skin of Mygel flawlessly enveloped Arya's face, not a single imperfection to be found. Even her voice and demeanor were indistinguishable from the original, leaving Chen to wonder at her arcane methods. No wonder she had successfully impersonated Fry in the past, deceiving the entire Fry family into drinking poison unaware. Furrowing his brow, Chen remarked, It would be perfect with just one more person. What do you mean? He was asked. If only you could transform me into Lady Mary. Such a performance would be all the more realistic. His desire stemmed from a yearning to personally understand Arya's methods. Arya queried, Do you genuinely wish to pursue this? Indeed, when life and death hang in the balance. Not a single error must occur. Very well, but do not harbor regrets. As Arya removed Mary's facial skin, Chen felt a sudden twinge of remorse, sensing that this endeavor might not be as amusing as anticipated. Arya ushered Chen into the room, secured the door, and blocked the windows tightly, plunging the space into darkness. He sensed a soft, bloody entity adhere to his face, and then silence enveloped him. He could hear Arya reciting incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. Before long, he felt as though a branding iron had been pressed against his face, an agonizing urge to tear it away consuming him. Strangely, He found himself unable to scream or move. The searing pain was unbearable, making him wish for death itself. He vowed never again to entertain such a dreadful idea, for this torment was far worse than death. The burning agony persisted for what felt like an eternity, though it lasted only a brief moment. "How do you feel?" "Quite pleasant, I presume." A teasing voice echoed in the darkness. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred to consume horse manure." Chen stepped out of the room, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Perfect, utterly flawless, he was the very embodiment of the deceased woman from the bed. Not even a trace of his Adam's apple remained. What a masterpiece, impeccable in every aspect, Chen mused. His voice suddenly transformed into a sultry, feminine tone. The visage of Arya, or rather, my gel, materialized in the mirror, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "Dark-eyed one, do not dare to play tricks on me. Do you think I am unaware of your secret as you watch me alter my appearance? I have turned you into Mary to warn you against deceit. Without my assistance, this face shall forever be yours. In 10 days, it will gradually decay until the flesh rots away completely, and only then will you suffer a painful demise." Chen felt he had dug himself a grave far too deep. The issue was no longer Arya's suspicion of him. It was that he must comply with her wishes. For failure to do so would seal his fate. A man may harbor no ill intentions, yet a tiger can possess a lethal heart. This young woman was certainly not one to show mercy. Reflecting on her past actions, she dealt with her enemies without a flicker of hesitation, sending a chill down Chen's spine. Chapter 8. The serpent sorceress Chen and Arya hurriedly steered 2 horse-drawn carriages toward the enigmatic Red Island. Chen, having meticulously studied the secrets of the Iron Vault in his past life, possessed an intimate understanding of its hidden chambers and the means to access them. The carriages traversed a well-kept thoroughfare, veering right into a dense thicket, and upon emerging, they turned right once more onto a narrower bluestone path. At each intersection, concealed warriors stood guard in the shadows. With their wolf-like gazes and finely crafted armor, it was evident that these were no ordinary sentinels. Their prowess in combat was undoubtedly formidable. As they passed each junction, Arya, disguised as Maegor, waved cheerfully at the guards, jesting, "Hey, didn't you have enough for breakfast? Your stomach appears rather flat." The hidden warriors, recognizing Maegor, remained silent and did not impede their passage. On Red Island, only Levin and Maegor were permitted to roam freely. Those who sought proximity to the vault required special authorization, or they would face dire consequences. After navigating several twists and turns, they suddenly encountered an impasse. A colossal statue loomed before them. At the statue's feet lay a grotesque and menacing griffin, while in its hand it clutched a severed head, its visage fierce and forbidding, a solitary finger pointing toward the path ahead. The implication was clear: this route was barred, and they were to retreat. Arya dismounted the carriage and retrieved a circular golden object, which she had acquired from Maegor. This artifact bore 4 sharp spikes at its center. She inserted it into the statue's recessed navel and then rotated it 3 times to the left, followed by 2 rotations to the right. With a resounding crunch, the statue parted to reveal a cavern behind it, dark and unfathomably deep. The 2 of them urged their carriage into the cave, igniting torches to illuminate their path as they pressed onward. After traversing approximately half a mile, they encountered a fork in the path. Suddenly, 2 towering figures, adorned with golden helmets and armor, emerged from a recess in the rock, blocking their way. "Mr. Maegor, have you come to make a withdrawal today? What brings your lady along?" Arya leaped from the carriage, addressing them. "Warlocks, is there an issue?" The regulations of the Iron Vault stipulate that aside from Mr. Maegor and Mr. Levin, no one is allowed to proceed further. "Sir, you have erred." The 2 golden-armored sentinels gripped their sword hilts, scrutinizing the figure of Mary, disguised as Chen. Foreseeing this confrontation, Chen smiled and declared, "Brave warriors, behold what I bring you." Approaching the 2 golden sentinels, he raised both fists high into the air. The warriors, bewildered by his gesture, were caught off guard when Chen suddenly unleashed a flurry of fine sand towards their eyes, mixed with thorny acacia spikes. In an instant, their vision was obscured and a searing pain coursed through them, compelling them to rub their eyes. Clad in armor forged from the finest steel, their vulnerability lay solely at their throats, the only area left unguarded. Without needing to be instructed, Aelia instinctively recognized her course of action. As an elite assassin, her timing and precision were impeccable. Her strength paled in comparison to brawny men, yet swiftness was her forte. Arya's Valyrian dagger sliced through the night air like lightning. In but a flash, the throats of two golden-armored sorcerers were severed, blood gushing forth like ruptured waterskins. Clutching their necks, their eyes fixed accusingly upon Oaken. It took 3 labored breaths before their massive frames collapsed thunderously to the ground. Sheathing her dagger, Arya glared at Oaken. "I needed no assistance from the likes of you." She spat venomously. Oaken sighed. "Very well, my interference was unwarranted." His tone softened. "Can a brother-in-law show concern? Those brutes might withstand 10 of your strikes. Yet a single blow from them would shatter your delicate frame." Their carriage advanced half a league further until a stone gate loomed before them, illuminated by massive bronze lanterns. Upon its surface gleamed 2 plate-sized golden coins, inscribed with the ominous warning, "Death to trespassers." Before it stood 2 even more imposing golden-armored sentinels. "Your stage," Oaken murmured. Arya scooped up pebbles, extinguishing the lanterns with uncanny precision. In the ensuing darkness, both torches were doused simultaneously. At the House of Black and White, Jaqen had once magically blinded Arya, forcing her to spar like the sightless. Now, her other senses guided her unerringly. Tonight would prove no exception. True to form, within moments, Oaken heard 2 strangled gurgles. Relighting the torches revealed the guards still gripping their swords, their throats slit with surgical precision. These were warriors of renown. Any 10 bold fighters might fall before their strength and skill. Yet Arya engaged neither in contests of might nor swordsmanship, only velocity. Inserting the golden key into the gate's central aperture, she turned it decisively. As the portal groaned open, radiance spilled forth, countless chests piled between towering pillars, each bearing blazing oil lamps, the stone floor strewn with glittering coins. The vault, Arya exulted. Then Oaken's enhanced vision, sharper in this life than his last, detected movement in the shadows. He'd known sorcerers guarded this hoard, but nothing could have prepared him for this horror. There, where light and darkness danced, sat a cloaked figure cross-legged, features obscured. Coiled about his form like a living helix, a sinuous viper wound its way up to his throat. The peculiar serpent raised its head, its emerald eyes glimmering with a sinister light. The gaze of its master mirrored that of the snake, emanating a chilling luminescence. Chen swiftly drew Alia behind him, pointing towards the shadows, his voice trembling as he warned, "Beware, serpent sorcerer." Startled, Alia peeked from behind Chen, glancing towards the direction he indicated. There, amidst the shadows, something seemed to lurk, yet she could discern nothing clearly. Alia chuckled. "Are you frightened, black-eyed one? Where is this serpent sorcerer?" Suddenly, her laughter came to an abrupt halt as she beheld a scene of unimaginable terror. Chapter 9. The terror of the vault. Alia had encountered numerous terrifying and perilous situations, yet none had instilled such profound fear within her as the present moment. A multitude of serpentine creatures, pale as ash and no thicker than a pinky finger, slithered across the ground. Strictly speaking, they resembled no ordinary snakes. Their heads appeared as though shrouded in gray fabric, yet their movements mirrored those of true serpents. They slithered over Ochen and began to coil around Elia's body, encircling her legs, arms, and ultimately her neck, much like a binding rope. In mere moments, apart from her head, Aelia was entirely obscured by the serpents. Even her sword and dagger were completely ensnared, leaving not a trace visible. Her appearance was grotesque and horrifying in the extreme. The serpents that entwined her remained eerily still, akin to ropes binding her, devoid of any movement. Aelia's courage matched that of any warrior, yet her complexion paled and her eyes reflected sheer terror. A scream erupted from her lips, louder than ever before, imbued with a sense of panic and helplessness. Ochen, vigilant as he observed the seated serpent sorcerer, remained unaware of the unsettling scene unfolding beneath him until Elia's anguished cry jolted him from his reverie. He turned to behold a sight so frightful that he nearly collapsed in shock. "Elia!" Chen exclaimed, rushing to her side, desperate to aid her in disentangling the serpents, yet uncertain of how to proceed. "Elia, do not move. I'll find a way." Although the serpents clung to Elia, they remained tranquil and seemingly devoid of intent to harm her. Chen attempted to pull them away, but they clung as if fused to her skin, resisting his every effort. "Elia, please, help me remove them," she trembled. Chen felt tears welling in his eyes as he replied, "They cling as if glued to you. They cannot be removed. Stay calm. These vile creatures appear to lack the ability to harm. Let me think of a solution." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. "Those ensnared by my 1,000 serpents binding spell shall never escape, unless I choose to grant them life." The serpent sorcerer emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing a visage even more terrifying than Elia's plight. Countless small serpents seemed to writhe upon his face, and even his eyes, mouth, and ears appeared to harbor serpents slithering in and out. The enormous serpent coiled around him flicked its forked tongue, weaving through the air incessantly. Chen confronted the sorcerer, demanding, "Who are you, and what do you desire?" The serpent sorcerer cackled sinisterly. "I am indeed the grand mage tasked with guarding this vault. Entering without permission spells your doom." Chen retorted, "Do you not recognize him as Mr. Maggle? We have come to withdraw funds, not to steal." The sorcerer sneered, "Do not presume your petty tricks escape my notice. The moment you first felled the armored warrior, I became aware. This sorcerer was indeed formidable, able to sense events from such a distance. It seemed that only a desperate struggle lay ahead." Chen discreetly retrieved a handful of fine sand mingled with acacia from his pocket, cautiously advancing a few steps towards the foe, poised to unleash his secret weapon. However, before he could act, the serpentine figure entwined around the snake shaman lunged at him, ensnaring him completely in an instant. The peculiar odor emanating from the serpent nearly caused Chen to faint. This creature was not only terrifying, but also revolting to the point of inducing nausea. Elia, ensnared by a smaller serpent, was rendered immobile. She gazed at the long snake coiled around Chen and cried out, "Chen, are you all right?" The young woman displayed remarkable courage, concerned for another's well-being even while struggling for her own safety. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, Chen reassured her, "I'm fine, it's nothing serious. At this point, I must fight back." He charged towards the snake shaman, intent on tackling him first. The snake shaman let out a sinister chuckle, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, Chen felt a sharp pain in his neck as the serpent coiled around him sank its fangs into his flesh, staring at the serpent mere inches from his face. He thought defiantly, "If you dare bite me, why can't I bite you?" Resolute, he bit down hard on the serpent's neck. The serpent, feeling the assault, tightened its grip around him even further. Just as Chen was on the brink of suffocation, he felt a sudden release. The serpent slithered off him, collapsing like a limp piece of rope. "I've killed it." Chen gazed in disbelief at the lifeless serpent on the ground. Yet, an even more shocking event unfolded before him. The snake shaman, who had been standing and grinning ominously, looked bewildered as he saw his serpent fall. Moments later, he too collapsed, his face beginning to transform grotesquely. The tiny snakes that had previously danced upon his visage vanished, leaving his countenance pallid and grotesquely decaying at an alarming rate, his eyes sinking into his skull, becoming two dark voids. Chen, terrified, stumbled back several paces and fell to the ground, his gaze fixed on the horrifying metamorphosis of the snake shaman. "Chen, well done, it's over now." A hand pulled him up from the ground, offering comfort. Startled, Chen turned to Elia, exclaiming, "The snakes on you are gone?" Elia blinked and smiled. "Indeed. They've vanished. Didn't you see? I frightened them away." This girl was remarkably brave, seemingly undaunted and carefree in an instant. Chen glanced around, confirming that there were indeed no snakes left, only a chaotic scattering of wheat stalks strewn across the ground. Where did they go? These stalks weren't here before, were they? Where did they come from? Elia replied, "How would I know? I just felt a release, and then they were gone." Chen paced in circles, utterly perplexed. Why had the serpent died so suddenly? Had it truly been killed by his bite? And what about the snake shaman? How had he met such a gruesome end? Touching the bite mark on his neck, he exclaimed, "How is it that I am unharmed?" Elia inspected his neck and responded, "Your neck looks perfectly fine, of course. You're all right." But something felt amiss to Chen. He distinctly remembered being bitten by the serpent. How could he be unscathed? Observing the contemplative expression on Chen's face, Elia remarked, "Did you not once say that if something is perplexing, it is best not to dwell on it?" After a moment of reflection, Chen realized the wisdom in her words. Why ponder aimlessly? With renewed determination, they opened the chest, revealing an abundance of gleaming gold coins, undeniably authentic. They summoned the carriage and diligently loaded it until 2 carts were brimming. A rough estimation suggested there were no fewer than 1,000,000 gold dragons. "Miss Sansa Stark, I trust this token of our meeting is sufficiently grand," Chen mused. Upon arriving in Winterfell, with a little more effort, I cannot help but believe I shall succeed in winning her heart. Lost in his thoughts, he could not resist the urge to hum a cheerful tune. Chapter 10. Deadlines and Perils. Chen and Elia hastened their horse-drawn carriage out of Red Island and came to a halt in a secluded area. "Wait here. There is still one matter to attend to," Chen stated. "What is it? Is it of great importance?" Elia inquired. Chen replied, "Arson. We must incinerate Magel's corpse to create an illusion that Levin believes he has absconded with the Iron Treasury." "Very well. I shall do it," Elia responded. "No. It is safer for you to guard the carriage," Chen insisted. Elia chuckled. A splendid idea. Mounted swiftly, Chen rode to the residence. He opened the door and poured lamp oil and incense oil over the 2 corpses, then piled flammable materials inside before igniting them from various points. Having completed these actions, he exited and secured the door, departing with composure. He was struck by the realization that since his arrival in this other world, he had committed acts of murder and arson with remarkable ease, devoid of guilt or moral remorse. Had he truly succumbed to depravity since his transition? Or was it the very air of this place that bore infectious qualities? The journey to the port of Bravos still lay half a day ahead, and the 2 rode at a gallop. The weight of 2 carts filled with gold coins was considerable, necessitating caution to avoid overburdening the horses, thus making haste a challenge. The road was uneven, riddled with potholes and stone inclines, and not long into their journey, both carts suffered wheel damage. Observing Chen as he replaced the wheel, Elia remarked, "You are quite thoughtful, black-eyed man. Upon our arrival in Winterfell, I may consider requesting my sister the Queen to bestow a title upon you." "Please, call me Chen," he replied. "Is there an issue? I prefer that name." Chen sighed. "Very well, no issue, as long as it pleases you. Yet, I find my appearance rather unappealing. I am particularly unaccustomed to it." Elia appeared troubled and said, "All right, I have a condition. Tell me, who are you? Where do you come from? And what is your purpose?" Chen turned away, stating, "You would do well to consider this carefully. I am of great utility. If I choose to remain silent, even your attempts to harm me would be in vain." He was confident that given his actions, Elia would never allow him to perish, especially since he had saved her. Moreover, soon they would board a ship, and his current guise would jeopardize her secret. As they neared the port, Elia could no longer sustain her fade. "Hey, black-eyed man, do you still wish to maintain this feminine visage? Have you come to terms with it? Well, I also detest this face." She placed her hand in the air before Chen's face, gently rubbing it back and forth while reciting an incantation. After a moment, she reached out and slowly peeled away the layer of skin from Chen's face, akin to removing a piece of paper adhered to his surface. The process was not painful, merely peculiar. Upon arriving at the port, the crew, eagerly awaiting their arrival, immediately lowered the gangplank, ushering the carriage onto the grand vessel and unloading the horses. They set sail at full speed, with no allowances for rest along the way, promising 5 golden dragons to each crew member upon their arrival at White Harbor. The news of such a substantial reward sent the crew into jubilant cheers, each one fervently preparing for the journey ahead. As Chen gazed upon the vibrant crew, a flicker of hesitation ignited within him. Upon reaching Whiteport, should he dispose of them by casting them into the sea or opt for a more subtle approach with poison? It was imperative to recognize that the gold of the Iron Treasury was not easily pilfered. A mere whisper of this theft could herald devastation for the North. The correlation between risk and reward is invariably balanced, and any misstep in this matter was utterly unacceptable. Just as their vessel, the Stormcaller, set sail, the custodian of the Iron Treasury, Raven, received a shocking revelation. The treasury had been robbed. Such a jest was profoundly foolish. Raven regarded the portly messenger, Carol, with an icy demeanor, slowly swirling the wine in his glass before uttering coldly, "This is no jest." Carol, drenched in perspiration, spread his hands wide, imploring Raven, "This is no joke. It is the grim truth. The golden-armored sentinels are all slain, and the Archmage has perished as well." Enraged, Raven hurled his wine goblet at Carol's face. His expression twisted with fury as he bellowed, "Tell me this is not true." He could not fathom such an occurrence. The Iron Treasury, a bastion of fortitude and secrecy for centuries, was impervious, even if someone possessed the audacity to covet it. They must consider the wrath of the Treasury's guardians. Every kingdom harbors allies, and each has its trusted vassals. The might of the Iron Treasury should not be underestimated. It boasted elite knights, skilled assassins, and formidable sorcerers. What family or kingdom would dare to undertake such an audacious act? Raven, in a fit of rage, kicked Carol down and hastened to the treasury. Upon witnessing the absence of over 100 chests of gold and the ghastly sight of the snake sorcerer, Raven realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his worst fears. The ability to slay the Golden Sentinels was no trivial matter, and the death of the Archmage, whom he had summoned from the city of Asshai, was an even more daunting feat. This signified that the thieves possessed an intimate knowledge of the treasury, had enlisted an equally adept sorcerer, and had meticulously orchestrated their plan. Where was Maggle? Where had he vanished? Why had he not yet arrived? Observing Raven's fury, Carol cautiously ventured. It was Maggle and his mistress who drove 2 carriages into the treasury. The guards along the way can attest to this. He fled? Raven, like a famished wolf, fixed his gaze upon Carol, demanding, "I have dispatched men to ascertain their whereabouts." Gasping, Raven declared, "It cannot be him. Send forth our finest swordsman. He must be found. The gold must be recovered." Raven, accompanied by dozens of warriors, stormed to Maggle's residence. The servants informed him that Maggle had not returned for a day and a night, likely ensconced at the home of his mistress, Mary. Raven promptly proceeded to Mary's abode, where he beheld a house ablaze and a throng of firefighters. Cursing, he proclaimed, "Damnable fool, you cannot escape." He called to Carol at his side, "Hurry, summon the wizard Merlin." Carol hastened away to fulfill the request. After a considerable time, a figure clad in a black robe, with a white beard and a golden staff, approached Raven. "Mr. Levin, Merlin is at your service." Levin quelled his anger and said, "Wizard, please assist me." Merlin approached the house engulfed in flames, murmuring incantations, and then pointed his golden staff at the inferno. Gradually, the fierce flames diminished until they were entirely extinguished. With his staff, Merlin traced circles in the air, and 2 charred corpses emerged slowly from the remaining ashes. These charred figures resembled 2 blackened humanoid shapes of charcoal, crawling toward Merlin's feet, straining to extend their scorched arms, as if imploring him to lift them. Merlin addressed Levin. "I wonder if these are the individuals you seek?" Levin examined the 2 charred bodies, turning them over for a moment before exclaiming, "Damn, where have they hidden the gold?" Merlin replied, "The thieves may be different individuals." Levin, with a fierce countenance, said, "I implore the wizard to journey to Asshai city and summon a skilled mage to trace the path of the gold." Merlin pondered for a moment and responded, "The worm sorcerers, the hound sorcerers, the doll sorcerers, and the blood sorcerers under the master of all spirits might be of assistance, though it depends on your fortune." Levin fixed his gaze on Merlin and inquired, "Is there a problem?" "In 377 days, the deadline for the 1,000-year curse will arrive, at which point the sorcerers and wizards of Asshai city will be freed from their shackles and may enter the world." Levin queried, "What curse?" With solemnity and mystery, Merlin recited, "The long summer will end, the stars shall weep blood, darkness and cold shall shroud the world, water shall cease to flow, and trees shall cease to grow. The sacred fire shall erupt, the divine sword shall emerge. It is the harbinger of light, destined to pierce through darkness and frost. Chapter 11. The helpless little demon in the realm of Westeros, King's Landing. Half a year prior, this bustling city, home to 1,000,000 souls, faced the wrath of Daenerys Targaryen, who rode her dragons. Houses crumbled in vast swathes, and the populace suffered grievously. Though Daenerys and her dragons have long since vanished, the nightmare she instilled linger in the hearts of all. When it came to the question of who should ascend the throne, Tyrion Lannister proposed a democratic election. Although his suggestion was met with derision from all corners, in the absence of a more viable solution, the noble families ultimately acquiesced to Bran becoming king. In Tyrion's perspective, Bran Stark, reborn as the Three-Eyed Raven, possessed the collective memories of the continent and, being devoid of earthly attachments, was the most suitable candidate. However, it is one thing to hypothesize and quite another to achieve desirable outcomes. What may appear promising does not guarantee that circumstances will unfold favorably, as only time will reveal if reality aligns with one's aspirations. As the king's appointed hand, Tyrion's foremost challenge was the question of funding. To rebuild King's Landing and restore order, he first needed to placate the populace, tend to the wounded, and repair the damaged structures. Yet this presupposed that the existing residents must remain alive. To live, they required sustenance, raising the pressing question, from where would the food come? King's Landing lacked even a royal stockpile. Fortunately, resolving this dilemma was not insurmountable. With sufficient funds, a substantial supply of grain could be transported from across the narrow sea and Highgarden. However, money was in short supply, met only with cold refusals. The noble houses declined to contribute, their arguments irrefutable. Years of war had ravaged production and agriculture, decimating the able-bodied population. And the new lords lacked the authority to command loyalty. All faced an existential crisis. Even Tyrion found himself unable to sway the Lannister family. Although he had undisputedly become the Lord of Casterly Rock, his actions were perceived as blatant betrayal in the eyes of the other families. They feigned acceptance of Tyrion's position, yet consistently obfuscated matters, offering a multitude of excuses to evade his requests. Regardless of Tyrion's ire, he was powerless to alter the reality of the situation, compelled to compromise in the face of the majority. Poor Sam Tarly, an honest and kind-hearted man, the Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms and the Earl of House Tarly, was equally incapable of extracting any substantial funds from his family. As for Davos, the impoverished knight, despite his wisdom and warm-hearted nature, he too could not muster any financial support to alleviate Tyrion's burdens. Edmund Tully, the newly appointed Lord of Riverrun, relied on his connection to the current Queen of the North, his niece, and held Tyrion in disdain, thus disregarding his commands. Then there was Boros, the newly minted Duke of the Stormlands, a man driven solely by profit, who would find it exceedingly difficult to part with his resources without a compelling reason. When Tyrion proposed the construction of sewers, Boros audaciously suggested that establishing brothels was of greater importance. That wretched scoundrel was fit only for the role of a bodyguard. Lastly, there was Asha Greyjoy, the Lord of the Iron Islands, a formidable woman of the seas. She harbored a deep aversion towards Tyrion and Jon Snow conspiring against Daenerys, making it increasingly challenging for her to heed their commands. Her Iron Fleet was an unmatched force among the kingdoms. That bastard son of Robert Baratheon, a blacksmith raised in squalor, would he have ever become the Lord of Storm's End were it not for the Battle of Winterfell? This loathsome fellow only heeds Davos's counsel, consistently disregarding Tyrion's orders. Only Podrick Payne remains fiercely loyal to him. A warrior who survived the battles of Winterfell and King's Landing, he has been knighted by the king. Once a humble squire to Tyrion and Brienne, this young man is quiet and devoted, yet tragically lacks wisdom, a regrettable deficiency that is difficult to rectify. Tyrion found himself helplessly seated in the Prime Minister's chair, observing the attendees of the royal council with a sense of inadequacy, akin to substituting a steed with a mule. Compared to his perilous debut as Prime Minister, this scenario felt even more daunting. Certainly, skills are honed through experience, yet he could not afford to wait. Gradually, he rose from his seat, striving to present a more commanding presence. As a dwarf, a being seemingly forsaken by the gods, he might have been relegated to a mere actor in a troupe of jesters had he not possessed a brilliant mind and a distinguished lineage. Indeed, there were still those who mocked him, albeit discreetly. In his presence, they would respectfully address him as my Lord Prime Minister, sincerely praising his wisdom and bravery. His contributions and courage were undeniable, yet those who despised him would overlook his merits. Disdainfully dubbing him the Imp, Tyrion placed his small palm upon the black table, surveying the faces before him, and spoke. "Gentlemen, regarding the restoration of the city and the resumption of production and trade, your valuable insights are required." Silence ensued. Everyone had opinions, of course, but financial resources were not readily available. Davos suggested we could borrow from the Iron Bank. The others echoed his sentiment. Tyrion replied, "Major, the miser of the Iron Bank is soon to arrive in King's Landing. Would you like to know the purpose of his visit? I regret to inform you. It is not good news. He seeks repayment for the debts incurred by the previous kingdom." Boron, counting on his fingers, remarked, "Did I misunderstand? Someone borrows money, and you come to collect? Even the gods would not condone this, would they?" It was indeed pitiable to lack political acumen, Tyrion thought, casting a sympathetic glance at Boron. Tyrion continued, "Duke Boron, if matters were so simple, would I be here? The legacy of the kingdom endures. A change in kings does not equate to a change in the realm. The Iron Bank does not tolerate debts. This is their creed, and they possess the means to collect." Edmure shrugged, saying, "There is no choice. It falls upon our King Bran to address this." "King Bran?" Tyrion leapt from his chair and approached Edmure, exclaiming, "Must everything be resolved by the king? What purpose do we serve?" Jandrai Baratheon chuckled. "It is not useless. At the very least, we can be his audience." "This was a feeble jest," Tyrion replied with a solemn expression. "I do not wish to jest either. Yet the atmosphere is so oppressive that it may drive one away." Tyrion roared, "Winter has come. The weather will only grow colder. This winter may last as long as summer. 10 years. Do you not comprehend how many lives a decade-long winter could extinguish?" "Duke Jandrai Baratheon, what do you believe the council is for? Is it merely a gathering of blacksmiths exchanging idle chatter?" At the mention of past experiences, Jandri's countenance shifted, his eyes fixated on Tyrion with intensity. "Winter has passed, and summer has returned." The King's Guard escorted Bran Stark into the council chamber. This newly appointed king, confined to a wheelchair yet steeped in legend, sat quietly observing all present. His gaze was as tranquil as a millennia-old spring, undisturbed. Every time Tyrion beheld Bran's legs, a pang of guilt surged within him. Had it not been for his dear brother, Jaime Lannister, pushing him from the tower, this handsome boy might have thrived, never to become the three-eyed raven. Perhaps some might view this as the other side of a misfortune. What kind of life does Bran desire? This question remains unknown, and no one dares to ponder it. "Your Majesty," everyone rose in reverence. Since Bran returned from beyond the wall, inheriting the essence of the three-eyed raven, he was no longer Bran Stark. He had transformed into a being devoid of emotional hues, uttering not a single superfluous word. As a king, one could argue that he was decidedly unfit. Chapter 12. Trials and Tribulations news from the Citadel has just arrived. Winter has come to an end, and summer is on the horizon. What? Wasn't winter just beginning? How has it suddenly transformed into summer? How long will it last? 10 years, or perhaps even longer? Everyone is astounded by this revelation. According to the Citadel's calculations, winter was supposed to endure for a decade. So why has it concluded so abruptly? This, of course, is good news. For the denizens of Westeros, winter is not a season they cherish. Although summer can be sweltering, it is infinitely preferable to the protracted grasp of winter. Tyrion exclaimed with excitement, "Your Majesty, is this news accurate?" Bran responded calmly. "The Citadel asserts that this is inferred from celestial observations. Perhaps the demise of the White Walkers has altered the seasons." "Tyrion, this is the best news for you." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Tyrion replied. "Summer affords us many opportunities, and we need not rush to construct shelters, while winter is a harbinger of despair. The gods have not forsaken us." He clasped his hands in earnest prayer. Before Tyrion could complete his supplication, Bran quietly departed. He never intervened in the decisions of the hand, nor offered constructive advice. He merely affirmed or denied the proposals brought forth by the hand's office. The execution of policies was left to the council. Governance demands political acumen, and Bran, as the vessel of the Seven Kingdoms' memory, is undeniably qualified. Beyond that, he does not venture. He comprehends this truth and refrains from engaging in matters outside his expertise. From this perspective, he is a competent king. Tyrion resumed his seat, appearing notably cheerful. "My lords, this is splendid news. Do you not agree?" Davos interjected, "Indeed, it is good news, yet does not resolve all our concerns. I may be an inadequate minister, lacking in education, but I can discern that someone seeks to emulate Queen Sansa Stark, which bodes ill." Sansa Stark, the first queen in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms? Tyrion murmured to himself. He was reminded of his wedding night with Sansa, a union orchestrated to secure the Stark family as his greatest leverage before he took the life of his father, Tywin Lannister. For the imp Tyrion, a natural dwarf, to claim he had never contemplated marrying Sansa would be disingenuous. Yet, when faced with her beauty and nobility, the typically self-assured Tyrion felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. She was a paragon of virtue, while he felt like a mere pup at her feet. He could not deny that Miss Sansa Stark was indeed the most graceful, noble, and beautiful maiden in all the Seven Kingdoms. Her demeanor and poise surpassed that of any other girl. He had believed that his intellect and sincerity would allow him to thrive in the role of hand, dispelling his inner insecurities. In due time, Sansa would become his obedient wife. Yet, fate had other designs, and events had veered far from his expectations. After enduring countless hardships and adversities, she ultimately attained true wisdom from suffering and peril, making the North her dominion. None could have foreseen that under such dire circumstances, Sansa Stark would emerge victorious, becoming an idolized figure. Now, as the queen in the North, she commands her own destiny, while he, Tyrion Lannister, despite his position as Hand of the King, shall never have the privilege to hold her hand again. Tyrion collected his thoughts and addressed the assembly. "Lord Davos, does anyone have new proposals? Very well, speak them aloud. If they garner majority support, I shall endorse them as well." All eyes turned toward one another. Samwell Tarly met Tyrion's gaze and declared, "My Lord Hand, this violates the laws of the realm." Tyrion replied coolly, "Indeed. But do you have a better suggestion?" He swept his gaze across the gathered lords and stated icily, "Since none of you possess independent resolve, perhaps we should discuss contributions, both in coin and labor." Turning back to Sam, Tyrion commanded, "Dispatch a raven to the north. Inform them that the king's brother requires aid. As a former scion of House Stark, he has every right to request assistance from his queenly sister. A reasonable demand, is it not? After all, has she not recently benefited from her brother's generosity?" Sam noted Tyrion's words and departed to draft the missive. The lords hesitated briefly before deliberating on fundraising and dispatching their craftsmen to King's Landing. Regardless of dissent, the Hand of the Seven Kingdoms still wielded authority, and defiance was hardly a wise course. Meanwhile, Oaken and Arya escorted over 100 chests of gold toward White Harbor in the north. The journey would take half a month, fraught with the peril of pirate raids, rendering the task far from effortless. True to expectation, merely 2 days into their voyage, at dusk, 2 pirate vessels intercepted them. The marauders hooped and jeered, hurling grappling hooks to draw the ships together before boarding with axes and longswords. The defenders stood ready, and a brutal skirmish erupted. Oaken, untrained in combat, could only weave through the chaos, clutching a blade. Yet fate marked him. A gaunt, foul-smelling rogue singled him out, pursuing him relentlessly. Fortunately, his past life had honed his agility. Though no warrior, he excelled in evasion. As the lanky assailant panted in pursuit, Oaken seized the moment when 2 combatants blocked the path, ducked low, and circled behind the pirate before slashing his leg with a vicious strike. The fool collapsed, howling curses, unable to rise. Nearby, Arya vaulted through the fray, severing a pirate's throat, and called to Oaken, "Well struck. Arm yourself and fight on." Oaken had assumed her indifferent to his fate, but her words revealed she had watched over him all along. The girl still couldn't bear to see him perish. After half an hour of bloodshed, the pirates, finding no advantage, sounded retreat and fled to their ship, vanishing into the horizon. Chen discarded the long blade he held and exclaimed in frustration, "What a wretched piece of equipment! It possesses no resilience whatsoever. After just a few strikes, it has bent." He had initially believed that the weapons of this continent would be of superior quality, but to his dismay, they were inferior even to a mere kitchen knife from his previous life, essentially nothing more than iron implements, hardly deserving of the title steel sword. It became clear to him why the knights revered the Valgonia steel swords as treasures. The truth lay in their superior hardness, resistance to bending, and remarkable toughness, which allowed them to maintain their edge even after extensive use. He began to comprehend their preference for axes, which, due to their compact size and solid construction, could withstand the rigors of battle. Should the blade dull, the heavy head could still deliver a crushing blow, preventing it from becoming utterly useless. As for the golden armored warriors, their sheer strength rendered them less reliant on technique, for ordinary swords and blades barely inflicted any harm upon them. Thus, they boasted the highest survival rates after skirmishes. Contemplating this, he realized that if he were to employ the method of steel casting to forge weapons, he would essentially be creating a variant of the Valgonia steel sword. Clearly, his vision was sound. To foster the economy of the northern territories, he would begin with weaponry. If he could produce fine swords and blades, could he not find eager buyers? In his past life, this was akin to the lucrative trade of arms exports, a venture with minimal investment and substantial returns. Chapter 13. Keeping secrets from the dead. As they approached White Harbor, the realm of the north, Chen suddenly noticed that the sailors on board were acting mysteriously, whispering amongst themselves as if conspiring. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen. There must be an issue with the chest. Nothing tempts individuals to take desperate actions more than a wealth of riches. At the outset of their voyage, Arya had issued a stern command forbidding anyone from touching the chest, under the threat of death. Though curiosity piqued among the crew, they could not fathom that the chest contained nothing but gold coins. Should they discover this, the consequences would be dire. Chen pulled back the burlap covering the chest and meticulously examined each one. He soon discovered that one chest had likely been struck by an axe during the scuffle with pirates, leaving a fissure along its side, and there were signs that someone had tampered with the gold within. The gravity of the situation dawned on him. Should the sailors harbor ill intentions and conspire to eliminate both him and Arya, their predicament would be catastrophic. In haste, Chen entered Arya's wooden cabin and spoke gravely. "The secret of the chest has been uncovered." Arya looked taken aback. "Discovered? What do you mean?" Chen recounted the events. "It's nothing to worry about. The dark-eyed ones wouldn't dare act on it," Arya reassured him. Chen countered, "These gold coins pose a monumental threat. If word gets out, it would spell trouble." "Do you think the Iron Vault would spare your sister?" Arya responded with a smile. "They would never betray me." "That is unacceptable," Chen insisted firmly. "Not a whisper of this can escape. Otherwise, your sister will be in grave danger. It won't be us saving her, but you who jeopardizes her." "What then? We have already arrived at White Harbor. Should we eliminate them tonight?" As Chen pondered this, he found himself with a plausible rationale. "You're mad. Kill all 20 of them? Eliminate them," he declared. Just as he began to elaborate, a noise from outside caught his attention, prompting him and Arya to exchange a knowing glance and stealthily move towards the door. Since his arrival in this world, he had discovered that his sight and hearing had sharpened considerably. Even the highly alert Arya had failed to detect the faint sound. He flung open the door to find Asshai standing outside, staring vacantly at them. Chen pulled him into the room, only for Arya to press her dagger to his throat. "Why were you eavesdropping? You have one chance, speak." Asshai, trembling under Arya's menacing gaze, stammered that they planned to steal the gold. Chen's suspicions were confirmed. "When will they strike?" "Tonight, once you are asleep," Asshai replied. As darkness descended, the threat loomed ever closer. Asshai could not be allowed to leave. Doing so would invite imminent conflict. A plan began to form in Chen's mind. He gathered oil, salt, and fragments of candle, mixing them vigorously to incite a chemical reaction. Once fully dissolved into a liquid, he poured the concoction into a barrel of wine. This mixture, when consumed, would induce a state of unconsciousness. This is merely the most rudimentary knowledge of chemistry. Chen excelled in all subjects, naturally navigating these concepts with ease. Carrying a barrel of wine, he approached the sailors and said, "You've all worked hard. Soon there will be a reward of 5 golden dragons. Come, let's drink to celebrate." The sailors seemed disinterested in the 5 golden dragons, but showed no resistance to the wine. One by one, they filled their pouches and began to drink heartily. Before long, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. By the latter part of the night, Arya and Chen dragged the bodies to the ship's edge, slit their throats, and then cast them into the sea. After disposing of over 20 men, Arya stared blankly at the water and suddenly turned to Chen, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that this is implausible. What about Dahe? Wake him. I need to ask him." "He has been thrown into the sea," Chen replied. "You." Arya gazed at Chen in disbelief. Chen spoke sternly. "You must understand that if even a whisper of this gets out, the North will face severe repercussions from the Iron Bank. They will compel other kingdoms to oppose your sister, and then the death toll will rise dramatically. Everything I have done is for the good of your family. Do you think I desire this? It is not as simple as you perceive. We cannot afford the consequences." Chen was well aware of the Iron Bank's formidable influence. They possessed vast wealth, easily hiring others to do their bidding. Arya scrutinized Chen and asked, "Are you colluding with Dahe to deceive me, to silence me through murder? From my perspective, my people show no signs of betrayal. What is your true intention?" Chen, exasperated, replied, "Consider why I would do such a thing. What benefit would it bring me?" Arya stared at Chen for a long while, ultimately conceding, "Very well, I believe you." Observing Arya's dazed expression, Chen smirked slyly. This young woman was ruthless and resolute, yet lacked a broader perspective, focusing solely on immediate concerns without regard for future calamities. As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the future will inevitably face present troubles. He suddenly realized that he had indeed been influenced by the atmosphere here. His heart hardened like iron, a far cry from his former self. As dawn broke, he and Arya exerted considerable effort to maneuver the ship to the dock. From the north to King S Landing, there are 2 principal routes. One is the King S Road, and the other is a waterway accessed via ships from White Harbor. Compared to the King S Road, the waterway is certainly more circuitous, yet it boasts significant advantages in terms of cargo capacity. Currently, White Harbor, due to war and rampant banditry, saw a drastic reduction in merchant vessels, with only a few small boats docked at the port. The entire dock appeared desolate and forlorn. As they disembarked, a gaunt old man approached and inquired, "Do you need help moving goods?" 10 silver deer for 100 boxes. What do you require?" The old man grinned widely, for this represented a substantial income for him. Cheerfully, he gathered 2 men to assist in unloading all the boxes from a ship and loading them onto a cart. It must be said that the people of this continent possess remarkable strength. A box of gold coins weighs at least 100 pounds. Yet they effortlessly tuck them under their arms and carry them away. The journey from here to Winterfell spans at least 2 more days. As Chen anticipated the imminent encounter with his beloved goddess, his spirits soared with excitement. While they were hastening their carriage towards Winterfell, an elderly man with a limp appeared ahead. He bore a woven basket made of twigs on his back, atop which perched a golden-eyed hawk. Circling above him was an even larger golden-eyed eagle. Suddenly, the majestic bird swooped down toward the patch of grass and foliage at the roadside, only to ascend again and drop a mountain chicken into the basket on the old man's back. Remarkably, the old man seemed utterly unfazed, continuing his leisurely pace forward. Chapter 14. The Blind and Crippled Bronco Falconer? How intriguing. In his previous life, Chen had come across a special interview highlighting that only those who roam the grasslands possess such a remarkable skill. Before becoming a falconer, one must first tame the hawks, a process that is notably protracted and fraught with challenges. The procedure is as follows. Experienced falconers seek out the nests of juvenile hawks, devising means to ensnare them using nets. Subsequently, they cover the bird's eyes and vigilantly guard them for several days and nights, ensuring the hawks do not succumb to slumber. This relentless ordeal exhausts the hawks, significantly diminishing their wild instincts. The next step involves what is known as down axis. This entails mixing raw flesh with hemp or fur, compelling the hawks to consume it, thus stimulating their stomachs and inducing hunger. Hours later, the falconers encourage the birds to regurgitate the mixture, a process referred to as spitting axis. Through repeated trials, the ferocity of the hawks gradually diminishes. Finally, the falconers introduce water and food in increasing quantities. And after several months, the hawks begin to forge a close bond with their human companions. The entire process of taming hawks is long and merciless. Some hawks with weaker constitutions may perish, resulting in a low survival rate. However, once a strong connection is established, these birds exhibit unwavering loyalty to their masters, becoming invaluable allies in the hunt. Chen halted the carriage ahead, leaping down to stand in the middle of the road, observing the falconer before him. To his surprise, this elderly man was not only crippled, but also blind, his bulging white eyes swirling without focus. As the man approached, Chen greeted him, "Greetings. Would you care for a ride? We will be pleased to assist you." The blind, crippled elder turned his sightless gaze towards Chen, responding, "Are you referring to Blind Hawk Bronco?" Chen chuckled, "Delighted to meet you, old Bronco. Why do they call you Blind Hawk? Is it a nickname?" The crippled elder broke into a smile. "Ah, I am indeed blind and can also raise hawks. Those who know me tend to call me that. They refer to me simply as Blind Cripple, and no one remembers my name. Thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot who I am." Chen inquired, "Are you skilled in taming hawks?" "Somewhat," he replied, "but it's of little use. They prey upon a blind cripple like me, and my remarkable catches earn me but a single copper star." "Oh, by the way, would you be interested in purchasing my recent catch with a silver deer? I believe it is a pheasant, correct?" Chen placed a golden dragon in the man's hand, stating, "I have a condition. It is simple. I wish to hear your story." Bronco rubbed the golden dragon in his hands, his excitement palpable. "A golden dragon? Kind soul, it has been ages since I have savored the scent of gold coins." "Thank you." Chen smiled. "Shall we strike a deal then? It's a rather dismal tale, but if you are willing to listen, it shall be worth your while." Arya, seated in the carriage with a whip in hand, shouted, "What nonsense are you up to, black-eyed man? We are quite busy." Chen replied, "It's nothing. Just offering him a lift for a short distance. It won't be a bother." Arya glared at him, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Chen assisted Bronco onto the cart, allowing him to sit beside him before urging the horses onward. Above them, a golden-eyed hawk circled, while Bronco carefully removed a smaller version from his backpack and perched it on his shoulder. Observing the hawk on the old man's shoulder, Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. The creature remained still, its brilliant golden eyes fixed intently on Chen, as if appraising him. As he drove the cart, Chen listened to Bronco recount his tale. The old man shared that he had been born both lame and blind. His parents, filled with disdain, abandoned him in the wilderness, leaving him to fend for himself. Fortune smiled upon him, however, as a wandering man discovered him and cared for him for 5 or 6 years until that benefactor's demise forced Bronco to beg for sustenance. Regarding the art of falconry, Bronco explained that it was his adoptive guardian who had instilled this skill in him from a young age. Though such talent was rare, being blind limited his abilities, and he relied on the trained golden-eyed hawk to capture small prey and earn a meager living. Chen mused that Bronco's unique skill could prove invaluable in the future, and considering his own wealth, he could easily support the old man. After all, a person who required only 3 meals a day was simple to care for. Little did he realize he had inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure. As they traveled, Chen sensed something amiss. According to the narrative, winter had firmly gripped the north, rendering the landscape a frozen wasteland, cold enough to freeze one's ears off. Reports suggested that this winter would persist for a decade or even longer, yet the roadside bore neither ice nor the anticipated chill. Based on his previous experiences, it seemed merely a typical winter. Had reality diverged from the script? Cautiously, Chen inquired, "Bronco, winter has arrived, yet it appears otherwise?" "Indeed, winter has come, but that was a few months ago. Now, summer approaches. The seasons have shifted, perhaps due to the demise of the damned White Walkers. The Stark family and the Mother of Dragons vanquished them, and all owe them gratitude. Winter, how dreadful it is! Bronco recounted, recalling his near-fatal encounter with the cold. "You, a foreigner, may not know of the unfortunate mother of dragons. She has perished, it is said, at the hands of a Stark bastard. Oh, how tragic! That poor girl. She truly deserved her fate. It is rumored her dragons razed King's landing to the ground. A terrifying event. Such tales abound. Fortunately, as a lame blind man, I was deemed unworthy of such a place, lest I become a roasted pig myself." Bronco's storytelling was rather lacking, often muddled and unclear, yet he continued, sensing Chen's interest. Despite the omissions and inaccuracies, the overall narrative remained largely intact. For Chen, the prospect of summer's arrival was undoubtedly welcome news. The thought of enduring a decade-long winter was almost too much to bear. Even though the turmoil across Westeros had subsided, its repercussions were felt far and wide, devastating productivity and rendering the lives of common folk exceedingly difficult. As the saying goes, poverty breeds banditry. They had encountered wave after wave of brigands along their journey. Had they been ordinary travelers, they would have been robbed countless times had it not been for Arya's protection. As soon as those bandits suddenly emerged from the woods, brandishing their crude blades, Arya fixed her gaze upon them and declared, "I am Arya Stark. Are you truly certain you wish to rob me?" Though these outcast thieves had never encountered Arya, her name had long since spread across the continent of Westeros, instantly sending them into a panicked retreat. In times past, they might have dared to take the risk, but the Arya of the present was akin to the harbinger of death. Any hint of doubt was enough to deter them. Encountering the real individual was enough to send them into utter disarray. The sister of the Queen in the north, the vanquisher of the White Walkers, who among the most skilled knights would dare to challenge her? As the distant walls of the city came into clearer view, Chen felt a surge of excitement once more. The Queen in the north, the legend of Westeros, Miss Sansa Stark. Would she come forth to greet him? Was she as aloof, gentle, and beautiful as he had seen her portrayed? Did she still wear that silver necklace around her swan-like neck? All memories of Sansa flooded Chen's mind. Chapter 15. Variables. Winterfell, a tall wooden pole, stood majestically atop the city gate, its apex adorned with a black banner embroidered with a proud, tongue-lolling white direwolf. In the biting cold wind, the flag fluttered defiantly, proclaiming the North's inviolability. The ancient, robust city walls bore the scars of a fierce battle against the White Walkers 6 months prior, with fallen stones strewn across the ground and numerous significant breaches remaining. Ragged craftsmen busied themselves repairing the destruction. Far outside the city, the defensive moat lay unfilled, littered with the remnants of the battle, a grim carpet of decaying corpses. When Bran Stark plunged the Valyrian dagger, once belonging to Arya, into the Night King's form, millions of whites collapsed lifelessly as if shattered like clay figures. This climactic struggle for the fate of Westeros was abruptly concluded, its terror and horror fading as swiftly as a shooting star, leaving behind an ethereal dreamlike quality. In the aftermath of the battle, to avert the spread of disease, Sansa rallied everyone to incinerate the countless corpses that sprawled throughout the city and its outskirts. A grim task that consumed 3 months. The stench of decay permeated every nook and cranny, and even as Sansa held her nose, she scarcely ate during that time. Despite her efforts, the complete removal of the remains would take an extensive period. Thus, she had no choice but to prioritize the most critical tasks. The foremost concern was to organize production, restore order, and reorganize the military. As a newly independent kingdom, challenges abounded, and every endeavor was just beginning, necessitating a methodical approach. In the face of an enduring winter, all prepared for survival. Fortunately, the bald scholar Maester Qyburn informed Sansa of tidings from the citadel. Winter had passed, and a long summer was on the horizon. This news was indeed a ray of hope. For the north, the long summer brought not oppressive heat, but a temperate climate, ideal for cultivation and living. Yet, despite having narrowly escaped the harsh winter, Sansa found herself overwhelmed by the looming food shortages and empty coffers. Governing a realm required not only long-term planning and diverse talents, but also substantial financial resources, elements sorely lacking in the north. Sansa Stark had evolved from a timid girl into a survivor through adversity, gaining an understanding of the significance of power. However, upon seizing the highest authority, she realized that being a queen was far more challenging than she had anticipated. The most pressing issue was ensuring her subjects had enough to eat, a dilemma that extended even to her household and servants, leaving her at a loss when witnessing her people desperately foraging for food. As she sat in her chambers, racking her brain for solutions, Brienne of Tarth rushed in. This maiden, known as the Maid of Tarth, was a strikingly tall and robust woman, her stature surpassing that of most men. Her loyalty was as steadfast as stone, and her swordsmanship was fierce and powerful, akin to that of a mighty tiger. Despite having been granted the title of Countess and bestowed with lands by Sansa, her oath remained unaltered. She unwaveringly stood by Queen Sansa's side as her foremost protector. "Your disobedient sister Arya has returned, Your Majesty." "Oh, is that so? How surprising," she replied, her words betraying none of the astonishment her expression concealed. She had mastered the art of masking her emotions, striving to maintain her composure even in the face of unexpected events. She harbored a deep gratitude towards Peter for his teachings, yet she also nurtured a profound hatred for him. He had compelled her into a marriage with Ramsay, leaving her with scars that would never heal. The haunting memories of that nightmare lingered on, instilling a sense of fear regarding love between men and women. Sansa rose, adjusting her elegantly tailored attire, and strolled out with a measured grace. At all times, she was mindful of her appearance, a habit cultivated from her upbringing in a noble family. As the daughter of the proud king in the north, a lady of the realm, she understood the necessity of maintaining her elegance and nobility, ensuring that all who beheld her felt a sense of her grandeur. This was the legacy of House Stark, instilled in her by the late Lady Lisa. Sansa had always excelled in matters of etiquette and knowledge, dedicating herself to them with the same fervor that Arya applied to her swordsmanship. Awaiting the arrival of Ochen was Harris Morland, the captain of the Winterfell Guard. Tall and handsome, with thick long hair and a rugged visage, his warm brown eyes radiated both gentleness and resolve. His smile was infectious, capable of brightening the gloomiest of days. A loyal retainer of House Stark, he had been by their side since childhood, slightly older than Arya, and just a few months younger than Sansa. Upon spotting Arya waving at him from a distance, Harris quickened his pace, his face alight with joy. "Arya, brave girl, I'm so glad to see you back. How have you been?" Arya leapt from the carriage and embraced Harris, grinning as she asked, "How fares your queen?" "Harris? You will see her soon. Prepare for a scolding, my dear. I suspect the queen has had quite a few grievances to air," he replied with a teasing tone. "Oh, what treasures does your carriage hold? Do you bring me gifts?" Arya mischievously responded, "I won't tell you. No gifts unless you make a few horse noises." As they bantered freely, Ochen felt like an outsider, pondering his identity. "Who is he? Your servant?" Harris asked curiously. "Him," Arya replied with a frosty demeanor. "A slave I purchased. He still has some utility." "What? I am your purchased slave? Who do you think contributed the most to the gold in that carriage? I may not be the foremost, but surely I rank second. How can you so quickly turn against me? Have you no conscience?" Ochen suddenly sensed an impending disaster. This girl was cunning, and he dreaded what scheme she might be plotting. Was she truly severing bridges? "Arya," Ochen began, but Harris interrupted, saying, "A rather special slave, with quite a sturdy physique. Seek out the maester and let him take you for some labor." Ochen was taken aback. "Labor? As a common laborer? Aaliyah, do you truly wish to torment me?" Harris shouted into the distance, and soon a man with a face full of pockmarks approached. He saluted both Aaliyah and Harris, then seized Ochen's arm, threateningly declaring, "Come along with Pockmarked Joie, and remember to obey. Do not provoke my ire, for Pockmarked Joie is not a man of patience." With no choice but to comply, Ochen followed him. In this entirely unfamiliar realm, disobedient servants faced a grim fate. As he walked, he cast a fierce glare back at Aaliyah. "You wait, my dear. There will come a time when you will weep and plead for me." Observing Ochen's fury, Aaliyah waved her hand dismissively, her eyes gleaming with a cunning smile. Chapter 16. The lonely Queen Sansa stood in the corridor above, smiling as she gazed down at Arya and the two carriages in the courtyard. In a whirlwind of energy, Arya dashed forward and embraced Sansa, exclaiming, "Sister Queen, look what I have brought you." "A gift? Is there really one?" When did you remember to bring me a present? Arya pointed towards the carriages in the yard, grinning. It's in the carriage, a surprise gift. Do you want to know what it is? My dear sister's gift. Of course I wish to know. Is it lace from Mir, a carpet, glassware, green honeyed wine, or perhaps wine from Bravos? My heavens, you've truly ventured far? You have quite the imagination. Apologies, but I'm not interested in those things. You have one more chance to guess, and if you are wrong again, I shall sleep with you tonight. Sansa gasped. Sleep with me? How could you think of that? I'm not accustomed to it. I miss Mother. Arya's expression turned somber as she replied, I miss her too. Sansa stared blankly at Arya, struggling to comprehend her younger sister. Arya, who had always been carefree and indifferent to others, now seemed to long for their mother. I miss Mother. You are becoming more like her, Sansa sighed. I miss her as well. Let us share her stories tonight. The sisters exchanged glances before embracing once more. Sister, I shall give you a grand surprise and assist you in whatever you need. Trust me. Arya has grown up, Arya murmured as she held Sansa tightly. Once, the Stark lineage flourished, brimming with talent. Yet now, the Stark family faced devastation. Many had perished or departed, leaving only these two solitary women to uphold the vast expanse of the North. Suddenly, Arya felt the weight of her responsibility. She realized that it was time to step up as the true matriarch of House Stark. Glory must be born, and only through wholehearted commitment can it continue to shine brightly. Arya directed Harris to move the boxes from the carriage upstairs. She did not enlist anyone else as help. Once Harris withdrew, Sansa looked curiously at the towering stacks of wooden boxes. What could be so mysterious? Arya, tell me. With her hands clasped behind her back, Arya looked at Sansa and smiled. Open it and see for yourself. I promise you shall be overwhelmed. Sansa replied, You know I cannot open it. You certainly can. Only you are worthy of doing so. Need assistance? Apologies, but that would ruin the surprise. Intrigued by Arya's words, Sansa exerted great effort to pry open the wooden box. When she finally beheld the overflowing gold coins, she was momentarily stunned. She did not faint, but fell to the ground. Arya overturned the entire box of coins, and each gleaming coin cascaded onto the floor, rolling and shimmering with a golden luster that nearly blinded Sansa. She sat amidst the coins, trembling as she cradled them in her hands, slowly releasing them, only to lift them again. The crisp sound of the coins falling echoed like enchanting music, causing her breath to quicken. She had never encountered such a plethora of gold coins, even during the wealthiest days of House Stark. They had never hoarded such a bounty within their abode. She had no time to ponder the implications of this wealth. It all felt surreal, reminiscent of the dreamlike sensation she experienced upon reclaiming Winterfell from House Bolton. Sister, are you pleased? This is the gift Arya has bestowed upon you. Is it not a delightful surprise? I hope it hasn't frightened you. Sansa struggled to rise from the ground, rushing to the table to pour herself a glass of sour milk. Tilting her head back, she gulped it down in one go, wiping her mouth with her pale hand. Such an unrefined gesture was something only she and Theon Greyjoy had shared during their escape, and the mere recollection of it made her blush. Regaining her composure, Sansa fixed her gaze upon Arya for a long moment before uttering, Tell me the truth. Arya smiled and replied, Pirates. I pilfered from the Viking marauders. Their lair was elusive, but fortunately, it did not disappoint. The Vikings were savage pirates hailing from a distant western sea, their origins unknown, notorious for their swift strikes, merciless killings, and a penchant for plundering monasteries. It was said that the riches of the nobility were stored within these sanctuaries, making them prime targets for the pirates. After their heists, they would vanish aboard their ships, eluding even the most skilled mercenaries. Sansa had heard such tales, yet they seemed far removed, mere legends. How had Arya managed to find them? Observing Arya's earnest expression, Sansa found herself uncertain whether she was being deceived. Her knowledge of Arya was based on memories from long ago. Arya took Sansa's hands in her own and said, Trust me, sister. Arya dares to assassinate the king in the north. What are pirates in comparison? The thought of the nightmarish army of the White Walkers sent a shiver of fear through Sansa. Indeed, Arya's bravery was indisputable. If she claimed to have vanquished a band of pirates, it was entirely plausible. After all, those marauders were mere mortals, insignificant when compared to the dread army of the Night King. Sansa clasped Arya's hands tightly, speaking earnestly. Arya, listen to me. We are the last of our kin. The Stark lineage must not falter. You must survive, thrive. Father and mother are watching over us. We will endure, and we shall live well. I promise you, sister. Tears streamed down Sansa's face as she held Arya close. At times, she felt an unyielding strength, impervious to the need for consolation or pity. Yet at other moments, she felt as fragile as a drifting leaf, susceptible to being swept away to desolate lands by any gust of wind. She yearned for a kindred spirit, and Arya seemed to embody that connection, though there lingered an uncertainty. Sister, what do you intend to do with all this money? What to do? Naturally, it is to be utilized when needed, while also being judicious with our spending. The North is in the midst of its most arduous times. Sansa smiled and replied, Of course, it shall be used to repair the walls and the Stark residence. Just look, so many houses are uninhabitable. We are in dire need of fabrics, coal, fine iron, horses, and more. House Stark is lacking in everything. Arya nodded and remarked, It is only right. I wish to convey that the North is now an independent kingdom, no longer a domain under the rule of the Seven Kingdoms monarchs. As a kingdom, it must have a long-term vision. It cannot simply continue as it has been. Sansa replied, You're absolutely correct. Everything must undergo transformation. It cannot remain as it once was. This process requires time, for capable individuals are not abundant. I too am plagued by worries day and night, contemplating how best to proceed, which necessitates experience. Arya responded, Very well. My sister, the Queen, is the most astute individual in Westeros, beautiful and graceful. I have faith in you, and I wish you the best of luck. As Arya joyfully exited the room, Sansa fell into deep contemplation. Her gaze shifted to the wooden crates. Fixated for an extended period, her eyes unblinking. Chapter 17. Deceived as dawn broke, the gaunt-faced Joaku bellowed, Lazybones, it's time to work. Get moving. Her Majesty has commanded us to quicken the pace. Anyone who slacks off will feel the sting of my newly crafted whip. Chen seethed with frustration. He had aspired to earn Sansa's favor through his achievements, hoping to attain a position as Prime Minister or Minister, or, at the very least, a trusted advisor to strategize for her and establish an unprecedented empire. However, he never anticipated that Arya would so abruptly turn against him, utterly erasing his contributions. Setting aside thoughts of recognition, he would have settled for a position as a mere attendant by Sansa's side, sweeping the floors if need be, just to behold the goddess he had long admired daily. Yet now, she was so close, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of her back. Chen could not fathom Arya's ruthless disposition. Not only did she fail to promote him, but she also treated him like a beast of burden. What was her intention? How had he offended her? No matter how he pondered, he could not decipher the motives behind her actions. Was it a lack of trust? It seemed that having connections was essential for success in court. Nepotism thrived everywhere, while the notion of a grassroots uprising remained merely a myth. With no other options, Chen resolved to focus on repairing the city, taking each step as it came. The task of restoration involved reassembling the fallen stones. The stonemasons were responsible for shaping the stones, while the laborers managed the transportation and assisted. The most arduous duty was lifting the stones themselves. Due to a scarcity of oxen and horses, the stones had to be hewn from large boulders located at a considerable distance, necessitating that the workers carry them back by hand. A modest stone weighed over 100 pounds, while larger ones could weigh 300 or 400. The people of this land were naturally strong, and for two of them to lift a stone was not particularly taxing. Unfortunately for Chen, he was not nearly as robust as the others, and the weight bore down painfully on his shoulders, leaving him panting like a bull. His partner was a child of about 10 who could manage the load, while Chen struggled, needing to rest after every few steps, feeling utterly defeated. The child, growing impatient, approached Joaku and muttered complaints. Joaku, with a disdainful sneer, retorted, You yellow-skinned dog, how can you be so useless, less capable than a mere child? If Her Majesty had not forbidden violence, I would have broken your legs long ago. In every corner of the world, those with lesser abilities are often subjected to scorn. The same principle applies to physical labor. Those who possess greater strength command the respect of others. At long last, as darkness fell, Chen was utterly exhausted, nearly falling apart at the seams. He staggered back to his dwelling, assigned to a dilapidated earthen house riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The roof was in tatters, rendering him a drenched chicken whenever it rained. Overcome with fatigue, he collapsed onto a pile of straw upon entering. He tossed the black bread he had been given to Blanco, weakly stating, "I have no appetite. You may as well eat it all." His exhaustion had drained him of any desire for food. Blanco, both blind and lame, was incapable of working and had nowhere else to go. So Chen had no choice but to keep him by his side. A twinge of guilt washed over him. He had promised to care for the creature, yet he was barely able to care for himself. The heartless Arya did not bestow upon him a single gold coin, as if that wealth had no connection to him whatsoever. Bronco sat beside Chen, massaging his legs, and remarked, "You must be weary from the wall repairs. It seems you have never engaged in such laborious tasks. Alas, Miss Stark harbors a prejudice against you. She holds no affection for you, as even the blind hawk can discern." Chen, feeling despondent, replied, "How could the Queen's sister, so esteemed, ever assist a vagabond like me? Bronco, what shall we do? This relentless toil will surely wear us down." "There is no alternative," Bronco responded. "You are now a servant of House Stark, with no means of escape. You must diligently perform your duties. Perhaps one day Arya will take pity on you and restore your freedom." After a while of massaging Chen's legs, Bronco stood and announced, "I've just hunted a rabbit. I shall prepare a soup for you, lest you succumb to exhaustion by tomorrow." As Chen observed Bronco methodically skinning the rabbit, cleaning it, and preparing it for cooking, he was astonished to find that this blind old man moved with the dexterity of a sighted individual, unlike the usual blind who fumble through tasks. Could it be that he feigned blindness? Chen gazed into Bronco's milky white eyes, unconvinced of his inability to see. The human eye comprises three fundamental components: the iris, the pupil, and the lens. Lacking any of these would render the formation of images on the retina impossible, thus failing to relay information to the brain. Bronco's eyes had shrunk to mere pinpoints and lacked pupils. There was no way he could perceive the world around him. Watching Bronco lift the wooden lid off the iron pot, blowing away the steam, and expertly flipping the rabbit meat, Chen could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Bronco, you are deceiving me. You can see." Bronco ladled a bowl of meat soup and placed it before Chen, his opaque eyes fixed upon him as he declared, "Kind-hearted Chen, I assure you, Bronco is indeed blind. Let the gods bear witness." Perhaps he was born blind and had grown accustomed to relying on his other senses for work. It was not entirely surprising. Chen accepted the bowl, stating, "I believe you, Bronco." Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. The small golden-eyed owl had been perched on Bronco's shoulder the entire time, never flitting about, remaining still as if a part of Bronco himself. Its golden eyes moved in tandem with Bronco's head. This bird was quite interesting. Could it be Bronco's only companion? Malaface Torco held Chen in low regard. Observing Chen struggle with his tasks, he not only neglected to assist him, but also assigned him the strongest partner to lift stones weighing 300 or 400 pounds. Chen found himself bent over, unable to straighten his back, taking 3 steps and pausing for 5, to avoid appearing to bully Chen. His partner Loman left the heaviest stones for himself and gave Chen the lighter ones. Even so, Chen found it unbearable. As he struggled, laughter erupted from the onlookers, jeering, "Look, the useless Chen. He is less capable than a housekeeper." Gritting his teeth, Chen persevered for 3 days. He suddenly realized that he grew stronger each day. It was at least less arduous than before, enabling him to carry heavy stones for several steps at a time. Though he still faced ridicule, he had undeniably improved compared to 3 days prior. That evening, upon his return, he reclined on a haystack to rest, gnawing on a piece of stale bread accompanied by a bowl of Blanco's meat soup. Blanco remarked, "Perhaps the young lady from House Stark has thought of you." Chen replied, "Thought of me? I hope so, that heartless wench." Before he could finish his meal, he noticed Arya entering the room, clad in pristine leather. Her petite figure upright, with the Valyrian dagger at her waist, Arya always left a lasting impression on Chen, never an extraneous item nor a missing one. Her hands remained clasped behind her back, yet this time it appeared she held something. Chen feigned ignorance of her presence, focusing intently on his bread. He found it peculiar that this blind, limping man could foresee Arya's arrival. Could it be that his nose was as keen as a hound's? Chapter 18. The first move. A thud resonated as a bundle was tossed before Chen, startling him with its abruptness. "Consider this a reward," a cheerful voice chimed, belonging to the beaming Arya Stark. Anger simmered within him. "How considerate of you, but I have no need for it. Miss Arya Stark, this is a place for slaves, and strangers are not welcomed here," Chen replied coldly. Crouching down, Arya unfurled the cloth package, revealing an assortment of delicacies: premium bread slathered with butter, several vibrant sausages, a handful of tomatoes, and a bottle of rum. In this desolate place, such provisions were treasures, unattainable for most, even for those with wealth. Quite a delightful spread. "Would you care to indulge?" Arya suggested with a smile. Chen swallowed hard and retorted, "What do you intend to use me for this time? I shan't be deceived. My sister requires your counsel. If your ideas hold merit, I might recommend you to her, an advisor, a steward, perhaps even a prime minister. What do you say?" Chen's eyes sparkled. This was indeed his ambition. Sansa possessed great wisdom, and she would surely recognize the value of his suggestions. He offered a piece of sausage to Bronco, while he himself seized a fresh loaf of bread and bit into it with fervor. "What advice do you seek? But let me be clear, you must honor your word. Or else." Chen faltered. He was but a servant now, incapable of exerting any real power over her. "I'm uncertain what to inquire," Arya admitted. "Tell me, what is the most pressing matter for my sister at present?" "The most pressing issue? There are numerous concerns. However, prioritizing is essential. There are urgent matters that cannot be delayed." Chen pondered before articulating, "Certainly, there are many important issues, such as ensuring food security, production challenges, and public safety. Yet, if we discuss paramount importance, military strength is undoubtedly the most crucial." "Please elaborate," Arya urged. "Consider, what is the foundation of a nation? It is, of course, its army. Without formidable military might, everything else is rendered insecure. It's akin to possessing vast wealth while surrounded by bandits. What then can you do?" "But there is no need for war at present," Arya countered. "The families of the North have suffered grievously. They lack the capacity to oppose House Stark." Chen sighed. "A sapling that survives will inevitably grow. When it matures, attempting to fell it becomes a daunting task. Without a sharp axe, it becomes even more challenging. This is merely a metaphor. To put it differently, the North is a kingdom, encompassing 1/3 of the landmass of Westeros, stretching 3,000 miles from east to west and 2,000 miles from north to south. Such vast territories, if developed, would surely necessitate formidable military strength for protection. The bannermen under House Stark control the majority of this land. They possess their own armed forces. Though they may seem weak now, once they grow in strength, subjugating them will become increasingly difficult. Have you forgotten the tragedy of your brother Robb? In a single phrase, your sister cannot rely solely on her personal charm to ensure the obedience of every family in the realm. Should she wish for them to remain perpetually compliant, she must strip them of their military authority, thereby preventing them from possessing armies. All military power must be firmly held within the Stark family." Arya exclaimed, "How can this be? It defies convention, and they will resist." Chen replied, "Indeed, they will oppose it. No family desires to relinquish their armies, for doing so would strip them of their bargaining power. Of course, this is a matter for the future, once they have matured. As it stands, the noble families of the North, those with both prestige and capability, have nearly all perished, leaving behind only those insufficient to contend with you. This presents an opportune moment. Your sister can employ various pretexts to compel them to surrender their armies in the name of safeguarding the North. They may wish to resist, yet their weakness renders them unworthy of such defiance. Once they have gained strength without military support, they will have no choice but to comply. However, should they be allowed to regain their footing, it will become impossible to strip them of their military power. They will rebel. To summarize, confiscating the military authority of each family and firmly placing it in your sister's hands serves multiple purposes. It allows for their control, ensures the safety of the kingdom, and enhances national cohesion. Arya, somewhat perplexed, hesitated, saying, "This matter may not be simple. It seems quite troublesome." Chen acknowledged, "Indeed, it is troublesome. Every monarch on the continent of Westeros wishes to enact such measures, yet by the time they decide to do so, it is often too late. Those nobles will have grown strong, and any attempt to act against them will meet with collective resistance. Thus, the moment of greatest weakness is the best time for consolidation. It matters not if you do not fully grasp it. Simply relay my words to your sister. With her wisdom, she will comprehend my meaning and weigh the associated risks and benefits. Oh, and do remember to mention that this was my idea. In his previous life, Chen had immersed himself in history, fully aware of the intricacies of gain and loss, and having studied political science extensively while also gaining first-hand experience within the system. While his ideas may not have been novel in his past existence, they were piercing insights in this realm. Should Arya convey his words, he believed Sansa would quickly recognize their merit. However, he had not anticipated that there lay further intricacies beyond his expectations. Tilting her head, Arya regarded Chen with a bemused smile and asked, "Do you have any more good ideas?" With confidence, Chen replied, "Indeed, there are plenty. We shall proceed one step at a time. First, we will do this, then that, followed by another, and finally, we will conclude with this. The order of actions holds significance. Haste often leads to failure. Trust me, in a decade, your sister will be the true queen of Westeros, and all lords and nobles will bow before her. When she declares something to be true, none will dare contest it, and should she wish for the moon, none would dare pluck a single star from the sky." Sitting cross-legged before Chen, Arya curiously asked, "How do you know so much about this? Though I may not fully understand, I sense your prowess is remarkable. Just how great is your talent?" With a sense of pride, Chen declared, "My abilities are indeed vast. A talent like mine emerges only once in several centuries. Observe closely, for my abilities will surpass your intellect, and you may indulge in your wildest imaginations." As Chen boasted to Ilea, he indulged in wine and meat, leaving the young lady in a state of bewilderment, as if Chen were a deity omniscient. While he reveled in Ilea's astonished expression, his thoughts wandered to Sansa Stark, envisioning her summoning him with the highest honors, akin to Liu Bang appointing his generals. He imagined directing the course of history, strategizing with finesse, and basking in the adoring gaze of Sansa. Furthermore, he pictured the goddess Sansa nestled in his embrace, whispering sweet nothings, and as night deepened, he pondered what actions might follow lost in these reveries. He became entranced until the piercing cry of the golden-eyed eagle outside jolted him back to reality. Chapter 19. Lay out the following day. Chen eagerly awaited Alea's arrival to escort him to meet Queen Sansa, only to be met with the clanking of shackles, his status reduced to that of a specially monitored slave. In the afternoon, while the wall repairmen took a break to drink water, a soldier appeared, brandishing a slender iron chain. "Who is Chen? Stand up." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they pointed at Chen, mocking him. "Poor little woman, you are under special care." Gazing at the soldier with ill intent, Chen rose and asked, "What is the matter?" The soldier promptly subdued him, locking the iron chain around his ankles, and instructed the expressionless Mafe Zhuaku, "Keep an eye on him. Lord Harris has warned us to be cautious of his escape." "Alea, what are you planning? Has your conscience truly been devoured by a dog?" Chen felt a surge of anger, nearly losing consciousness. Or had he been maliciously ostracized? The thoughts perplexed him. He approached the soldier, stating, "I wish to see Alea. Miss Stark, please assist me. See the Queen's sister?" The soldier laughed heartily, patting Chen on the shoulder with derision. "Work diligently, and perhaps one day Miss Alea will allow you to visit the doghouse." From that day forth, Chen labored under the burden of shackles, assigned increasingly strenuous tasks, while enduring Mafe Zhuaku's venomous insults. Initially, he bore it, but eventually, he could no longer restrain himself. Seizing an opportunity when Mafe was distracted, he struck the latter's head forcefully with a wooden lever used for lifting stones. This provoked Mafe Zhuaku, who lunged at Chen like a famished wolf. raining down blows that nearly cost him his life. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Chen seethed. "One day, I will kill you. You had better not die." Ma Fei Zhuoku sneered, "Yellow-skinned dog. It is you who deserves death. May your luck not be too dire." Perhaps driven to desperation, Chen found an unexpected surge of strength, discovering that he could effortlessly lift the heavy stones that once burdened him. The onlookers regarded him with newfound respect, and even Ma Fei's gaze shifted. "Strange yellow-skinned dog. You truly vex me," he muttered under his breath. In the hall of House Stark, Sansa and Elia occupied the high seats, observing Harys Moran and Lawrence Kiso standing before them. In a mere 5 years, House Stark had engaged in 3 wars. The first, initiated by the eldest son Robb in a bid to rescue their father. The second, led by the second son Jon Snow and Sansa to reclaim Winterfell. And the third, Stark family's vassals and soldiers, but also the elder generations of their allied families. The North now found itself with a scant pool of talent, primarily made up of the fortunate survivors from the younger generation, whose capabilities and experiences paled in comparison to those of their predecessors. Among them, Lawrence Kiso distinguished himself as a notable figure. He currently served as the instructor and commander of House Stark's army, overseeing the guard of several thousand men in Winterfell. He was the late old commander, Roderick, the loyal son of House Stark and the youngest of Lord Catelyn, tall and robust in stature. With a distinguished appearance and a formidable beard that lent him an air of authority, he bore the demeanor of a leader. Like Harys, he had grown up alongside Sansa. Both had distinguished themselves in the great battle of Winterfell and were fortunate to have survived, regardless of their competency in their roles. Sansa could think of no one more suitable than them. It appeared they were quite capable and had earned Sansa's favor. Sansa gazed at Lawrence and smiled, saying, "My lord, what do you think of Arya's suggestion?" Despite his youth, Lawrence was wise beyond his years. He replied cautiously, "Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, Arya wishes for the other lords to relinquish their armies?" "You are not mistaken. That is indeed Arya's intention." Lawrence continued, "Surely, this is not in accordance with tradition. The North has been governed this way for a millennium. Without their armies, how can the lords heed your commands? Moreover, even if the armies of the various houses have suffered great losses, collectively they number in the tens of thousands. How shall we sustain them?" Sansa nodded, acknowledging his reasoning. Harys blinked and looked at Sansa, stating, "Your Majesty, whatever you decide, I shall support you wholeheartedly and am willing to serve." Arya interjected, "My sister is asking if this matter can be executed. Do provide some counsel." Harys replied, "I am uncertain of what your Majesty intends to do, but I will lend my full support regardless." Lawrence cast a disapproving glance at Harys and remarked, "If the lords of the North are stripped of their armies, what then remains of their lordship? They will surely resist, and I fear chaos may ensue. Furthermore, your Majesty has only recently taken command of the North. They are not yet inclined to obey unconditionally." Harys added, "What Commander Lawrence says holds merit. Such a precedent has never occurred in history. Moreover, sustaining such a multitude of soldiers without engaging in battle, what purpose would that serve?" Sansa responded, "I understand your concerns, gentlemen. Your primary worry is their potential descent. Am I correct?" They both nodded emphatically. Sansa declared, "It seems Arya's words carry weight. Prepare to inform the lords that an enemy is invading, and instruct them to muster their finest soldiers and commanders to Winterfell. As for the rest, fret not. I have my own plans." "An enemy invasion? Is there truly one?" Lawrence and Harys exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her intentions. However, seeing the queen rise to depart, they steeled themselves to carry out her orders. The two men, reasonably capable, managed to persuade the lords of the various houses to gather their elite warriors and commanders at Winterfell under the pretense of an impending battle. The summoned soldiers, believing they were to engage in combat, arrived fully equipped. However, upon reaching Winterfell, they found no signs of conflict and began clamoring to return home. Following Sansa's directives, Lawrence fabricated a tale that they were preparing for war. He mixed the soldiers from each house into 3 battalions, each comprising roughly 4,000 men, and commenced daily drills. This was indeed a novel approach, for in past conflicts, each house had always brought forth its own contingent to battle. The number of true professional soldiers is scarce. Most are young and vigorous individuals from various trades who engage in labor for sustenance when there is no conflict, only to be summoned temporarily during times of war, undergoing brief training before being thrust onto the battlefield. Consequently, their combat prowess is rather limited. Thus, during warfare, every kingdom favors mercenaries, battle-hardened and experienced warriors, provided there is sufficient coin. Apart from the royal guards, no kingdom has ever maintained a fully professional army, with soldiers idly training all day, nor have they ever disrupted the established ranks of the various noble families' troops. Even the northern kingdom adheres to this age-old tradition. Sansa, the newly appointed queen, has established Winterfell as the capital of this nascent kingdom, resulting in the formation of a city guard. Previously, Winterfell boasted only a few hundred soldiers, who would only rally during conflicts on their own territories. This reflects the most ancient form of conscription, where able-bodied young men enlist unconditionally when war beckons, only to disperse and return to their farms once the fighting ceases, often providing their own weapons and equipment. The Lords of the North follow this model as well. Due to low productivity and weak economic capacity, this approach remains the most rational for the era. Sansa's actions, however, shatter tradition. The suggestion put forth by Oren to Arya is reminiscent of the ancient system of conscripted troops, specialized divisions that are easier to manage and possess formidable combat capabilities, albeit at the cost of undermining the military authority of the lords. This innovative model has crossed the minds of others, yet the exorbitant expenses have hindered monarchs from maintaining a sizable army. After all, wars are infrequent, sometimes occurring only once every decade, or even longer. Unbeknownst to Sansa, she remains oblivious to the underlying complexities. She is merely weary of the tribulations stemming from a lack of military strength. Arya's insightful words awaken within her a vague recognition of the brilliance of this idea. Though it is a splendid notion, its implementation poses significant challenges. Fortunately, she possesses ample financial resources, which instills her with confidence. In the face of discontent and discord among the newly formed army, forceful intimidation appears to be the only recourse. Fortunately, Arya's unparalleled reputation ensures that a mere ride through the ranks on horseback swiftly silences any unruly soldiers or commanders. After a month of acclimatization, these soldiers from diverse origins have largely submitted, gradually adhering to discipline. On one particular day, Sansa, mounted upon a white steed, arrives at the training grounds to inspect the troops, clad in a flowing black robe with a white cloak draped over her shoulders. Her regal demeanor captivates the attention of every soldier. Lawrence draws his sword and proclaims, "Queen of the North, Queen of the North." All soldiers likewise brandish their weapons, echoing the chant, "Queen of the North, Queen of the North." Sansa rides along the front of the ranks, declaring, "You shall be the bravest soldiers of the North, and I take pride in you. From this moment forth, you need not toil in the fields or engage in any business unrelated to warfare. Focus solely on your training to protect the North. You shall receive generous remuneration each month, relieving you of concerns about your family's livelihood." The soldiers, hearing their queen's promise of provision and sustenance, are instantly filled with elation, a privilege unprecedented in their experience. In times of yore, the focus during warfare was solely on sustenance, with spoils and rewards granted only upon victory. In contrast, the present era offers financial means even in the absence of conflict, which undoubtedly brings great joy to the people. "Queen of the North, Queen of the North." All the soldiers and commanders resounded once more. Sansa couldn't help but murmur, "I hope Arya's intentions are not malevolent." Unbeknownst to Oren, Arya had not mentioned him, and he remained oblivious to the true nature of Arya's schemes. Chapter 20. The Secret of Bronco. As Chen spent more time with the enigmatic blind man, Bronco, he began to perceive the peculiarities of the old man. Although he appeared to be sightless, Bronco possessed an uncanny ability to perceive everything, even the faintest nuances of expression on Chen's face. "Bronco, you harbor a secret. Do not conceal it from me. We are good friends, are we not?" One day, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Chen grasped Bronco's hand earnestly. "Bronco, Taken aback by Chen's inquiry, hesitated before responding. Kind-hearted Chen, I am indeed blind, but I possess a unique ability that allows me to see anything, even from great distances. Chen chuckled. I knew you had a secret. Share it with me to bring me joy. Kind-hearted Chen, you must vow to keep my secret from me to disclose it, Bronco insisted. Suis ou Chen replié. Bronco then revealed, I am, in fact, an eagle shaman. Eagle shaman? Chen had never heard of such a term. What could it possibly signify? After Branco's detailed explanation, Chen learned that the person who had adopted him was also an eagle shaman, who took Bronco in to pass down his mystical arts. The profession of a shaman was shrouded in secrecy and widely feared across the continent of Westeros. Should anyone discover a person possessing such abilities, they would face execution by the enforcers, leading them to meticulously guard their secrets. In actuality, the profession of shaman varied greatly in form and rank. Those who mastered only a single type of magic were referred to as shamans, like Bronco, who could control the golden-eyed owls he had tamed. Through unique method and incantation, he could bind his spirit to the body of the owl, enabling it to serve as his eyes. He could also manipulate the owl's instincts with his consciousness, compelling it to perform tasks on his behalf. At that moment, Chen understood why a small owl perpetually perched upon Branco's shoulder. It was acting as Branco's eyes, while the larger owl served as his hands and feet. When needed, he would transfer his will to the larger owl. Of course, lesser shamans had limited capabilities. Some might train their entire lives without mastering their magic. Despite his physical limitations, Bronco possessed remarkable talent and had long since mastered the art of controlling his owls. Otherwise, once his spirit entered the owl's body, he would be unable to move until he returned, akin to awakening from a dream. In that dream state, all actions were mere manifestations of his spirit's flow, while the body remained inert. Bronco could allow a small fragment of his spirit to inhabit the owl without impeding his own actions, akin to multitasking, or even trifurcating his focus. At this level of shamanism, he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. The next level beyond shaman was that of the sorcerer. To ascend from a shaman to a sorcerer, one must transcend an invisible threshold and undergo rigorous training to achieve mastery. The transformation from shaman to sorcerer requires not only extraordinary innate talent, but also powerful guidance from a great sorcerer, who may even need to sacrifice themselves for the advancement of another. Thus, it can be said that while sorcerers are not in short supply in this world, true wizards are indeed a rarity. Once one has ascended to the status of a wizard, they possess not only the ability to command sorcerers, but also to control both animals and living beings. The most fearsome aspect of a grand wizard lies in their curses. When they cast a curse upon an individual or an object, it endures until the end of time, and even the caster cannot break it, unless by divine intervention. The curse retains its potency even after a millennium. Regarding the origin of wizards, the castle of Asshai serves as their sanctum. All wizards and sorcerers in existence are derived from the dust temple of Asshai. Thousands of years ago, wizards who emerged from the castle of Asshai wielded dominion over humanity. Their unchecked power instilled terror among the populace, disrupting the balance of human order. Consequently, the King of Light, Rollo, and the immortal sorcerer engaged in years of conflict, ultimately imprisoning them within the castle of Asshai through incantations. As long as the spell of the King of Light remains in effect, regardless of whether they are sorcerers or grand wizards, crossing the flame bridge of Asshai will result in their purification by holy fire, leaving no trace of their souls behind. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he intently absorbed Branco's narration, realizing that this world harbored such myriad secrets. It is often said that like-minded individuals congregate. If one does not belong to the same realm, comprehending their clandestine rules and skills becomes exceedingly difficult. This predicament had taken an intriguing turn, as he had indeed encountered an extraordinary being. Chen, with a flicker of thought, proposed, since you possess the ability to see far afield, could you discern what Arya is up to, as well as Her Majesty the Queen? Bronco steadied his focus and slipped into a trance. One eye remained fixed, while the other swiveled to observe Chen, who was deep in contemplation, while he verbally relayed his insights. A piercing shriek echoed as a golden-eyed hawk took flight from the rooftop, soaring into the distance. Chen, unwavering in his gaze upon Branko's face, calculated various possibilities in his mind. 10 miles away, a multitude of soldiers practiced, and a formidable figure was seen striking a soldier. The queen stood upon the castle ramparts, gazing northward, clad in a splendid robe. Chen interjected eagerly. What color is the queen's robe? Is her hair styled up or secured with golden threads cascading down her back? What of her shoes? Are they soft slippers or sturdy boots? Is she smiling or frowning? At the essence of it all, Chen's time-traveling endeavor was driven by his pursuit of Sansa Stark. He had envisioned that by aligning himself with the illustrious Arya, he could seamlessly remain by Sansa's side. Armed with his own talents, he aspired to aid her in governance, and in moments of leisure, indulge in romantic pursuits, eventually whisking her away to the bridal chamber when the opportune moment arose. Never could he have fathomed that Arya would thwart him, denying any chance of contact with Sansa. Despite the duration of his stay, he had not only failed to be near his goddess, but had not even encountered her in person. The thought alone infuriated him to the point of bloodshed. Now, with the unexpected opportunity to glimpse his goddess, Chen was resolute not to let it slip away. He inquired with meticulous detail, even about the color of her undergarments and stockings. Chen leaned closer to Branko's face, repeating his questions time and again, while Branko patiently obliged with repeated answers. Only when the exercise became utterly tedious did Chen finally relent, allowing Branko a moment's respite. Let's take another look at what that rascal Ilya is up to. Branko, with his round, white eyes, turned them a few times as if searching. After a moment, he spoke. Regrettably, Chen, Ilya is nowhere to be found. Perhaps she is asleep. This task is beyond my capabilities. Suddenly, Branko exclaimed, soldiers are approaching, 4 of them. They are mounted on horses, accompanied by a striking carriage adorned with a black canopy. Chen, they are coming this way. A carriage? Approaching us? Could it be that Sansa has uncovered Ilya's secret and is compelling her to summon me to the palace to assume the role of prime minister? It seems quite plausible. With such a formidable contingent of soldiers, Sansa must have heeded my counsel and is already putting it into action, and quite successfully at that. A woman of her intellect would surely discern Ilya's concealed presence, even if Ilya herself is oblivious to the grand design. Lost in thought, Chen felt a surge of joy. He sprang up from the pile of grass, flung open the rickety door, and gazed at the approaching carriage, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Chapter 21. The Second Move, Part 1. A splendid carriage, drawn by a robust black stallion, adorned with intricate decorations and embellished with carvings of birds and beasts. The canopy was equally exquisite, draped with a coarse cloth imprinted with hunting scenes. Such carriages were reserved for the nobility, far beyond the means of common folk. For soldiers clad in leather armor dismounted and approached Chen, inquiring, "Are you Chen?" It appeared their master had briefed them on the guest's appearance. Chen promptly replied, "Greetings, warriors. I am indeed Chen. You seek me." The soldiers exchanged glances, seized Chen by the arms, and unceremoniously ushered him into the carriage. "Stay inside and do not peek outside. Otherwise, you shall regret it." The soldiers' ominous words left Chen bewildered. What was happening? What kind of game was this? "Alya, you wretched one, what are you planning?" After a considerable journey, the carriage finally came to a halt, and the soldiers dragged Chen from within. As he stepped out, darkness had fallen. It was now entirely night. Chen surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a courtyard outside the city, neatly constructed, not a place for commoners. Light spilled from the windows, casting a warm glow outside. The soldiers closed the gate behind them and stood guard. The interior was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of inhabitants, save for a door ajar in the middle. Chen pondered. Perhaps his host had not yet returned, so he pushed the door open and entered. The room was brightly lit, with 6 gleaming candles placed on various stands. In the center stood a long wooden tub, steam rising from it. Chen wandered around the room but saw no one, so he approached the tub to investigate. It turned out to be a large basin of bathing water, with a cloth draped over the edge. After such a long time being treated like a beast of burden, he had yet to enjoy a proper hot bath. The sight of the steaming water ignited a fervent desire within him, since he had been invited by his host. Indulging in the warm water would surely not be frowned upon. Without hesitation, Chen shed his garments and immersed himself in the hot water. The temperature was just right. He leaned back against the tub and closed his eyes in bliss. Suddenly, he felt a hand lift the bathing cloth, dip it into the water, and gently caress his body. Assuming it was a servant of his host, he kept his eyes shut and remarked, "Oh, such thoughtful service. You may apply a bit more pressure. By the way, who is your master? We could engage in conversation. I am quite the storyteller, and I believe you would enjoy it. I eagerly await your tales. Begin, dark-eyed one." "Ah, splendid. You seem to have trained well these past days. Your muscles are quite strong." Upon hearing that unmistakably familiar voice, Chen was struck as if by lightning, abruptly rising from the water. "Arya, is it you?" Gazing at Chen's astonishment, Arya surveyed his bare form and chuckled. "Easterners are quite shy. It seems you have mentioned this before." Upon hearing Arya's words, Chen felt as if scalding water had splashed upon him, causing him to instinctively retreat. "Arya, do not tease me. You cannot be ungrateful." He glared at Arya, his eyes ablaze. To his astonishment, he noticed that Arya was not clad in her usual leather attire, but rather donned a flowing purple robe, her face adorned with a hint of makeup. Despite her slightly shorter stature, this petite woman was indeed quite attractive. However, her commanding presence overshadowed her femininity, leaving the men who beheld her somewhat disconcerted. Women, after all, should exhibit some obedience. Too much wildness can lead to a distortion of their essence. Suddenly, Chen burst into laughter, pointing at Arya. "You've changed your clothes. Finally, you've changed your clothes." Arya appeared both embarrassed and furious, seizing Chen's head and submerging him in the water until he was nearly breathless before releasing him. "Who says I cannot change my clothes?" "Very well, I shall." Chen coughed repeatedly, gasping for air, his eyes wide in protest. "Are you trying to drown me?" Arya chuckled. "Consider it a punishment, dark-eyed one. You have displeased me. What do you intend to do?" Chen inquired. "What do you think?" Arya replied with a mischievous smile. At the mention of this matter, Chen's irritation flared. "Regardless of my contributions, I have endured hardships. Why treat me so poorly? A slave, a laborer, shackles. Have you lost your mind?" Arya resumed her seat by the wooden tub, taking a cloth to dry Chen. "I'm doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Chen was on the verge of an outburst. Arya continued, "Consider this. You, an enigmatic Eastern man with such a unique appearance, would surely arouse suspicion. My sister, though appearing gentle and virtuous, harbors a cautious and suspicious heart. Should I recommend you to her, she would undoubtedly question the origins of your gold. Furthermore, she has always been distrustful of those with unclear backgrounds, even towards her own sister, fearing I might usurp her throne. If she were to discover your exceptional abilities and that you have seized the treasury, she might very well send someone to eliminate you in secret. She does not wish for me to gain power. Thus, she has consistently barred me from military affairs and denied me any significant position. Are you aware of this? Therefore, we must proceed cautiously, allowing her to gradually recognize your capabilities so that she may eventually employ you." "Stop," Chen interjected. "So your sister is still unaware of my existence?" "Is she? I am considering your interests. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Perhaps one cannot truly know a person solely based on their role in a play. After all, reality and perception often diverge. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you." Arya smiled. "Consensus is the foundation of trust. Now that the military has largely been consolidated, what shall we do next?" "Well, as long as one is open to sound advice, there is potential for development. Ushen mused, feeding sumya ilated. There are numerous paths to take, but we must proceed step by step. Yet, some matters must advance concurrently to foster complementary growth." "Very well. How do you envision this complementary development?" Chen summarized in 2 words, "Spend money." In 7 words, "Exhaust all available funds." "Exhaust all available funds? Have you lost your senses?" Ilya pressed Chen's head against the wooden barrel, gazing at him as if he were a monster. Chen rolled his eyes and remarked, "What's the fuss? Naturally, one must spend all the money. However, there must be a method to the spending. It is not merely about tossing money around. There is a depth of knowledge behind it." "You speak." Ilya released Chen's head. Chen continued. A prosperous nation is invariably one with a robust economy. Without sound economic development, how can one speak of prosperity and strength? Moreover, a nation with economic growth must possess formidable military power as a safeguard. Otherwise, all is as fragile as edifices built upon shifting sands, like brandishing a purse of gold before bandits. The northern forces have completed their consolidation, which creates favorable conditions for economic advancement. Economic development can generally be categorized into 4 stages. The first stage is agriculture, where farmers focus exclusively on tilling the land, unless they have excess time on their hands. The second stage involves commerce, essentially organizing the sale of surplus goods produced in the north and subsequently procuring necessary items from elsewhere to sell to those in need. The third stage pertains to the development of manufacturing, specifically creating products that are not available elsewhere and selling them. Given their uniqueness, such items will yield higher profits, surpassing the value of crops. The fourth stage is intense construction. What does this entail? Specifically, it involves building roads and houses, among other infrastructures. Indeed, Winterfell has suffered significant destruction, compounded by the presence of countless skeletal remains, rendering it inauspicious. A new city must be erected to serve as the new capital of the north. A new Winterfell? Elia, initially lost in thought, suddenly grasped the enormity of the undertaking. She pondered how vast such a project would be and how much time it would require to complete. She truly believed Chen had lost his mind. Chapter 22. The Second Move. Part 2. Elia was born into one of the most prominent noble families in the kingdom, and thus she was no stranger to the realms of politics, military affairs, commerce, and agriculture. Even without deliberate study, her daily exposure had afforded her significant insights. Nevertheless, the grand plans articulated by Chen left her utterly perplexed. They seemed astonishingly innovative, disconnected from traditional paradigms, and she found herself uncertain of their validity. Yet, she could not deny that Chen spoke with a certain conviction, suggesting there was merit in his ideas. This concept was indeed challenging for her to grasp, but she did not perceive Chen's words as mere folly. Elia remarked, "Very well, let us assume you are correct. But is it truly feasible to rebuild Winterfell?" Chen cast a sidelong glance at Elia and replied, "In the hands of others, it would certainly be a monumental task. The quarrying of stone alone would require thousands of masons over a decade. Yet, under my direction, it can be accomplished in merely 2 years." 2 years to construct Winterfell? Elia considered Chen's assertion to be madness. Chen continued, "While it cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words, in essence, provide me with the manpower, and I assure you will witness a miracle." All right then, let me inquire further. What does it mean to spend money, and what exactly will be purchased? Elia asked. Chen smiled and explained, "What is purchased? The funds will be allocated as remuneration for labor performed on behalf of the kingdom." What does this entail? It means compensating workers engaged in the construction and production of goods with generous wages. Do you understand? The notion of paying individuals for their labor left Elia astounded. In Westeros, serving the kingdom, including warfare, was considered a duty, with provisions merely covering sustenance and shelter. Even when payments were made, they were minimal rewards for exemplary service. The idea of compensating labor on a fair wage basis seemed preposterous. To modern ears, this concept of paying for work is a fundamental principle. However, in ancient times, fulfilling duties for the state was mandated by law, known as corvée labor. Observing Elia's bewilderment, Chen elaborated. Consider this. Those who repair cities and manufacture goods must provide for their families, correct? When a kingdom pays them, they can procure what they need. The kingdom will then utilize its trade organizations to acquire goods from other regions and sell them to the workers. This creates a reciprocal system where I purchase from you, and you purchase from me, fulfilling mutual needs, and thus, money begins to circulate among the populace. As long as currency flows freely among the people, the kingdom's economy will thrive, ensuring that everyone is nourished and clothed, perhaps even affording greater luxuries. Your sister would merely need to collect a modest tax from them, thereby generating revenue for the kingdom. With increased income, the kingdom can undertake more initiatives. The more the kingdom invests, the greater the opportunities for the populace. leading to the creation of more wealth. Would this not result in a prosperous and powerful kingdom? After a brief pause, Chen added, "There is also an urgent matter that must progress concurrently." "What matter is that?" Elia inquired. "To summon the displaced individuals from other realms, regardless of their origins, as long as they possess the capacity to work, and irrespective of their past misdeeds, if they are willing to labor or reside in the north. The kingdom shall welcome them all." Elia inquired, "Is having so many people truly beneficial?" To which Chen replied, "Where there are people, there lies the essence of all things. In their absence, everything becomes void. The North is currently in dire need of labor. Without individuals, how can economic prosperity flourish? At present, it may seem unnecessary, but it won't be long before you realize that people are the most coveted resource here. In any case, you must swiftly spread the word. Inform others that there are job opportunities in the North, with guaranteed safety and lucrative rewards." Elia asked, "What exactly are you aiming to achieve?" Chen responded, "There are numerous ambitions at play. The most pressing matter is the production of Valgonia weaponry. Such items can be exchanged for money at the quickest rate. Otherwise, your sister's gold will soon dwindle." Chen had previously conveyed this notion, and Elia had dismissed it as mere bravado. Now, he was genuinely intent on manufacturing Valgonia weapons, which left her utterly astonished. "Are you certain you can produce them?" Chen, irritated, retorted, "Do you think I speak lightly?" "Yes, you. Every word I utter is imbued with truth and destined to manifest in reality. Each statement I make equates to a box of gold coins. Should you disregard this, do not lament later." "Very well. How do you intend to proceed?" Elia asked. Chen replied, "Gather the finest blacksmiths in the north. We shall first create a prototype, then shift to full-scale production. These weapons will be in high demand wherever they are transported, yielding boxes upon boxes of gold coins upon their return. Naturally, we must set a price that other kingdoms can afford." Elia leaned closer to Chen, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. "Do not deceive me." Chen extended his arm from the water, encircling Elia's shoulders, and remarked, "Whose gold has filled the treasury? That is your achievement. And who proposed the consolidation of the army? Was it effective?" "A rather commendable idea." Chen chuckled, patting her shoulder. "So did I deceive you?" Elia turned to scrutinize Ochen's arm, her expression frosty. "Is it appropriate for a servant to touch a lady of House Stark?" Chen was taken aback and quickly withdrew his arm, saying, "Why is it that you do not comment on my bare form, yet find fault here? Can we not delineate our identities?" With an awkward smile, Chen added, "Understood. You are not the dish I seek." Suddenly, Elia's Valgonia dagger was poised at Ochen's throat. "Are you coveting my sister's favor?" Chen promptly fell silent. Why was she so sensitive? It seemed akin to a thorn lodged between them. Establishing a relationship with the goddess was indeed a formidable challenge. To ascend that mountain, he must first overcome this hurdle. Cautiously, Chen nudged the dagger aside, saying, "I am, after all, a contributor, and I have even greater contributions to make. Unprecedented, in fact. Why must you treat me with such cruelty rather than express gratitude?" Elia retracted her dagger, her demeanor still cold. "Is it not sufficient that a lady of House Stark bathes you?" Chen protested, "You are exploiting me. Fear not the exploitation. Rather, fear the absence of your own value." "Be content," she replied. "Yet you cannot treat me as a mere slave," Chen insisted. Elia remarked, "It depends on your performance. Considering your remaining value, I shall lift the chains, yet your status as a slave remains unchanged. I will grant you an additional privilege. All artisans will fall under your jurisdiction, and you shall possess the authority to dictate what is to be crafted." Chen seethed with indignation, huffing in frustration. Despite his substantial contributions, he was still relegated to the status of a slave. "Elia, can't you be a bit more considerate?" However, he rationalized that at least he would no longer be subjected to menial labor, and he would wield power over others, allowing him to pursue his own ambitions. With this thought, Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Elia was not devoid of compassion. She had prepared clean garments for him, which was a pleasant gesture. Additionally, she had arranged for ale, bread, venison, sausages, and a meticulously smoked ham. In the north, this would be regarded as a lavish feast. Yet Chen had grown weary of such fare. A feast now and then would suffice, but to consume it daily was utterly unbearable. Will my spirits lift? I shall prepare steamed buns, dumplings, and noodles for you, Ao declared as he sliced through the food. We're steamed buns. And what exactly are dumplings? What purpose do noodles serve? The unfamiliar terminology from Ao left Ilya utterly bewildered, as if she were deciphering an ancient script. She perceived him as an enigma, capable of conjuring concepts that defied her understanding. Chapter 23. Valyrian Steel, Swords. The following day, Chen tidied himself up and moved to the armory with Blanco. The armory's steward, Chen, was a genial old man who had devoted his life to this craft, possessing exceptional skill and a sincere disposition. I am Chen, he introduced himself, and I will be collaborating with all of you esteemed masters from now on. I hope for a fruitful partnership. By the way, Master Chen, everyone, including you, must heed my directives. Is that clear? The old man smiled warmly. Miss Ilya has instructed that we shall forge new types of weaponry. You may express any requirements, and I shall see to them immediately. You may focus on your role as the guiding master. I will handle the other matters. Chen, growing anxious, retorted, Didn't I say that I would be in charge here? How is it that you are the one organizing things? This must be a mistake. Not all. Miss Ilya has given such instructions, assuring you that you need not concern yourself with anything else. You may simply inform me of what you require, Chen explained. In essence, those here will follow my lead, and I will follow yours. Is this truly how it is? Chen exclaimed in disbelief. It seems I can only command one person, and that is the head steward? Ilya has truly led me astray. Left with no choice, Chen acquiesced. After a day of observation, he discerned that the smelting and manufacturing techniques on this continent were already quite advanced. However, they had yet to master the final crucial method, casting steel. In simpler terms, the current technology produced weaponry with insufficient carbon content in the steel ingots, resulting in low hardness. During intense combat, these weapons were prone to bending and losing their edge, particularly the sword tips, which would easily warp upon striking armor. Such weaponry was susceptible to damage over prolonged battles, leading to significant resource depletion. Chen had meticulously studied Ilya's Valyrian dagger. While he could not ascertain whether it was truly infused with magic during its crafting, one thing was certain. Valyrian steel swords were essentially the result of the so-called 100 refinements process. The term 100 refinements refers to the practice of repeatedly forging wrought iron, at least 100 times, to eliminate impurities from the steel ingot. The resulting steel, once forged into blades, possessed significantly increased hardness and toughness. Its edge would be sharper, and the body less likely to bend or break. While the 100 refinements process yielded commendable results, it was time-consuming and costly. During China's Three Kingdoms period, a single 100 refined steel blade could purchase enough grain to feed 5 individuals for 3 years. This illustrates the exorbitant manufacturing costs involved. In fact, there existed a simpler and more efficient method to produce superior steel ingots than Valyrian steel, casting steel. The process of casting steel entails melting pig iron in a molten iron and then evenly pouring it over wrought iron to facilitate oxidation. This method effectively removes impurities, and after 3 rounds of forging, the desired steel is achieved. The casting steel method possesses several irreplaceable advantages. 1. Pig iron, as a carbonizing agent, accelerates the carbon diffusion into wrought iron due to its high melting temperature, thereby shortening smelting time and enhancing productivity. 2. Wrought iron transforms into steel through carbon absorption, while pig iron can also become steel through decarbonization, resulting in an increased yield of steel. At elevated temperatures, the carbon, silicon, and manganese present in liquid pig iron react with the oxides found in wrought iron to eliminate impurities, thereby purifying the metallic structure and enhancing the quality of the metal. The process of casting steel is straightforward and easily mastered. To produce steel with varying carbon content, one merely needs to blend pig iron and wrought iron in specific proportions and melt them together. This method yields steel billets capable of being forged into swords and knives that meet perfection. A commendable technique may seem simple in theory, yet its conception is indeed a challenge. This approach was developed by ancient Chinese artisans through extensive practical experience, not merely a whimsical thought. Any attempt by others to replicate it is effortless in comparison. For greater efficiency, a transformation of the fuel is essential. The northern regions boast abundant coal resources, which can be further refined into coke, thus elevating the furnace temperature to a new level, making mass production feasible. The process of coking is not overly complicated. Chen entrusted this task to Rukin, directing him to gather a workforce while he himself provided on-site guidance. Prior to mass production, it was crucial to create a prototype. Having never engaged in the process personally, Chen relied on several highly skilled blacksmiths to execute the task, while he elucidated the specific steps involved. These blacksmiths, inheritors of a rich legacy, possessed ample experience, though they lacked understanding of the underlying principles. They had never encountered Chen's method of steelmaking before. While they may have withheld their skepticism, they viewed it as mere folly. Fortunately, they approached their work with diligence and vigor. In the span of a single meal, the blacksmiths successfully forged the first steel billet. The expertise of seasoned craftsmen is unmistakable. This forged billet exhibited a deep azure hue and a smooth exterior. Compared to an equally sized traditional billet, its color was significantly darker, with almost no porosity, and it weighed considerably more, an indication of its increased density. The blacksmiths recognized its value, understanding that this was the ideal steel billet they had long sought, leading them to regard Chen with newfound respect. Astoundingly, such a simple combination yielded results beyond imagination. Perfection, pure perfection. The blacksmiths gathered around the billet, marveling at it, reluctant to set it down. A robust blacksmith clapped Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Mysterious outsider, your method will transform the fates of many." Alas, there was a tinge of regret. The valiant warriors destined for battle would soon face misfortune. With such superior steel billets, the weapons forged would indeed be formidable. Energized by their success, the blacksmiths placed the billet into the carbon fire to heat it until glowing red, then collaborated seamlessly to forge a knife and a sword. They subsequently heated the sword body, removing it to quench in water. Only quenched blades possess hardness. Without this process, they are akin to wrought iron. To test the sharpness of the two weapons, the blacksmiths immediately set to work on the grinding stone. After meticulous honing, the edges of the knife and sword proved exceptionally sharp, radiating a brilliant sheen that starkly contrasted with the dullness of old weapons. Chen wrapped a piece of fabric around the handleless knife stang and struck an ordinary knife with force. As expected after several blows, the old knife was severed with ease. He struck the hanging armor with considerable force. In just a few blows, the iron armor was cleaved open, its sharpness and resilience far surpassing that of ordinary swords. A crowd gathered around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Initially, they had low expectations, yet the astonishing results of the experiment exceeded their wildest imaginations. They could not help but applaud and cheer. For them, this significant advancement in craftsmanship brought greater joy than the birth of a robust son. Chen, holding the sword, took a triumphant lap around the crowd, exclaiming, "Trust me, the swords forged in the north will be found throughout the continent of Westeros, and each master craftsman will receive generous rewards, I assure you." The crowd erupted in cheers. This was indeed splendid news. Suddenly, Chen recalled the tale of the spear and the shield and pondered whether to test their metal against one another. If neither could break, it would signify a true success. He instructed a blacksmith to wield the sword while he himself gripped the knife, summoning all his strength to strike repeatedly. After a series of 10 blows, both weapons shattered simultaneously. While this outcome was commendable, Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. True steel should withstand the test of each other. The most it could do would be to chip away at one another. If they broke, they could hardly be considered quality blades, leaving them a tier below the Valyrian steel swords. Without reaching the heights of Valyrian craftsmanship, they could not command a comparable price. It is important to note that the price of a Valyrian steel sword could sustain 10 people for 5 years. Chen examined both swords meticulously, turning them over in his hands for an extended period. He noticed that both blades contained sporadic air pockets, indicating insufficient density in the steel. Where lay the fundamental flaw? The question perplexed him. Chapter 24. Breaking the cocoon on the ramparts of Winterfell, Sansa and Arya stood side by side, gazing out at the scattered villages and the vast wilderness beyond. Sansa reflected on the long-term plans Arya had just shared with her. These plans were, of course, a mere repetition of the original words spoken by Chen. At first glance, this so-called plan seemed utterly nonsensical. Take, for instance, the matter of expenditure. Arya audaciously suggested using it to pay laborers. Why should that be the case? They are the people of the North, and it is only right that they serve their homeland without compensation. Furthermore, the idea of building a fortress within a year, recruiting refugees, and forging Valyrian steel swords all sounded absurd. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, there was a semblance of logic beneath the surface. Arya, are you certain this is your idea? Sansa inquired, her gaze fixed on her sister. With her hands clasped behind her back, Arya smiled at Sansa and replied, "Of course, this is not my original thought. During my travels in peculiar lands, I discovered that they operate in such a manner it appeared to yield favorable results. I merely wished to share it, hoping it might assist my queenly sister." "Very well," Sansa nodded. "What are the slave craftsmen you purchased from outside? It sounds remarkable. Can he truly deliver on his promises?" "I assure you, sister, should he deceive me, the consequences will be dire." Sansa pondered for a moment before responding. "Let's first ascertain if he can forge a Valyrian steel sword. If he succeeds, the North will gain a substantial and enduring income, and we may then proceed with your plans." Arya remarked, "You are indeed astute, sister. You immediately discern the potential benefits." "Thank you, Arya. You always manage to surprise me." "Well then, sister, I graciously accept your praise. I must take my leave now to check on that wretched fellow and see how he is faring." As Arya's petite figure gradually receded from view, Sansa fell into contemplation. She could not unravel Arya's thoughts, just as Arya remained inscrutable to her. Perhaps no one could truly comprehend their minds. For 3 consecutive days, Chen secluded himself within his chamber, persistently pondering and contemplating. Yet he could not discern the source of his dilemma. He possessed a particular trait, an unwavering determination. Whenever faced with an intricate challenge, he would isolate himself, tracing the roots of the problem, locking himself away in darkness, and engaging in profound reflection until an answer emerged. However, the monumental challenge he now confronted was that he had no available resources, books, or models to draw upon. He could only delve into the recesses of his memory. Surely, he had overlooked a crucial detail. What could it be? Chen appeared almost possessed, oblivious to everything around him. In the pitch-black room, he ruminated for what felt like an eternity before emerging to pace in circles repeatedly. From a distance, Bronco squatted, his bulging eyes fixated on the frenzied Chen, his withered hands stroking the feathers of a golden-eyed hawk, murmuring, "Poor Chen, stubbornness is not a virtue. Beautiful maiden, you must lend him your aid." In the distance, a wild dog was lifting its leg to urinate, and Chen stared at it intently. Suddenly, a strong little hand rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice that said, "Dark-eyed one, it seems you are in distress." Blanco was right. Ilya had arrived, gliding silently like a raccoon behind Chen. Her footsteps were always light, often startling others when they finally noticed her presence. Chen embraced her tightly, covering her mouth, his gaze fixated on the wild dog. Ilya glared at Chen in anger, initially wanting to break free, but upon seeing his peculiar expression, she restrained herself and allowed him to hold her in silence. After the wild dog finished its business, wagging its tail, it vanished without a trace. Yet Chen remained steadfast in his watch, not moving an inch. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I remember now. I know where the problem lies." Overjoyed, he hugged Ilya tightly, as if she were a wooden post. Ilya twisted away from his grasp, her expression stern, and retorted, "Am I a wooden post?" Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied, "My apologies for the offense, Ilya." She huffed and asked, "What did you remember? Is it amusing?" Chen waved his arms excitedly and declared, "I have finally discovered the key to creating the weapons of Argalia." "Oh, do tell. Let me share in your joy," she urged. Thus, Chen began to elaborate on the process of steel pouring, revealing that he had forgotten 2 crucial details. Without these 2 steps, The weapons created through this method would possess only half their potential quality. The first detail involved alkaline reactions. During the melting of pig iron, a small amount of lime must be added to the molten iron. The purity of the lime's alkalinity accelerates the oxidation process, allowing it to permeate the wrought iron swiftly. While the high temperature of the wrought iron simultaneously neutralizes the alkalinity in the pig iron. Only through this method can a flawless steel ingot be achieved. The second detail pertained to the dual liquid quenching method. Traditionally, water had been the medium for quenching. While it was acknowledged that different types of water could yield varying weapon properties, no one had ventured beyond the realm of water. A master bladesmith achieved this breakthrough by employing the dual liquid quenching method in the fabrication of wrought iron swords, first quenching in rapidly cooling animal urine, followed by slower cooling in animal fat. This technique significantly enhanced the hardness and toughness of the weapon, rendering even superior weapons incapable of severing it. The dual liquid quenching method involves selecting a rapid cooling medium, such as animal urine, when the workpiece is at a high temperature to ensure hardness. As the temperature of the workpiece decreases, a slower cooling medium, like animal fat, is chosen to prevent cracking and deformation, thereby enhancing toughness. Chen's inadvertent observation of the wild dog urinating triggered this recollection, awakening further memories. It must be said that his memory was quite remarkable. To retain such meticulous craftsmanship was indeed no small feat. Elia listened quietly to Chen's narrative, her rough palm gently caressing his face as she spoke. I am sorry for causing you pain, but considering your efforts for the North. Her hands, which could have been soft and smooth, bore the calluses of daily sword practice and archery, a testament to her relentless training. It was somewhat heart-wrenching. Was it not sufficient to be a young lady? Why subject herself to such torment? Chen gazed into Elia's eyes, which seemed to reflect a hint of remorse, and said, My grand plan is about to commence. Has your sister taken my counsel to heart? Almost, she replied, but that will depend on whether you can forge a weapon worthy of being compared to Valyrian steel. Elia drew the Valyrian dagger from her waist, admiring its gleaming blade. Chen took it from her, examining it before declaring, I intend to surpass it and bestow upon it a resounding name. A resounding name, indeed? How about Soul of the Norther Queen's Kiss? Chapter 25. The Queen's Fury Sister. This is the second gift Arya has bestowed upon you, Arya remarked with a smile, pointing to an object wrapped on the table within the Stark family's hall. Oh, another present, Arya. What surprise could your gift possibly hold for me? Sansa inquired. Open it, and you shall see. I assure you, you will scream in delight, Arya replied. As Sansa unwrapped the package, a long dagger and a long sword were revealed before her. The long sword gleamed with a bluish hue, its razor-sharp edge piercing Sansa's eyes. The dagger was equally dazzling, its slightly curved blade emanating a wild, cold radiance. Clearly, these were newly forged items, with handles that were rather rudimentary and rough. If paired with a finely crafted hilt and an exquisite scabbard, they would undoubtedly be the coveted weapons of every knight. Sansa held the long sword in her hands, exclaiming in astonishment, Arya, is this a northern sword that rivals Valyrian steel? The unparalleled Valyrian steel, its brilliance having faded, would soon be eclipsed by the swords forged in the north. Arya picked up the dagger, gliding her fingers over it with excitement. As a connoisseur of blades, she could certainly discern the quality. She gestured towards Harris with a smile, saying, Harris, try it with your sword. Harris, similarly an expert, could assess the merits and flaws of a weapon with just a glance. Raken has truly outdone himself. His new weapons are remarkable, he praised. Taking the long sword from Arya, he examined it from every angle, offering continuous compliments, reluctant to part with it. Give it a try, Harris. I guarantee it will leave you astounded, Arya encouraged. Harris drew his own long sword and struck forcefully at the dagger in Arya's hand. His sword was undoubtedly a masterpiece, yet when it met Arya's dagger, it was akin to the clash of wood against steel. Not only did his blade fail to mar Arya's dagger, but it was also rendered completely dulled in the process. My goodness, Raken is extraordinarily capable. His contributions will be immortalized in history, Harris exclaimed. The weapons emerging from the armory would, of course, reflect on the armory's overseer. Arya, Hold onto your sword. I'm about to test the dagger, so be cautious, she warned. With the grace of an antelope, she leaped and swung the dagger towards Harris's longsword. There was a resounding crack. Harris's longsword was effortlessly severed by Arya, as if it were merely a twig being cut. This is utterly unbelievable, Harris gasped. He had specifically instructed Raken to be meticulous while forging this sword. Raken had indeed utilized the finest steel and applied great care in every aspect of the crafting process. By all accounts, its quality was exceptional, yet it proved woefully inadequate against this new weapon. Even a genuine Valyrian steel sword might not have displayed such astonishing results. What is all this excitement about? Lord Wins. Kiso hurried into the hall. He had urgent matters to report to the Queen, but could not help but inquire upon witnessing the evident exhilaration among those present. Sansa handed him the longsword, smiling as she said, "Commander, this is the Valyrian steel sword we have forged. What do you think? The Valyrian steel sword forged in the north?" Lawrence did not comprehend the significance of this statement. He took hold of the unadorned steel sword and, upon merely glancing at it, exclaimed with delight, "Wise Queen, from where did you acquire this Valyrian steel sword? Such a sword is exceedingly precious. Could you possibly gift it to me?" Sansa replied, "Perhaps before long. This sword could indeed build you a house." Lawrence examined the sword repeatedly in his hands, caressing it with the fervor of a starving wolf encountering sustenance. Upon hearing Sansa's words that such swords could be abundant, he laughed incredulously, saying, "Your Majesty, I do not doubt your words, yet I cannot help but question them. How could there possibly be countless Valyrian steel swords?" Arya interjected, "Is it truly impossible? The very sword you hold was crafted in the armory. Why can there not be many more?" Lawrence gasped, "Raken? He forged this? Good heavens, I can hardly believe it." Arya encouraged, "Try your sword and witness its marvel, Commander." Lawrence handed his sword to Arya, who raised it high and, taking a large step, struck down onto the sword she held. Just like Harris's sword, his was effortlessly cleaved, as if a butcher's knife slicing through a turnip. The quality of his sword, like that of Harris, was undeniably superior. Lawrence stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sword in his hand. Arya placed a fine chainmail on the wooden table and said, "Commander, you may wish to try again. Your sword cannot pierce this exquisite chainmail, but what of the one in your hand?" With a serious expression, Lawrence gazed at the armor and suddenly thrust forward. Without a doubt, the chainmail was easily penetrated, the tip of the sword embedding deeply into the wood of the table. Lawrence gasped in astonishment, raising the sword once more to strike at the chainmail. The result was the same. The armor was effortlessly breached, while his sword remained unscathed. Lawrence stared intently at the severed chainmail, his complexion turning pale. A magical sword? A true magical sword. How terrifying. He understood that should such a sword be wielded by an opponent, even an ordinary soldier, provided he wasn't utterly foolish, could easily slay a knight clad in armor, rendering those proud knights utterly disadvantaged before such weaponry. "Commander, is this not astonishing? I assure you, every soldier in the north will possess such a weapon. Everyone." Lawrence was once again taken aback. The prospect of each soldier wielding such a treasure meant his army's combat prowess would be devastating. The armies of Westeros would appear as mere lambs awaiting slaughter before him. It must be noted that should an enemy be struck by such a blade, the wounds would be nigh fatal. Lawrence suddenly brimmed with ambition and approached Sansa, bowing deeply, saying, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to have the armory forge these weapons day and night. I assure you, wherever your heart desires, there shall your warriors reach." Sansa smiled and replied, "Your loyalty is the pride of the North. Thank you, Lawrence." Arya added, "These weapons will be prioritized for your army, but there is one condition." "Miss Elia, I shall acquiesce to any conditions." Elia replied, stating that whether they be soldiers or generals, as long as they obey orders and commit no errors throughout the year, they shall be rewarded with such a weapon. Remember, this condition applies to anyone, including yourself. While this may not seem like a harsh stipulation, in reality, it is quite challenging, for the Northern Army comprises soldiers from various families, making them difficult to manage. It is already commendable if they manage to avoid significant chaos, let alone refrain from any mistakes. This, of course, is the brainchild of Chen. He comprehends that to compel these disparate soldiers to unconditionally obey orders and adhere to their posts and responsibilities, it necessitates not only time and exceptional leadership, but also an enticing reward mechanism. This weapon, valued at present, is worth 1,000 gold dragons. Such a substantial fortune, exchanged for a single weapon, is undoubtedly a compelling temptation. Once these soldiers begin to rigorously adhere to the regulations, their combat effectiveness and organizational prowess will ascend to unprecedented heights. The future development of the North will incite envy among many, yet its inherent risks are perilous. Without an army that absolutely obeys orders to safeguard them, countless troubles will ensue. At all times, military might is the cornerstone of a kingdom's advancement, and the loyalty and absolute compliance of its forces are paramount, leaving no room for negligence. Chapter 26. Preparing for the future, Elia gazed at Sansa and inquired, "Sister, do you not wish to bestow a name upon our new weapon? Such a remarkable instrument, akin to a divine creation, undoubtedly deserves a resounding title to signify its supreme status." Sansa pondered for a moment and suggested, "What about the Sword of the North?" Elia chuckled. "That name is quite commendable, yet it lacks the necessary grandeur. What do you propose?" As Elia gently clashed the two weapons together, she declared, the Queen's wrath. "Sister, what are your thoughts? I wish for the warriors wielding this weapon to recognize that my sister is the most illustrious, beautiful, and wise queen in all of Westeros." The name indeed held merit, but Urian would surely be infuriated if he were to learn of it. His suggestion, the Queen's kiss, was undoubtedly infused with his own ulterior motives, representing his sentiments and romantic inclinations. Elia's flattery brought a radiant smile to Sansa's face. Truly, wherever this weapon may reach, it would herald her fame far and wide, leaving a lasting legacy. Harris and Lowens approached and bowed, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring an indomitable weapon." Elia then asked, "Sister, when shall we name the weapon?" Sansa replied, "If we are to name it, let there be a grand ceremony. Shall we wait until they complete the first batch?" In order to expedite mass production, Urian assembled 100 individuals to oversee the coking process. The temperature of coke must far exceed that of coal. Only by elevating the furnace's heat could they hasten the crafting of the weapons. Naturally, large-scale production necessitated a supporting framework, otherwise it would hinder progress. Urian meticulously refined the entire process into dozens of steps: specialized steelmaking, iron smelting, forging, quenching, and crafting scabbards, along with handles, engraving, and polishing, among others. In essence, he sought to delineate each procedure as precisely as possible, thus enhancing professionalism. A person focusing on a singular task, regardless of their intelligence, would excel in it. This was a principle of industrial assembly lines he had absorbed effortlessly in his past life. While it appears straightforward, no industry on this ancient continent had ever been executed with such meticulousness. Should an item be produced on a massive scale, it would inevitably invigorate the upstream and downstream supply chains, encompassing mining, coking, coal extraction, carpentry, leatherworking, and more. This influx of labor would yield wages, prompting purchases of essential goods such as food, clothing, and tools, further stimulating related industries. Hence, a superlative brand can catalyze an extensive economic landscape, potentially engaging the entire populace of a nation. The Queen's wrath, a weapon of exquisite craftsmanship, stands as the North's premier brand. As long as everyone partakes in the societal division of labor, the kingdom's economy shall flourish. Of course, this premise hinges on each laborer receiving appropriate compensation. After a day's effort, Urian finally elucidated this principle to Elia, who then relayed his words to Sansa. Sansa's intellect is truly remarkable. Having listened just once, she grasped the intricacies of the complex issue at hand. Without hesitation, she decreed that all workers will be compensated according to their labor, with wages disbursed monthly, ensuring no delays in payment. At long last, the coins pilfered from the iron vault by Chen have begun to serve their intended purpose. However, this alone is far from sufficient. Even the finest goods must find a market, and the buyers will undoubtedly be families from other kingdoms, as well as distant lands. including those in need, such as assassins and wandering knights. Valyrian steel swords, valued at 1,000 golden dragons, despite their exorbitant price, remain scarce in the market. Those fortunate enough to possess such weapons seldom part with them, especially given their rarity. The market itself is not the primary concern. Rather, the alarming truth is that as the distribution of these weapons expands, their demand will ignite and proliferate like wildfire, growing ever more fervent. The rationale is simple. Once one possesses such a weapon, others, in a bid to protect themselves, will inevitably spend lavishly on equivalent armaments to contend with you. From individuals to collectives, from one kingdom to another, this snowball effect will only intensify. Provided the price is acceptable, they will not hesitate to invest. This mirrors the modern arms race among nations, a phenomenon that leaves no room for choice. To be lagging is to be vulnerable to attack. Regardless of the passage of time, this immutable law remains steadfast. On the continent of Westeros, and even further afield, an unprecedented arms race looms, one defined solely by blades and armor. Lacking these two essentials will diminish one's combat effectiveness by 2/3. An adversary equipped with the Queen's Wrath and Queen's armor could effortlessly obliterate an army of 10,000. The stakes in this terrifying competition are such that no family can afford to skimp on expenditures. Yet, astonishingly, no one besides Chen would conceive of this remarkable chain reaction. Not even the rulers of the North. To realize this grand vision, it is imperative to sell the products, which necessitates seasoned merchants. A mere handful will not suffice. A robust team, comprised of individuals trusted by the North, is essential. Despite Sansa's brilliance, she lacks experience with modern commercial models. Thus, Chen must take proactive measures, persuading her and elucidating the interconnectedness of these matters before mass production can commence. Unable to meet Sansa directly, he resorts to communicating through Arya, confident she will convey the message effectively. Fortunately, the initial stages of this endeavor are not overly complex. Chen explained the details to Arya, who then relayed them to Sansa, prompting her to begin planning for suitable candidates for preliminary preparations. The framework for weapon production has begun to take shape, leaving only the issue of security to address. It is essential to recognize that once these weapons enter mass production and sales, they will inevitably attract the envy of other families, who will seek to steal the technology and kidnap the craftsmen. To preemptively mitigate these risks, Chen gathered all artisans involved in critical processes and deployed 100 soldiers for their protection, serving both as guardians and overseers. As for the other participants, they are merely responsible for a minor segment of the whole process. This is not a significant issue. Without a detailed division of labor, it would be impossible to monitor each individual effectively. With all arrangements in place, the next step is to devote ourselves fully to the production. The first batch of weapons will be unveiled in a grand ceremony, during which the Queen of the North will bestow them with names. Before the day of the naming ceremony, Chen must produce 1,000 swords and daggers, complete with exquisite embellishments. He eagerly anticipates this day, for it is only on the day of the naming that he will behold his ideal goddess, Sansa Stark, in the flesh. He has invested considerable effort and thought into this day. It is time for a modest reward. This wish is not unreasonable, is it? Chapter 27. Naming day. Within the armory's greenhouse lay 1,000 swords. Though the blades remained sheathed, their cold gleam seemed to radiate from within. The composition of the blades was uniform, yet their adornments varied. According to Chen's design, they were categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of noble swords. The hilts were crafted from wrought iron, intricately engraved with lively patterns, and the surface was treated with a gilded finish, while the crossguard was shaped into undulating waves. The sheaths were encased in zebra hide, with natural textures that exuded opulence. As these swords were intended for nobility, their embellishments were meant to reflect their elevated status. The price was naturally steep, 1,000 gold dragons. This was not merely a matter of monetary value, but rather a testament to prestige. The second tier comprised swords for knights. The blades were of the same quality, but the distinction lay in the sheaths, hilts, and guards. The hilts were fashioned from premium fishbeam wood, carved with flowing clouds. and the sheaths were wrapped in deer hide. To emphasize their uniqueness, each sword bore slightly different decorative motifs and shapes. Though these subtle variations might seem trivial, they held significant meaning. The cost for these was 800 gold dragons. While this was somewhat pricey for them, it remained within their means. The third tier was designated for soldier swords. Ideally, Chen preferred to craft knives, which he had yet to produce. He intended to utilize the simplest, most practical materials. Eschewing any pursuit of aesthetic appeal, functionality was paramount. Currently, this was merely a preliminary stage of planning, subject to adjustment as demand increased. Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Testing the efficacy of each sword, there were no issues. Their quality was exceptional, rivaling even the finest Valyrian steel, and in some aspects, surpassing it. The sight of these weapons before the various noble families would undoubtedly evoke shock and desire. As Chen gazed upon the swords, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He had forgotten to include Sansa's likeness and the words Queen's Fury. He had originally intended to engrave her portrait and the phrase on the swords for naming day. Initially, he planned to place them on the hilt, but upon reflection, it felt awkward to grip the Queen's image. Clearly, the blade was the most fitting location. He envisioned engraving a simplified portrait of the Queen beside the phrase Queen's Fury on the crossguard. However, due to the blade's extreme hardness, executing this task under current conditions seemed nearly impossible. The hilt was a feasible option, yet would lack elegance. In an effort to expedite the process, he had set this issue aside, intending to resolve it later, only to find that it had slipped his mind. Chen gathered all the craftsmen to seek a solution. Ultimately, they proposed to create the letters and image in pure silver, then reheat the blades to a red glow and hammer the designs onto them, thereby embedding them permanently. This was indeed a clever approach, but it would raise costs, and the forging process would be labor-intensive, potentially reducing output. After some contemplation, Chen wondered if they could create a substance akin to sealing wax to imprint the designs. This method would save time and effort, costing almost nothing. But how could they produce such a sealing wax? Chen racked his brain to extract the chemical knowledge within, synthesizing it with existing dyes to concoct a viscous, deep blue substance never before seen. He fashioned 2 seals from jade, engraving the Queen's visage and the words the Queen's Fury upon them. Dipping them into the prepared ink, he stamped the blade, akin to sealing a document. This substance exhibited poor penetration with most materials, yet possessed remarkable affinity for steel. The harder the metal, the greater its permeation. Chen meticulously marked each sword, then dried them over the forge, ensuring that the inscriptions and designs remained impervious to wear, even under the harshest grinding. It was a flawless creation, a testament to his ingenuity. Gazing upon the impeccable swords, his heart surged with excitement at the thought of tomorrow's naming ceremony. If Sansa were to learn that all of this was born from his efforts, how immensely would her appreciation and regard swell. As night fell, to express gratitude towards all the craftsmen, Chen summoned Rookin to bring forth dozens of barrels of ale, along with smoked meats, to celebrate their achievement. As the revelry continued into the evening, the guests gradually dispersed, leaving only Chen, Rookin, and 2 of the most robust drinkers among the craftsmen. In a conspiratorial manner, Rookin stealthily retrieved 2 barrels of fine wine from within the house, patting Chen on the back and exclaiming, "Capable Chen, this is a special gift from Lady Elia. A wine fit for nobility. Would you not wish to indulge?" Elated, Chen replied, "Of course I must partake." To refuse Lady Elia's generosity would be a disservice to her intentions. The 4 of them clinked their glasses in camaraderie, losing track of time as the night wore on. They seemed disinclined to rest, each one exhibiting remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Chen had never consumed so much, ultimately succumbing to inebriation, collapsing onto the table. Rookin and the 2 craftsmen lifted him to a secluded room, locking the door behind them. In the square of Winterfell, throngs of people gathered, while rows of wooden racks draped in black cloth stood upon the platform. Hundreds of soldiers, clad in resplendent armor, stood at attention with wooden shields and spears. Families and dignitaries from the north lined the edges of the platform, observing the proceedings in silence. Few understood the significance of the Queen's emphasis on today ceremony, other than the fact that a sword was to be named. What sword could possibly merit such honor? Before long, an ornate sedan chair, escorted by guards, approached the platform. Sansa emerged, adorned in a dark red robe and wearing a crown, followed closely by her formidable protector, Brienne, who rested a hand upon her sword's hilt. Elia also stepped forth from the chair, her hand poised on the dagger at her waist, her sharp gaze scanning the crowd. The assembly parted, eager eyes fixed upon their queen as she gracefully ascended the platform. The nobles and generals bowed in reverence, uttering, "Your Majesty." Sansa surveyed the gathered crowd with a warm smile, exuding an elegance that captivated all, her beauty radiating with a noble grace. To the diligent people, brave soldiers, exceptional commanders, and wise lords present here today, I wish to honor our weaponry craftsmen, for they have forged the northern sword that surpasses Valyrian steel. In commemoration of this extraordinary achievement, I shall bestow a name upon this unparalleled weapon. I am convinced that, in the near future, the armaments forged in the north will emerge as the finest in the world, continuously bringing prosperity to our realm. The citizens of the north and esteemed lords, place your trust in me. Though we currently face numerous challenges, I possess unwavering confidence in our collective ability to overcome adversity, transforming the north into a land of wealth and camaraderie, where all may revel in unparalleled joy and happiness. All eyes were fixed upon their queen as they listened to her resounding vows, erupting in a chorus of cheers. Long live the queen! Long live your majesty! Long live the north! Sansa beamed at the jubilant populace, and when their exuberance gradually subsided, she turned, grasping the edge of the dark cloth and slowly unveiling what lay beneath. Chapter 28. As clear as day, Sansa slowly drew back the black cloth, revealing 8 tiers of wooden racks, each adorned with 1,000 long swords. She grasped a beautifully decorated sword, slowly unsheathing the gleaming blade. As she gazed upon her noble visage reflected on the blade, Sansa's hand trembled slightly. Raising the sword aloft, she proclaimed, "The Queen's wrath. Those who dare offend the north shall be consumed by the Queen's fury." The crowd below raised their fists, while those on stage drew their swords, chanting, "The Queen's wrath. The Queen's wrath." Once the clamor subsided, Sansa turned to her side and addressed Rickon, the master of arms. Rickon approached Sansa, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, Rickon pledges eternal loyalty to you." Sansa smiled. "Rickon, your deeds will be chronicled in the annals of the North, and you shall be duly rewarded. The Queen elevates you to the rank of knight, grants you 100 golden dragons, 3 servants, and 10 fine steeds." Rickon was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Long live your Majesty. I am deeply grateful." Sansa continued, "I have heard of a particularly capable subordinate of yours. His contributions also merit recognition. Where is he?" "The Queen wishes to see him." Rickon hesitated. "Your Majesty, he is intoxicated and currently unaware of his surroundings. Perhaps I could bring the reward to him instead?" Sansa insisted. "The Queen desires to see him. He cannot simply remain absent." "Rickon, you are resourceful, are you not?" Reluctantly, Rickon replied, "Very well, your Majesty, I shall fetch him." Before long, Rickon returned with Oren. However, Oren appeared rather disheveled, having been carried in and snoring loudly, reeking of alcohol. The unexpected sight of the Queen's guest being a drunken man elicited laughter from the assembly. "Alas, poor drunkard, honor has forsaken you." Harris and Lowens surrounded Oren, observing him as one might admire a rare bird. Harris remarked, "This man seems to be a slave purchased by Miss Arya. How unfortunate that he is a drunkard." He gently patted Oren's face, saying, "Poor fellow, can you even sense the Queen's reward?" Oren mumbled incoherently, rolling over and continuing to sleep like a log. Sansa approached the slumbering Oren, taking in his features: dark hair, sun-kissed skin, a prominent nose, and rosy lips. He was rather handsome, albeit somewhat unkempt, with a wild beard and a face smudged with sweat. Turning to Rickon, she inquired, "I have heard that this brilliant idea was his. What was his name?" Rickon replied, "Oren, the slave Oren." Sansa declared, "Very well, in light of his contributions. I shall not punish him. Remove his status as a slave and promote him to the master of the armory, with a salary increased to 10 golden dragons per month. 10 golden dragons, gasped those around her. This was indeed a considerable sum. Arya interjected, "Sister, do not bestow such a fortune upon him. He is merely a slave I purchased. Elevating his status is commendable enough without granting him so much wealth." Sansa responded with a smile. Rewards must accompany merit. His significant contributions deserve recognition, do they not? She took a garment from the hands of a nearby maid and draped it over Chen, saying, "I reward you with this attire. Serve the queen diligently, and you shall receive your due recompense." Arya, dissatisfied, interjected, "Sister, this was intended for Jon Snow. Was it not meant for the lands beyond the wall?" Sansa replied, "That was indeed the plan. But is it not more meaningful to bestow it upon a valiant hero of our north?" Arya opened her mouth, yet swallowed her retort. After the naming ceremony concluded, Sansa hosted the lords of various houses, ultimately inviting the rotund Royce Mormont of Bear Island to the council chamber. The Mormont family, loyal to House Stark for a millennium, had remained steadfast. The previous head, Jeor Mormont, served as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and perished at the hands of the White Walkers. His son, Jorah Mormont, was a devoted protector of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, and also fell during the Battle of Winterfell. Most celebrated was the 10-year-old girl, Lyanna Mormont, who bravely faced a giant white, plunging a dagger into its eye before succumbing, thus slaying an unstoppable foe. The Mormont family was known for both loyalty and courage. Sansa entrusted Royce to establish a trading caravan to traverse among the various lords, selling the Queen's Fury crafted in the north. Royce Mormont, portly with a round head and eyes, had stout fingers and a cheerful demeanor. Though he appeared unassuming, he was astute, adept at trading and profiting from various goods. Fortune favored him. The principal members of the Mormont family had perished in the recent conflicts, leaving him as the sole survivor and a stabilizing presence. Thus, Sansa elevated him to the title of Earl, making him the head of House Mormont. As someone previously of modest standing within his family, his lack of martial prowess had prevented him from becoming a pivotal force. Now, elevated to lordship by Sansa, he felt immense gratitude. Sansa gazed at Royce and inquired, "My lord, how are preparations progressing?" Royce replied, "Your Majesty, I have assembled an excellent trading caravan for the Queen, ensuring we sell the surplus from the north and procure necessary goods in return." Sansa nodded, saying, "You shall personally deliver our crafted weapon samples to the various lords and ascertain their interest. Certainly, they will be eager for such fine swords." Jandrai Baratheon, the new Duke of Storm's End, being of blacksmith origin, will surely recognize the value of these weapons. I guarantee he will be the first to purchase, as he is not lacking in funds, having suffered minimal losses during this conflict. Thus, you should prioritize him. My dear uncle, Edmure Tully, is rather frugal. I advise you visit him last, for his offered price may not be satisfactory. Royce responded, "Your Majesty is wise. I have also considered Jandrai as the prime candidate. He is young and courageous, fully aware of the significance of our weaponry. Yet, how shall we determine the price? For the finest, 800 golden dragons. For the mid-grade, 500. And for the ordinary, 300, though that would necessitate a delay." Royce gazed at the exquisite sword and remarked, "Heavens! Such splendid weaponry is truly a bargain for them. Our blacksmith is extraordinarily skilled." Sansa replied, "Indeed, his craftsmanship is remarkable. Perhaps he is the future of the North." Royce, puzzled, inquired, "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend. Who is he?" "A mysterious figure from the east, the very drunkard," Sansa elucidated. Royce chuckled, "Your Majesty, it is perplexing that a mere drunkard commands such regard." Sansa drew forth the long sword, admiring her likeness upon its blade, and stated, "You shall understand in due time. All this design and artistry is his handiwork. A prodigy, truly a prodigy." Observing the Queen lost in thought, Royce discreetly withdrew. Sansa, watching his retreating form, mused, "It is easier to prune a sapling than to contend with a fully grown tree. What a brilliant notion." Heeding Arya's counsel, she disbanded the elite forces of each noble family. Indeed, those families harbored grievances in secrecy, yet found themselves powerless. should they wait until they have amassed strength? Any subsequent action might provoke a fierce backlash. Truly an ingenious idea, a strategic conception of genius. Chapter 29. An unbearable affront as Chen awoke. He relished the comfort of his slumber. Upon glimpsing the sun's position outside, he gasped and leapt from his bed, hastily sprinting toward the door. The sun had already tilted, indicating that it was afternoon. Today marked the Queen's naming day, and he had overslept. To his astonishment, Chen observed that all the craftsmen were reveling with drinks in hand, the atmosphere jubilant and festive. He rushed to Rukn, seizing the wine cup from his grasp and smashing it to the ground, his voice laced with fury. Is the Queen's naming day over? Indeed, Rukn replied, his expression unfazed. Congratulations, Chen. The Queen has emancipated you from your servitude and elevated you to the rank of Grand Steward, with a monthly stipend of 10 golden dragons. Are you not pleased? Oh, and the Queen has bestowed upon you a magnificent robe. How enviable. It was crafted for her illegitimate brother, Jon Snow. Rukn maintained his cheerful demeanor, unaffected by Chen's outburst. Why did you not wake me? Chen barked. Rukn shrugged nonchalantly. I did indeed attempt to rouse you. I even carried you before the Queen, but you slumbered as if in a deep coma, impervious to all attempts at awakening. Our Queen is truly considerate. She did not chastise you, though you were quite inebriated. Did I truly attend? Did Sansa see me? I was so drunk that no one could wake me. Chen found it incredulous. The notion was utterly absurd. How would the Queen regard a drunken fool? He sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the exact problem. All his arduous labor had been aimed at earning the Queen's favor, and now, on such a significant day, he had appeared before her in a state of inebriation, completely unconscious. What would Sansa think? Dejected, Chen retreated to his room and collapsed on his bed. He felt something brushing against his back and instinctively reached for it. A robe, a black robe of fine fabric and exquisite craftsmanship. As he held it for a moment, he suddenly recalled Rukn's words. Was this garment a gift from the Queen? Had she stitched it herself? Instantly invigorated, he donned the robe. To his delight, it fit him perfectly, as if tailored for his physique. The Queen had given him a garment crafted by her own hands. What could such a gesture signify? Did she recognize his talents, or was it merely a courtesy, a token of encouragement? Uncertain, Chen resolved to contemplate the matter positively. From that day forth, he officially assumed command of the armory, orchestrating operations according to his vision. He set a target for each craftsman to produce 30 weapons per month, with their wages doubled for participation. With this incentive in place, the craftsmen exerted themselves even more diligently, not only completing their tasks but also assisting one another, even toiling late into the night by torchlight. Once a project was underway, it became straightforward, eliminating the need for him to micromanage every aspect. To articulate his ideas more effectively, Chen spent 3 days crafting a planning map of Winterfell, nearly the size of a wall, modeled after the architecture of BJ City. Within the city, there exists an inner city, an outer city, and residential areas, industrial zones, commercial streets, and barracks surrounding the entire metropolis, meticulously divided into distinct segments, interspersed with broad thoroughfares. The overall design embodies a circular core with square peripheries, while a grid-like road system cleaves each region apart. Having studied the model of BJ City, he possesses an innate understanding of its layout. At the pinnacle, he inscribed the 5 fundamental national policies, which delineate the future trajectory of the Northern Kingdom, advocating for specialized division of labor. The first principle is agricultural development. Those engaged in farming should primarily focus on agricultural production, lending their hands to others during the off-season, yet always prioritizing farming as their foremost occupation. The second principle pertains to commercial expansion. Individuals dedicated to trade must facilitate the exchange of various goods, either within the northern borders or beyond, engaging in free trade and paying taxes based on their profits, with the Northern Kingdom providing military protection. The third principle emphasizes robust construction efforts. This entails recruiting itinerant laborers from outside to aid in the development of Winterfell and the construction of thoroughfares, ensuring accessibility throughout. As the adage goes, to seek prosperity, one must first pave the roads. Thus, Infrastructure is paramount. The fourth principle focuses on the advancement of handicrafts. There will be an intensified effort to nurture local craftsmanship, spearheaded by Chen, who will develop innovative products such as Queen's Fury, bricks, coke, and everyday necessities. It is believed that these novel items will ignite enthusiasm among the populace. The fifth principle involves political infiltration. The cultivation of exceptional political talents is essential, enabling them to navigate between various kingdoms and even as far as the continent of Essos. Preparing for future unification. This is what is referred to as top-level design, establishing long-term objectives and then executing specific tasks around those goals. Naturally, numerous considerations remain. Yet in the nascent phase of a kingdom, it is crucial to lock in the primary direction, refining details as the kingdom expands. These 5 national policies necessitate oversight by 5 supreme departments, tentatively named the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Goods, and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Each department must be led by individuals with a grand vision, a task not easily accomplished, if necessary. One may resort to poaching talent from others. Additionally, a financial overseer is imperative. Given the vast monetary flow anticipated for the kingdom, it is vital for the queen to maintain control over the finances. Securing the treasury equates to grasping the lifeblood of a nation. Ultimately, everything revolves around wealth. With abundant riches, all will become its subservient followers. Chen meticulously illustrated his vision on a wooden board, succinctly summarizing the 6 fundamental principles at the top. Noticing a blank space beside, he decided to paint Sansa as portrait there, her visage faced forward, her finger pointing toward the accompanying plans. Chen scrutinized the work closely. It was flawless. His artistic skills were commendable, with a layout orderly and clear, easily comprehensible at a glance. The half-length portrait exuded vitality, capturing the essence of Sansa as remembered, hoping it would resemble her true self. Standing before the engraving, Chen gazed intently for a long while. He aspired to become the Prime Minister of the North, engaging in daily discussions with the Queen. It struck him as profoundly melancholic that after all this time in the North, he had yet to behold Sansa in person. Upon thinking of Arya, a resolute determination surged within him. This time, he must insist on being taken to meet Sansa, to present her with this exquisite print. This little woman, she seemed reluctant to allow him to meet her sister. What was her true intention? Just as Chen was stewing in his frustration, Arya miraculously appeared behind him. Chief Steward, what occupies your thoughts? Her voice jolted Chen from his reverie. With her hands clasped behind her back and a teasing smile gracing her lips, she circled around him, commenting, "That attire is rather fine. It fits you quite well." Upon hearing Arya praise his clothing, Chen swiftly forgot his earlier irritation. He fondled the fabric with delight, exclaiming, "It was a gift from your sister. What do you think? Is it not splendid?" Suddenly, Arya's expression darkened as she retorted, "Take it off. As a mere steward, you are unworthy of wearing garments meant for the nobility." Fury ignited within Chen. Was this not a grave insult? After all he had contributed, why should he be denied such attire? In a sudden burst of impulsive defiance, he shoved Arya to the ground. Taken by surprise, she quickly rallied her strength, and the two found themselves rolling on the ground, engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 30. Is back scratching considered a reward? Despite Chen's experience of traversing through time and space, resulting in a remarkable transformation of his physique and an enhancement of his vitality and strength, he was still far from being able to contend with Arya in battle. His primary shortcoming lay in a lack of technical training. Possessing unparalleled internal strength is feudal if one does not know how to exert it. Arya's combat training was systematic. She secured one of Chen's arms and one of his legs behind his back, rendering him immobile, while she herself was left somewhat breathless. "You've grown stronger, black-eyed man. Indeed, your strength has markedly increased since the first time I laid eyes on you," she remarked. Chen retorted, "You tyrannical woman, you are too much. Starting tomorrow, I will practice swordsmanship, and I shall break both your legs, rendering you unable to move for a lifetime." Arya chuckled. "Such pettiness. A wise man should be magnanimous." "Very well. I shall await your ascension to knighthood, hoping you do not meet a tragic end." She released Chen, who then rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a pained expression. "One day, I will make you aware that Chen from the east is the most formidable swordsman on this continent." "The most formidable? Good heavens, black-eyed man, you are exaggerating. However, I must admit, what you have drawn is indeed impressive. No one can surpass you," Arya praised, her admiration evident as she gazed at the grand artwork. Although she was unsure of its precise implications, she could tell it had required significant effort. Chen pointed at the artwork, explaining, "This is the blueprint I have created for the north. Observe this city. It is the Winterfell I intend to construct. Alongside it are these areas and roads. Once completed, its advancement, splendor, and enormity will be unparalleled, far beyond that of King's Landing." As Chen elucidated the various shapes within the artwork, Arya persistently inquired. Her interest piqued. It wasn't until he had spoken, until his throat was parched, that she finally grasped the entirety of the drawing's content. "Truly remarkable, black-eyed man. Your capabilities astonish me," she acknowledged. Chen gazed at Arya with a pitiful expression, saying, "This plan is vast and intricate. You must recommend me to your sister. Only by serving as her advisor could she comprehend the significance of these ideas. Arya, I implore you." Arya, observing Chen's earnest demeanor, replied, "How about this? Once you have constructed Winterfell, I shall persuade my sister to appoint you as prime minister. By then, your achievements will be sufficient, and the other lords will have little to contest. Indeed, my sister is quite suspicious. The crux of the matter is your ambiguous identity as an outsider. If I were to recommend you now, she might suspect I am attempting to place a thorn in her side. This would be perilous. She might secretly eliminate you." Chen retorted indignantly, "I shall not heed your nonsense. These are merely excuses. Are you planning to exploit me until you find an opportunity to dispose of me? Your intentions are far from honorable." Arya, perplexed, asked, "Dispose of you? Do I truly need to do that? Why? That is what is known as a cunning rabbit being hunted and the hound being cooked once its purpose is served. Do I not know your true intentions?" Curiously, Arya inquired, "What do rabbit, dog, bird, bow mean?" In a fit of annoyance, Chen retorted, "It's akin to killing the donkey after the millstone is removed." "Killing the donkey after the millstone is removed? Is that a story?" Chen, growing impatient, interjected, "Spare me your questions. Will you assist me or not? If you refuse my request, I shall take my leave and seek help elsewhere." With wide eyes, Arya asked, "Seek help elsewhere? Why?" Chen replied, "Why indeed? Do I need to explain? You clearly have no intention of helping me, so I shall abandon this endeavor." Arya, hands behind her back, circled around Chen and suddenly exclaimed, "Come, I shall take you to a place as a reward for your efforts during this time." "What do you say?" "I refuse," Chen stated firmly. Yet, despite his reluctance, Arya pulled him onto the carriage. They arrived at a familiar location, where a long wooden tub filled with steaming hot water still sat in the center of the room. "What are you waiting for? Enjoy a hot bath and a sumptuous feast." "Fine, I shall bathe. But do you not feel awkward watching a man without clothes? Why should I fear you seeing me? I have nothing to lose." Under Arya's gaze, Chen boldly stripped down and reclined comfortably in the warm water. Arya sat at the edge of the tub, picked up a washcloth, and gently began to wipe down his upper body, her tone softening as she said, "Chen, would you mind sharing a story with me? I am eager to hear your captivating tales." Regardless of the circumstances, having the second daughter of House Stark attend to him was indeed a remarkable privilege. Chen finally calmed down and, with eyes closed, recounted a segment of the investiture of the gods. The people of this continent revered deities, and the tale resonated with them. Chen's eloquence painted vivid imagery, and Arya listened intently, continuously probing for more details. After bathing, he donned a fresh set of undergarments and a robe bestowed upon him by the queen. This time, Arya did not object. She instructed him to sit still as she used a razor to trim his facial hair. The men here favored beards as a symbol of masculine prowess. Although Chen preferred a clean-shaven look, he conformed to local customs. Gazing into the mirror at his ruggedly handsome face, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the beard added a touch of wildness, enhancing his masculine allure. Elia fastened a finely crafted belt around his waist, glanced at him, and smiled. From the east comes Ochen, a wise man. You are now a friend of Arya Stark. Are you pleased? Ochen stared blankly at Elia. Though they had spent considerable time together, he realized he knew little about this perilous young lady. Her demeanor fluctuated between warmth and coldness, and he remained uncertain of her true intentions. Stealing a glance at his dashing reflection, he silently prayed that she would not take an interest in him. Likely, she wouldn't, as she was not his type. As for Gendry Baratheon, the blacksmith and the new Lord of Storm's End, he seemed disinclined to grow old with anyone. Ochen pondered when he might play matchmaker for them. Perhaps that young blacksmith was still yearning for her. Elia was well prepared. As soon as Ochen finished tidying up, she served the food. Ochen found it peculiar that she insisted on doing it herself, rather than allowing the servants to assist. Although she claimed it was a lavish spread, it consisted merely of fresh bread accompanied by sausages, along with several large platters of lamb, venison, and pork. The food was lukewarm, lacking in flavor, and rather unpalatable. Noticing Ochen's apparent disapproval, Elia inquired, "Do you Easterners not enjoy such fare?" Ochen replied, "I suppose it will have to do." "Very well then," she continued. "Did you not mention wanting to make steamed buns and noodles? Perhaps you could prepare them for me next time." Ochen, somewhat surprised, responded, "You remember?" "Of course. I'm quite curious. Is Eastern cuisine truly that exceptional?" Ochen affirmed, "Indeed, it is far more refined than that of the North. For instance, we typically have porridge and steamed buns for breakfast, some stir-fried dishes for lunch, and noodles for dinner, all of which are easy to digest and gentle on the stomach." Elia exclaimed, "Such attention to detail. Is it not cumbersome?" Ochen clarified, "It is not a matter of inconvenience, but rather a matter of habit. People where I come from are accustomed to intricate dishes, while here, simplicity prevails. This is primarily due to economic factors. When wealth increases, culinary sophistication naturally follows. Will you prepare it for me? I eagerly anticipate your Eastern delicacies. Then you must agree to the conditions I propose." Elia retorted, "Must you insist on your demands? We had just reached an agreement. Those who renege on their word are subject to the wrath of the gods. Indeed, it seems you wish to deplete my intellect without any intention of recompense." Chapter 31. Dark Humor in the Hall of House Stark. Sansa gazed quietly at the print and the 6 fundamental national policies, her eyes shimmering with vitality. "What do you think, sister?" Arya inquired. Sansa turned and smiled at Arya, asking, "Pray tell, Arya, what have you encountered during your time away?" Arya replied with a grin, "This is a painting by Ochen, the drunken man of merit to whom you gifted a robe, the Eastern gentleman. He claims it is inspired by the governance of their prosperous Eastern realm. What do you think, sister? Is he deceiving me?" Sansa responded, "While I cannot ascertain the validity of his ideas, I find his designs quite intriguing. Why not recommend him to the Queen for employment? A man of his worldly experience could prove invaluable." Arya countered, "Sister, he is treacherous and wicked. I alone can guard against him. I am uneasy about having him serve beside you. It would be best to allow him to work diligently, rewarding him with small tokens of appreciation when you are pleased." Sansa fixed her gaze on Arya and remarked, "Is that so? How frightful. Very well. I shall keep a watchful eye on him. I will convene all the lords to deliberate on his proposal." Arya cautioned, "They are rather obstinate. They may be inflexible. I will persuade them. You need only ensure this Eastern man performs his duties." Arya chuckled, "Sister, if only I possessed your keen intellect. Are you truly dull?" "I see no evidence of that," Sansa retorted. Arya laughed. "In comparison to you, I am certainly the less clever." Sansa stepped forward, taking Arya's hand, and with heartfelt sincerity said, "Arya, you have matured. Our father and mother would be so proud from above." Arya responded now, "Only the 2 of us remain of House Stark. As long as you're happy, I would do anything for you." "Thank you, Arya," Sansa said, embracing her sister tightly, her eyes glimmering with an extraordinary light. Although Arya rejected Ochen's request, she offered him her unconditional support, signifying that whatever Ochen desired, as long as he articulated it, she would acquiesce. Despite his lingering discontent, he understood he must first realize his ambitions, gradually striving for the rest. The armory had begun to function smoothly, and he felt no need to worry further. entrusting Riken to continue its management as he pursued the second phase of his plan. Regarding the sale of weapons produced in the north, he had no doubt the queen would be more astute than he could fathom. The second phase of the plan entailed constructing a new Winterfell, adhering to the comprehensive design depicted in the print. To build an entirely new Winterfell, he required new materials, abandoning the use of quarried stone. While stone is robust, quarrying it is a monumental task, necessitating numerous stonemasons and an extended time frame. Chen could not afford to wait. He would use bricks. Bricks, commonplace in modern construction, were still a novelty in the continent of Westeros. Their methods of building homes and fortresses typically involved either earthen mounds or hewn stones. Bricks are indeed a remarkable creation. They are cost-effective, yield a high output, and possess durability, with the added advantage of mobilizing significant manpower. This mirrors the modern economy during periods of stagnation, where nations engage in extensive infrastructure projects to invigorate economic growth. The process of brickmaking is relatively straightforward, relying on local materials. Initially, soil is excavated and soaked in water, transforming raw earth into tempered clay, akin to a fermentation process. The subsequent step involves repeatedly kneading the tempered clay to increase its density and enhance its adhesive properties, before pouring it into molds for shaping and finally allowing it to dry in the sun. While these steps are uncomplicated, the most technically demanding aspect lies in the firing process. To produce bricks on a large scale, one requires a kiln for baking the clay. The most primitive type is the clamp kiln, but its output is insufficient to meet demand. To align production with need, one must construct a modern, commonly used round kiln. In essence, this type of kiln allows for a continuous cycle of production. As bricks are fired in the front, the finished products are removed from the back, creating a seamless assembly line. However, this alone does not suffice in terms of efficiency. To enhance productivity, the scale of the kiln must be increased. With a larger scale, a single fire would be too slow, necessitating at least 3 firings. The 3-firing round kiln represents a significant modern invention, boosting efficiency by over 100 times. Consequently, it can produce approximately 100,000 bricks in a single day, a remarkable rate indeed. Should one construct 10 round kilns of equivalent scale, the output would be astounding, fulfilling a year's urban reconstruction plan. Such substantial production naturally requires a large workforce, thus addressing the employment issues in the north. With jobs available, individuals gain income, which in turn fosters consumer capacity, revitalizing the economy of the north. Chen abandoned his duties in the armory to dedicate himself to the grand endeavor of constructing the round kiln and producing bricks. He requested 5,000 refugees from Elia, individuals previously recruited from afar. Chen provided them with simple housing and commenced construction according to his plans. During his leisure time, he summoned Blanco to a secluded area, using his magic to direct the golden-eyed owl to observe Elia practicing her swordsmanship, keen to learn from her techniques and strikes. Chen was determined to master Elia's skills, aspiring to one day best her in combat and humiliate her thoroughly. This little woman, with her exceptional swordplay, had taken him for granted, which he found utterly infuriating. As the round kiln neared completion, Chen had nearly mastered Elia's sword techniques. On the day the first batch of red bricks emerged from the kiln, Chen requested the queen to witness this monumental occasion. This time, he was the chief designer, eager to impress the queen with his achievements. Although in his previous life, this would have merely been a ceremonial opening for a business, on this continent it represented an unprecedented innovation. The thought of the queen's astonished expression filled Chen with elation. After all, what do men strive for if not to win the hearts of the women they admire? By succeeding in his endeavors, he would naturally fulfill the noble aspirations of serving his country and its people. Is it truly meaningful to constantly profess one's dedication to the nation? The night prior, Chen had taken great care in preparing himself. After trimming his beard and taking a refreshing bath, he donned a long robe he usually hesitated to wear, trying it on repeatedly before he was finally satisfied. He also penned a speech, dedicating over an hour to memorizing it, confident that this time there would be no unforeseen mishaps. However, to his astonishment, He found himself utterly intoxicated the previous night, to the point of unconsciousness. When the queen encountered him, he was still deep in slumber, impervious to any attempts at awakening him. The assembled courtiers and workers, both great and small, erupted in laughter, calling him drunken Chen. By the time he regained consciousness, the queen had long departed, leaving only the bustling workers animatedly recounting the entire episode. Enraged, Chen interrogated several of the stewards with whom he had shared drinks. But none appeared to have any issues. Damn it, it was perplexing. Why did problems always arise whenever he was to make an appearance? Had he been drugged? Who on earth would be so idle as to perpetrate such a thing? He was aware that this land was rich in magic, yet employing it for such trivial matters seemed an utter waste. This was a rather tedious, yet crucial question, one that held significant implications for his future, and thus warranted thorough investigation. Chapter 32. The Crow Tree on the snowy peak in the desolate northernmost expanse beyond the Long Wall. Jon Snow stood beneath a peculiar crow tree at the summit of the snowy peak. This peak, the tallest in the far north, was perpetually cloaked in ice and snow that never melted. The summit, though limited in expanse, was devoid of any forest save for a strange, dark tree that grew at its center, the Crow Tree. This tree was not a haven for crows, but rather a massive, ebony-hued marvel. Its branches and leaves were shrouded in darkness, as if each inch had been meticulously coated with black dye. Legends claimed that its leaves never fell, nor did any birds ever alight upon its boughs. It stood as an eternal sentinel, its age unknown, a relic of countless years. The tribes of the far north regarded it as an ominous presence, though the reasons for its foreboding nature remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was merely an instinctive feeling, given its uncanny appearance. Scaling the peak was no small feat. The smooth ice walls and razor-like icicles posed a perilous challenge that could easily lead to a fatal plunge. Only the strongest and bravest dared to confront its heights. Jon Snow's lofty ambitions had long been submerged in the ashes of King's Landing. Gazing upon the city ravaged by dragon fire, the charred remains of countless bodies, and the slain captives, his soul trembled with despair. Though he bore the blood of House Targaryen, he had inherited the compassion of Ned Stark, and he could no longer endure the madness of such slaughter. Unable to sway his beloved from her grandiose ambitions of conquest, he found himself persuaded by the cunning Tyrion Lannister. Thus, he thrust his dagger into the heart of Daenerys Targaryen. His character might have been noble, yet his conscience was devoured by the abyss. It was said that one could see far and wide from the summit, and so he spent 3 arduous days, nearly falling to his demise multiple times, until he finally reached the apex. Indeed, from this vantage point, the horizon stretched infinitely, yet the lost dragon remained unseen. Where had the dragon taken Daenerys' body? No one could say. Perhaps Bran Stark, the paralyzed king of the 7 kingdoms and the 3-eyed raven, could perceive its fate. Yet he dare not inquire. She had sacrificed so much for him, and he had cruelly taken her life. Perhaps some extolled his greatness. Perhaps others condemned his heartlessness. Perhaps he had saved many in this world. Perhaps his mercy was but a hollow cheer. To slay a formidable foe is not a daunting task, but to mend the aftermath is an arduous endeavor. In hindsight, the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. Jon gazed vacantly at the sight of the dragon's birth, his expression hollow and his emotions numbed. He seemed less a man and more a specter, a walking corpse. Suddenly, the summit trembled. Jon was jolted into awareness by this abrupt shift, peering down at the icy rocks beneath him, suspecting it to be an illusion. Did I sense something? Is the mountain shifting? Such a ridiculous thought, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the summit began to tremble once more, akin to a person shivering from a cold. Jon, taken aback, instinctively embraced the Crow Tree. Strangely, the trembling ceased abruptly. After a considerable pause, with no further movement observed at the peak, Jon felt compelled to return. He released his grip on the Crow Tree, just as he reached the edge of the summit and grasped the rope he had secured earlier to descend. The peak convulsed violently again. The steel spike anchored in the ice suddenly dislodged, causing him to tumble downwards. Fortunately, he was halted by a protruding ice ledge, wedged precariously in the crevice. Although he had escaped death, He found himself in a precarious position, unable to ascend or descend, struggling to reach the distant rope. "Am I to perish here?" He cried out for Tormund, for Reader, directing his voice down the mountain. At such an elevation, no one could hear him, nor would anyone come to his aid. Jon was resigned to his fate. At the pinnacle of his despair, a black rope ensnared him unexpectedly. It appeared more than mere rope, adorned with dark leaves. Jon, astonished, looked upward to where this black tether extended. This seemingly rope-like entity led back to the summit. "It's in a mystery." Grasping the rope, Jon began to ascend. Upon reaching the apex, he stood in awe. It was the branches of the crow tree that had saved him. The branch retracted like a hand pulling back, restoring itself to its original form. "God be praised." Jon fervently approached the tree, folding his hands in prayer. Indeed, the lands beyond the wall were imbued with magic. There were others in the enchanted crow tree. At the moment the summit quaked, in the temple of the Light King within the Shadowlands of Asshai, the ancient, still holy fire erupted with a spark. The five-voiced sorcerer and his 8 disciples, reciting incantations around the sacred fire pit, were suddenly seized by anxiety at this extraordinary phenomenon. It was well known that no one had ever witnessed a transformation of the holy fire. It had never been seen to flicker. What could this signify? None could ascertain. Suddenly, the holy fire erupted again, then settled quietly. Could the Light King have a prophecy? The five-voiced sorcerer murmured. The eldest disciple, Arthur, remarked, "The holy fire bursts forth." "Master, does the Light King bear prophecy?" The five-voiced sorcerer remained silent, uncertain himself. Again, the holy fire erupted, this time with greater intensity, and, as it fell, a portion landed upon Daenerys' pristine, floating corpse. Daenerys lay motionless, resembling a slumbering beauty. Her skin was as pale as milk, her hair seemingly whiter, her face nearly translucent. Another part of the holy fire alighted upon the burning divine sword. The sword of light. Whoever could extract it from the holy fire would be Azor, Ahai reborn. Where was this person? When would they arrive? The 8 disciples gazed intently at Daenerys' lifeless form, their eyes filled with confusion. The lifeless body neither sinks nor burns, but quietly floats upon the sacred flame. What does this signify? The sacred flame, too, would not fall upon the divine sword without reason. What does this foretell? No one knows, not even the demigod-like master of the 5 sounds. Arthur's concern deepens as he speaks. "Master, the sacred flame has erupted thrice. Yet the oracle of the Light King has not manifested. Do you comprehend the concept of heavenly secrets?" The mage imparts wisdom. Heavenly secrets denote that when the moment arrives, understanding will naturally dawn. Arthur responds, "As the term of the Light King's seal draws near, the sorcerers and witches of Asha City are already restless. Should the divine sword fail to reappear, it would spell calamity for the world." The master of the 5 sounds closes his eyes and softly recites, "The long summer has ended. The stars weep blood. Darkness and cold shall envelop the world. Water ceases to flow, and trees cease to thrive. The sacred flame erupts. The divine sword emerges. It is the harbinger of light, destined to pierce through darkness and evil." Chapter 33. The Three-Eyed Raven and the King Bran Stark sat quietly in his wheelchair. He was the guardian of the 6 kingdoms. Yet he seldom offered a worthwhile suggestion, resembling more a symbol of the realm than a true monarch. No one comprehended his thoughts. In truth, few regarded him as a king, instead viewing the three-eyed raven as a deity. He exhibited no emotions, perpetually appearing so sanctified. Yet every utterance he made was sacred and inviolable. He now possessed the ability to exert free control over his consciousness, allowing his thoughts to transcend reality at will and return whenever he desired. At that moment, he rolled his eyes, surveying every corner of the kingdom. His inward gaze traversed mountains and lakes, finally resting upon Winterfell. He observed bustling crowds and peculiar sights, such as bright red cubes being transported from various openings. The grand mural in House Stark's hall, the sharp weapons forged in the armory, and that dark-eyed, yellow-skinned man. Though he did not grasp the essence of these strange objects, he was endowed with human memory and wisdom, understanding that they must hold great significance. No one engages in frivolous endeavors, especially not when many are involved. He was certain of this. The North's activity exceeded his imagination, and he trusted that his once sister, now the Queen of the North, possessed unparalleled wisdom. He felt neither surprise nor aversion, merely observing in silence. Everything seemed detached from him. He was but a spectator. His gaze extended beyond the wall over the snow-capped mountains. Resting upon the highest peak, he beheld the black tree and Jon's solitary figure. He witnessed everything, including the trembling summit and a magical tree that had once rescued Jon. Bran's eyes rolled back, returning to the present. His gaze was clear and translucent, as profound as an ancient pool, devoid of any emotion. The king wished to see Lord Tyrion Lannister. The gold-clad knights guarding him promptly descended to summon Tyrion. Before long, the diminutive figure of Tyrion, with his crooked beard, stood before Bran. "Your Grace, what do you require of me?" Bran regarded Tyrion quietly and replied, "The peaks are trembling. The magical tree is awakening." Tyrion looked at Bran with confusion and said, "Your Grace, I do not comprehend your words. Westeros may soon face an invasion more terrifying than the others. Are you prepared?" Tyrion chuckled wryly. "Your Grace, is there truly anything more dreadful than the others? If so, I regret to say that no one will come to our aid this time." Bran gazed at Tyrion and stated, "Repair the walls. The three-eyed raven must bless them with ancient incantations, hoping they prove effective." Tyrion responded, "Very well, Your Grace. I shall hasten the work. I am curious to know what this terrifying entity is. It seeks the eyes of the three-eyed raven in exchange. Are you certain you wish to know?" Tyrion was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Grace, you are the heart of the kingdom. I no longer wish to know. Perhaps the time is not right. The truth will inevitably reveal itself. Bran, the North will grow powerful in time. Sansa is not a complacent ruler. You must be prepared." Tyrion intended to inquire further about the specifics, yet upon seeing the wheelchair retreating inside, he ultimately restrained himself. He hurried to Sam Tarly's quarters and entered with an exclamation. "Master Sam, has the Raven brought word of Sansa's activities?" Sam, engrossed in documents, set them aside and replied, "My lord, we have not dispatched spies to the north. The situation there should remain unchanged, I presume." Tyrion seized a wine jug, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and remarked, "There is no wine more dreadful than this. I long for the days of yore. By the way, we must gather more intelligence regarding the north, for Sansa is certainly not a docile queen." "I shall endeavor to do so, my lord," Sam responded. As Tyrion departed, Sam muttered to himself, "Sansa is a good girl. What could she possibly do?" Stormlands. Storm's End. King Joffrey Baratheon reclined in a chair, relishing the service of two handmaidens who massage his legs while feeding him fine wine. He is the illegitimate son of Robert Baratheon and a whore, having labored in the smithy of Steel Street since childhood, honing his blacksmithing skills. Had it not been for Davos finding him, he might still be forging weapons and armor, axes and horseshoes. Fortunately, Davos discovered him and brought him to the battlefield to partake in the war against the White Walkers. With Robert's blood coursing through his veins, he is inherently valiant. And on the battlefield, he found his worth. Through his lineage and bravery, he received accolades, unexpectedly becoming the Lord of Storm's End. A man once subjected to discrimination and hardship, upon being granted the title of Duke by the king, he sought to reclaim his lost glory. He indulged in wine and pleasures, and recently learned the art of whipping servants. His temperament mirrored that of Robert's. What vexed him was the misconception that, as a duke with a fief, everyone would regard him with reverence. Yet, the nobility beneath him held discontent, showing little respect. Particularly, several branches of House Baratheon, under the influence of Old Town, were restless, potentially conspiring for rebellion at any moment. As a newly appointed lord with a tenuous foundation, he possessed few loyal confidants. Thus, regarding Old Town's treachery, though he felt anger, he found himself powerless, for Old Town's followers were formidable. Joffrey seized a handmaiden roughly, causing her to tremble in pain. He demanded, "Tell me, what would happen if Old Town got hold of you?" The maid gritted her teeth and replied, he would sell me to a brothel." Joffrey released her and laughed heartily. Now you understand. Therefore, you must serve me well, lest I sell you off. His scholar, Lucian, entered and stated, My lord. Lord Royce of House Mormont seeks an audience with you. Joffrey, puzzled, queried what brings him here. What does he desire? He claims to have something valuable to show you. Oh, what could House Mormont possess that is of value? Very well, I am intrigued. Two individuals bore a chest, with Royce trailing behind. The gleam of mirth danced in Royce's round eyes as he remarked, My lord, are you eager to discover the splendid gift I have brought for you? Gently stepped forward and embraced Royce, replying, Is it truly a splendid gift? Might the Earl allow me a glimpse? With a cheerful grin, Royce pointed at the chest and said, I have heard of your troubles, my lord. I have come to alleviate your burdens. Gently, with a curious gaze fixed upon the chest, responded, You jest, my lord. Can a mere chest truly relieve me of my peril? Is it truly so miraculous? If you harbor doubts, feel free to open it and see, Royce encouraged. As Genly unlatched the chest, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Chapter 34. Do I possess the Valyrian steel sword? Do you possess the golden dragons? Within the chest lay 10 exquisite swords, among which one was adorned with elaborate decorations and masterful craftsmanship. Gendry, a blacksmith by trade, understood that such meticulous work on the hilt suggested the sword's quality was exceptional. He grasped the magnificent sword, examining it closely before drawing it forth. Gazing at the glacially sharp blade, he exclaimed, A Valyrian steel sword. As an expert, he recognized that only a Valyrian steel sword could possess such caliber. Presently, across the continent of Westeros, there were scarcely over 200 Valyrian steel swords scattered about, with their owners predominantly being nobles. Even a fallen noble, reduced to the status of a beggar, would rather sell their daughter than part with a Valyrian sword. They cherished it as a treasure, illustrating just how rare and precious such a sword truly was. Though this sword was not made of Valyrian steel, Gendry harbored no doubts regarding its exceptional quality, for only a Valyrian steel sword could exhibit such prowess. Royce pointed at the sword and declared, The Queen's Wrath. Forged in the north, it rivals Valyrian steel, perhaps even surpasses it. Surely you can discern that, my lord. The notion that the Queen's Wrath was crafted in the north astounded Gendry further. He was well aware of the capabilities of northern blacksmiths, and it was indeed astonishing to behold such a weapon forged in the north. My lord has seen Valyrian steel swords and knows their might. You may confidently test it and ascertain that the Queen's Wrath is no less formidable. Gendry beckoned, and a guard promptly approached. Draw your sword, he commanded. With a swift motion, Gendry swung at the guard's sword, and with a subtle crack, the guard's sword was cleaved in two. While the guard's sword was not of inferior quality, it succumbed effortlessly to the might of the Queen's Wrath. Gendry, taken aback, called upon another guard, only to witness the same outcome. The guard's sword shattered before the Queen's Wrath as if it were mere twigs. Gendry's gaze fell upon the Sansa sigil etched upon the blade, alongside 4 inscribed characters, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Royce's laughter grew heartier as he remarked, My lord may wish to test your own armor. After all, it is a creation of your own hands, and its quality is beyond reproach. Gendry instructed the guards to bring forth his armor. Weighing over 30 pounds, it was crafted from fine steel and reinforced. He hung the armor upon a wooden post, stepped forward, and thrust the sword with all his might. Astonishingly, the robust armor was pierced with ease, the blade embedding itself into the wooden post. Gendry stood in shock, fully aware of the implications of such a razor-sharp sword. Even a Valyrian steel blade would struggle to penetrate armor so effortlessly. If one were to possess 1,000 such exquisite swords, would not the elite soldiers clad in armor of the Citadel appear as if they were unadorned before such blades? Gendry held the sword, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Though a blacksmith by origin, his cunning was undeniably sharp. What price do you seek? Gendry fixed his gaze upon Royce. An exceptional sword commands 800 golden dragons, a second-tier sword 500 golden dragons, and a third-tier sword 300 golden dragons. However, the third-tier swords are not currently available. Should you desire one, it can be forged into a longsword akin to an arak, depending on your preference. Xanderly seized Royce by the collar, his voice laced with indignation. My good man, are you attempting to rob the King of Storms? True to his commercial nature, Royce remained unperturbed by Zanderleaf's rudeness, responding with a genial smile. Duke, may I inquire where one might procure a Valyrian steel sword? It is unavailable. No one would part with it. Zanderleaf retorted. Well, since it cannot be purchased, it is not costly, as one can indeed acquire it with gold, is it not? Zanderleaf released his grip, glaring at Royce. Valyrian steel is irreplaceable, yet the Queen's fury is abundant. They are not the same. Royce chuckled. Does it truly matter, my lord? What a Valyrian steel sword can accomplish, the Queen's fury can do as well, perhaps even more effectively. Why should it not command the same price? He mused, in fact. It seems somewhat cheaper. Sinking into a plush chair, Zanderleaf sighed. I am at a loss for words, my lord Royce. Closing the chest, Royce remarked. If you cannot afford it, I must take my leave. Many lords await the Queen's fury. Oh, by the way, you appear quite anxious. With 1,000 such swords. My lord, many troubles could be resolved, no? Zanderleaf sprang from his seat. Can you guarantee each is as sharp? Royce replied with a grin. Esteemed Duke, I assure you, our Queen would not allow your gold dragons to sink into the depths. Gritting his teeth, Zanderleaf conceded. Very well. I shall venture to the north to negotiate with the Queen. Royce spread his hands, smiling. The Queen of the North welcomes you, my lord. I wish you a pleasant journey. As Royce turned to depart, Zanderleaf suddenly called out, My lord, will you be offering your swords elsewhere? Royce comprehended Zanderleaf's concerns and chuckled. Duke, of course, I shall sell them, but before equipping any warriors, I guarantee you shall be the first. Satisfied, Zanderleaf declared, Thank you. I shall set forth to the north. I hope your Queen will not disappoint me. As Zanderleaf journeyed to Winterfell, Royce hastened towards the Eyrie in the Vale. The current lord, Robin Arryn, once a spoiled child, had matured into a tall and handsome man following the devastation of his family. Nevertheless, his martial prowess remained lackluster, and despite his noble status, his vassals and various families were not loyal to him. The demise of the older generation had emboldened the long-dormant ambitions of the young, leaving Robin feeling helpless. Upon seeing him, Royce approached as Robin sat deep in thought upon his elevated throne. Handsome lord, your cousin, Queen Sansa Stark, sends her regards. Royce greeted with a courteous bow and a warm smile. Robin straightened, inquiring, My lord, what business has your queen dispatched you for? Royce gestured towards the wooden chest on the floor. My lord, the Queen has something to present to you, and I hope it piques your interest. Descending from the dais, Robin asked, What is it? Royce opened the chest and retrieved a sword, offering it to Robin. Robin unsheathed the sword, exclaiming, What a magnificent blade! Is it forged from Valyrian steel? The Queen's fury, crafted in the north, can be yours at a familial price if it pleases you, came the reply. You may test it to ascertain if it is indeed a remarkable sword. After trying the weapon, Robin marveled. This sword is undeniably powerful. I am convinced that no armor in existence could withstand its piercing edge. Is it truly forged in the north? Unbelievable. Roy stepped forward and remarked, My lord, should you and your warriors possess such a keen blade, none would dare to underestimate your authority. All foes would appear as fragile as paper before it. Rob inquired, This must not come cheaply, I presume? Royce responded, If you are interested, you might personally journey to the north to discuss matters with the Queen. Perhaps the outcome will be most gratifying. Rob pondered for a moment and replied, Very well. I hope my cousin the Queen has not forgotten our bonds. Such a sharp sword, if bestowed upon his warriors, would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess, alleviating his concerns regarding the rebels. He hastily packed his belongings, eager to make his way to the north. Royce watched him depart, a broad smile adorning his face as he set off towards other kingdoms. He believed it would not be long before the swords forged in the north spread across the continent of Westeros. Such formidable weapons, if any house were to be deprived of them, would surely face annihilation. The kingdoms, appearing tranquil, were in fact rife with discord, as the newly appointed lords struggled to earn the loyalty of their vassals. As soon as one family acquired the Queen's fury, others would find it impossible to resist the urge to follow suit. Chapter 35. Stumbling block. There were no issues with the armory. Chen focused solely on the production of red bricks. To motivate the workers to dedicate themselves to their tasks, Chen settled their wages daily. compared to other endeavors. The remuneration here was quite substantial, leading to an ever-increasing enthusiasm among the laborers. As anticipated, the output grew day by day. Chen began to strategize the construction of Winterfell. This monumental undertaking necessitated the initial marking of white lines. Locations for building houses, constructing roads, and establishing drainage systems had to be meticulously planned, lest chaos ensue. He drafted dozens of architectural blueprints detailing the inner city, outer city, roads, palace, and residential areas, refining each sector. With everyone working independently and without interference, progress accelerated. Now, the most pressing need was for manpower, as there were scarcely any idle individuals within 100 miles of Winterfell. To attract more people, it was essential to recruit from various families and expedite the influx of outsiders. To synchronize efforts, every task demanded immediate attention. With the production and planning for the city nearing completion, Chen turned his focus to the next phase: road construction. Though seemingly trivial, roads are fundamental to infrastructure and play a crucial role in ensuring efficiency. The continent of Westeros was riddled with dirt paths, uneven and pockmarked. Even the King's Road was no exception, merely a bit more leveled. Continuous rainy weather could render carriages and ox carts immobile. This prolonged summer might last 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. Without roads capable of handling inclement weather, numerous plans would inevitably face delays. To construct ideal roads, cement was the clear choice. While the manufacturing of cement is not particularly challenging, mass production requires supporting facilities such as large ball mills and rotary kilns. These are substantial machines that cannot be easily fabricated. Even if they could, they would necessitate electricity, a resource that is, of course, unattainable due to the complexity of the required technology and infrastructure. The only feasible method would be to resort to traditional techniques, which can be achieved manually. However, a significant dilemma arises. The production yield is too low, and the costs are exorbitant. The reasoning is straightforward. For cement to serve as a construction material, it must be produced in vast quantities, and such bulk materials must be cost-effective. If the production costs exceed the selling price significantly, and supply cannot keep pace, then manufacturing becomes feudal. Thus, while handcrafting cement is a possibility, its practical utility is entirely negated. A readily available solution exists in the form of the ancient Chinese invention of rammed earth, a simplified version of cement. It possesses a reasonable degree of hardness and adhesion, and is simpler to manipulate. The process involves mixing loess, lime, and fine sand thoroughly, then laying it down on the road and compacting it flat. After a heavy rain or thorough watering, once the surface dries, it transforms into a rudimentary form of concrete. Chen had encountered rammed earth artifacts in the museum and observed walls and fortifications constructed with it at ancient sites. Despite enduring the ravages of millennia, its hardness remained uncompromised. Indeed, rammed earth stands as the most cost-effective and efficient tool for road construction. With the construction of roads using this triad of soil, the load-bearing capacity of carts, oxen, and mules will be significantly enhanced, allowing for swifter travel while minimizing wheel damage, impervious to the whims of rain. Chen presented his meticulously crafted blueprints, along with explanations and plans, to the minister in charge, Hornamber. Queen Sansa, indeed, possesses remarkable wisdom. By dismantling the military forces of various families, she summoned the leaders of the 5 most prominent families to Winterfell, assigning them to oversee the agricultural, commercial, industrial, product, and military sectors. Consequently, these family leaders found themselves tethered beneath her watchful gaze, their opportunities for personal growth stifled, akin to a fire deprived of fuel. On the surface, they appeared to be in positions of power, yet in reality, they were stripped of any environment conducive to their development. It was as if a tiger had been exiled from its forest, a steed had been deprived of its shoes, or fish confined to a pond. Naturally, these individuals were discontent, yet powerless to resist. The elder generation and esteemed core members had perished, leaving behind a cadre of either the aged or the youthful, devoid of any authoritative foundation. To mount a rebellion was an impossibility at this juncture. Power, after all, is a construct that necessitates the passage of time and the manifestation of capability. In order to assist these younger members in their endeavors, Sansa dispatched scholars from each family to support them. These scholars, well-versed and capable, could offer invaluable counsel. Horn Amber, the youngest son of the former head of the Amber family, was merely 15 years of age. In contemporary times, this would still classify him as a student, inexperienced in the ways of the world. However, in this extraordinary realm, such youth was considered mature enough to make decisions akin to adults. As he perused the various documents handed to him by Chen, Horn tossed them carelessly to the scholar Daru at his side, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "I have heard you were once a purchased slave?" Chen replied candidly, "My lord, that was in the past. I am now a free man." Horn retorted, "What do those convoluted drawings signify?" "They are the designs for Winterfell," Chen responded. Horn scoffed. "You intend to reconstruct Winterfell, and to a scale tenfold larger? Deceiving his majesty will not end well for you." Chen calmly replied, "My lord, simply instruct the craftsmen to build according to the blueprints. If it fails, the responsibility lies with me, not with you." Horn, incensed, rose to his feet and exclaimed, "If it is your affair, what need does his majesty have of me? Who do you think you are? I find you most disagreeable." Chen countered, "That is merely a reflection of your skewed perception. Were your gaze more balanced, we would encounter no issues." Horn, enraged, drew his sword, pointing it at Chen. "Draw your sword. I wish to duel you." "To belittle a count will not end favorably," Chen replied. "My lord, I am not skilled in swordsmanship. You would do better to seek another opponent." From the moment they first met, the two had been at odds, with Horn harboring an aversion towards Chen. Whatever requests Chen made were met with reluctance and resistance, which greatly vexed him. Such is the nature of human interaction. Those who favor you will embrace your every word, while those who do not will reject even the most benign of statements. Since arriving in this realm, Chen had yet to encounter anyone who opposed him until now, marking the emergence of a formidable adversary. A headache indeed. When shall I wield true power and cease this tiresome discourse with these fools? Horn, with sword pointed at European's face, derisively proclaimed, "A true man of the North, even lacking in swordsmanship, possesses the courage to fight to the death. Are you frightened, foreigner?" With a scornful expression, he loosened his grip, allowing the sword to clatter to the ground. "I too require no sword. It is only fair. Come forth." Stepping forward from the sidelines, the scholar interjected, "My lord, His Majesty has decreed that you must fulfill all of European's demands. Such behavior would be quite undignified." Horn glared at European for a moment before pivoting fiercely, stating, "A contemptible foreigner." European replied, "Perhaps it will not be long before you find yourself even more displeased, for I shall ascend to the position of Prime Minister. By the way, I must remind you that the personnel for road construction have yet to arrive. I hope you devise a solution soon." "You." Horn turned to glare at European as he exited, fury blazing in his eyes. He barked at Daru, "Bring my horse. I must see His Majesty, that accursed foreigner." Chapter 36. The Art of Using Chopsticks in Winterfell. Horn bowed to Sansa and said, "Your Majesty, that foreigner has insulted me under the pretense of your command. I hope you will permit me to challenge him to a duel." Sansa smiled at Horn and replied, "Brave Lord Horn, disputes are inevitable, and narrow-mindedness is not a trait of a true warrior. I cannot support your actions." Horn retorted, "Very well, I shall heed your Majesty's counsel. However, this foreigner claims he wishes to become Prime Minister. Can such a lowly individual truly aspire to that position?" Sansa responded, "High office is reserved for the capable. You too can attain it, provided your merits are substantial enough, such as first completing the new Winterfell." Horn exclaimed, "But, Your Majesty, what if there are not enough people?" Sansa replied, "I grant you the authority to gather manpower from various families and outsiders. I care not how you achieve this, so long as you meet all of Ochen's requirements. Once the new Winterfell is completed, a competent prime minister will be essential. Do you not have ambitions?" As Horn gazed upon the queen's noble and beautiful visage, his heart began to race. "Very well, Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost." Sansa watched Horn exit, her gaze shifting to the large print affixed to the wall. After Chen had sent this magnificent artwork, Sansa had instructed her attendants to secure it. In her leisure moments, she would contemplate it. She observed the strikingly simple yet captivating portrait and smiled softly, murmuring, "Drunkard genius, who exactly are you?" While she pondered, Jandrai strode in with purpose. Having fought together against the White Walkers and through his connection with Arya, Jandrai harbored complex feelings for Sansa. "Welcome, King of Storms," Sansa said, rising. Jandrai replied, "Sansa, congratulations on becoming the Queen of the North. I am delighted for you." Sansa inquired, "What brings you to the North, my lord?" Jandrai stated, "I seek 1,000 queens' wrath." Sansa replied, "I can fulfill your request, but you must also meet my demands for gold." Jandrai responded, "Sansa, our friendship should be strong enough. Could you truly refuse to assist me?" "How could I?" She retorted, "Do you not think the queen's wrath is rather costly?" Sansa smiled and said, "If you find it expensive, would you still come?" Jandrai, clearly a loss for words, stammered, "But it is indeed very costly. Do you not agree?" Sansa replied, "As long as it can be obtained, it is not too dear. The truly precious things are those that cannot be bought. Are they not?" Jandrai, feeling helpless, said, "Very well, I am at a loss for words. Cash on delivery, will that suffice?" "You will not be at a loss, my lord. The queen's wrath will clear your obstacles." Jandrai called out, "Bring in the boxes." Guards entered, carrying dozens of chests filled with gleaming gold coins. Jandrai watched with a pained expression, for these coins represented nearly all of his wealth. Sansa commanded her attendants to bring forth the prepared weapons. After leaving Whispering Castle, Royce had sent a message via a messenger crow, detailing Jandri's specific requirements. Chen had long since completed the weapons, awaiting Jandri's arrival with the promised gold. Having spent a considerable sum, Jandri was naturally meticulous in inspecting the goods. He assessed each sword, each dagger, and found no disappointment. They were indeed as impressive as he had witnessed at Wind's Rest. Once the transaction was complete, Jandri inquired, "Arya, is she there? I wish to see her." Sansa replied, "She may be at the construction site, but I cannot be certain. Would you like a check?" Undoubtedly, Jandri wished to go. Now a distinguished duke with his own domain, he felt confident in his ability to win Arya's hand. Her wildness and bravery had always lingered in his thoughts. To facilitate command and resolve issues, Chen had relocated to the construction site, immersing himself among the workers. He resided in a modest wooden house, which he had converted into a study, a bedroom, and a rudimentary kitchen. The local fare was quite unpalatable, consisting mostly of stale bread paired with lukewarm soup. Nevertheless, as the chief designer of the North, he had access to daily essentials that met his needs. Today, with a bit of spare time, he kneaded some dough, fashioned a rolling pin from a piece of timber, and prepared to make noodles, intending to sod a couple of dishes as a treat for himself. With no one to assist him, he was left to his own devices. Just as he began his preparations, Arya entered with her hands clasped behind her back, wearing a smile. Chen found her smile somewhat disconcerting, feeling it was insincere. Unlike her sister, whose smile radiated warmth, Arya's grin struck him as cunning. Perhaps he was being overly subjective, but it was hard to ignore her mischievous nature. An intriguing method of cooking, Chen. "May I stay for a meal?" Arya observed as Chen rolled the dough with a wooden stick, her curiosity piqued. Chen replied, "Very well, I shall grant you a meal." Once the noodles were prepared and several plates of stir-fried dishes were laid upon the table, Arya's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Goodness, can food be prepared like this? Chen, where are my utensils?" Chen handed her a pair of chopsticks he had crafted from fine wood, lamenting the absence of bamboo in the vicinity. Arya took the chopsticks in her hands, perplexed. "Wooden sticks? Are these utensils?" Chen seated himself and grasped the chopsticks, explaining, "How else would you eat? It's quite simple." He demonstrated by lifting noodles to his mouth and then using the chopsticks to pick up some vegetables, eating while showcasing the technique. Arya watched intently as he used the chopsticks, and after a moment, she attempted to eat with them herself. However, having never used chopsticks before, her motions were clumsy and amusing as she struggled to bring the food to her mouth. Noticing Chen's suppressed laughter, Arya felt her cheeks flush, rolling her eyes as she remarked, "What a peculiar device. Must it be so difficult to use?" After finishing a bowl of noodles, Chen said, Why are you so inept? It's merely a matter of swapping forks and knives for small sticks. Is it truly that challenging? He set down his bowl and patiently demonstrated the technique for Arya. Despite her cleverness, she found herself at a loss. The two small wooden sticks left her in a state of disarray, with food scattered across the table, and she had yet to manage even a single bite. She threw the chopsticks onto the table in a fit of petulance and resorted to using her hands to eat. Chen swatted her hand away and remarked, "How can a young lady of the Stark family behave so rudely? Come, allow me to teach you once more." Despite Chen's attempts to instruct Aaliyah nearly 10 times, she still struggled to master the art of using chopsticks. It remained uncertain whether the utensil was genuinely difficult to wield or if she was simply lacking in aptitude. Chen sighed, "Enough, enough. Perhaps it's best if you abandon the effort. By the time you learn, the food will be cold. Allow me to feed you instead." Growing increasingly impatient, he picked up the chopsticks, deftly lifted a strand of noodles, and brought it to Aaliyah's mouth. After she swallowed, he offered her a bite of vegetables. Observing Aaliyah's eager expression as she awaited his next morsel, Chen nearly burst into laughter. It was reminiscent of his own childhood. Strangely enough, it appeared rather endearing. Just as he was about to deliver another bite of vegetables to Aaliyah, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Chapter 37. A small trial. Zandelli stood at the door, observing Chen and Aaliyah as they fed each other. Chen set down his chopsticks, scrutinizing the figure outside. He recalled that this was none other than the little blacksmith, Zandelli Bylaxian. What was he doing here? Was he perhaps here to propose to Aaliyah? If so, perhaps this troublesome man could be sent away, granting Chen an opportunity to seize. He feigned ignorance of Zandelli's identity, rising to state, "You are quite rude, and I am very displeased." Zandelli, with a sullen expression, stepped into the room, forcefully pushing Chen aside. He turned to Aaliyah and declared, "Aaliyah, come with me." Aaliyah, finally managing to swallow a mouthful of food, responded, "Is that you, Zandelli Bylaxian? Welcome to Winterfell." Zandelli pointed at Chen, his voice icy. "Who is he? Your new lover?" Chen hastily interjected, "My lord, you misunderstand. I am a chief designer of the North. Miss Aaliyah and I share no such relationship." "Chief designer? Is there even such a position?" Zandelli scoffed. Chen replied with a smile, "That is the essence of it. I am the sole architect of the North's reconstruction." Zandelli sneered. "You are an outsider?" "Indeed," Chen confirmed. Zandelli seized Chen by the collar, menacingly stating, "I care not what kind of so-called master you claim to be. From this day forth, keep your distance from Aaliyah. Do you understand?" Chen, feeling wronged, protested, "I think the same. However, she does not let me be. Perhaps you could discuss this with her while I take a stroll outside." Hastily, Chen fled through the door, closing it behind him. He hoped that this little blacksmith would take Aaliyah away today, freeing him from her grasp, allowing him to approach Sansa for a self-recommendation. With his contributions, Sansa would surely value him, and he would be able to see his goddess daily. He had long awaited this day with great longing. As Chen contemplated, a sudden scream echoed from within, followed by the door being flung open. He glanced back to see Aaliyah emerge with a cold expression. This was bad. The little woman had subdued her first love. What did that signify? The connection was misaligned. He needed to flee. Chen fled for his life. But before he could get far, Aaliyah pursued him, pinning him down and striking him without hesitation. The beating was severe. Chen found himself bruised and battered, his bones nearly broken. Aaliyah turned his face towards her, her voice dripping with fury. "Did you not say I would not let you go? Very well, from today onwards. You shall remain by my side, never depart. Should you dare to leave my sight, I will end you." Chen protested. "Why? I merely wish the best for you, hoping you would marry a good man. That little blacksmith is quite decent, handsome, and a genuine duke. Do you not think they are well suited?" He attempted to broker a match, but before he could finish, Aaliyah began to strike him again, her blows growing fiercer. Enraged, Chen thought, "This little woman has the audacity. I choose not to retaliate out of respect for your sister, but you have wronged me, treating me like a beast of burden. And now you dare to push your luck." Chen lunged forward with the ferocity of an enraged tiger, pinning Aaliyah to the ground as he began his counterattack. During this time, he had not been idle. Whenever he found a moment, he would have Bronco's golden-eyed hawk observe Ilya's martial training, and he had nearly mastered all her fighting techniques. The two rolled on the ground, grappling and jumping, neither able to gain the upper hand. They exchanged fierce glares, neither willing to concede defeat. Ilya demanded, "Who taught you that fighting style?" "It is none of your concern," he retorted. "I can't help but notice it resembles my techniques." She replied, "And if it does? I never taught you." He snapped back, anger flaring. "Did you think I would teach you? It's a miracle you haven't killed yourself yet." Ilya shot back menacingly. "Who did you learn from? Speak the truth, or I shall end you." She threatened. "And me? Come at me, and see if you can." Chen challenged. With a swift motion, Ilya drew a sewing needle from her waist, taunting, "Care to test your luck? Come at me." Chen, noticing the gloating expression of Jan Deli beside him, seized a sword from the man's waist, mimicking Ilya's stance as he beckoned. "Come, Miss Stark. Today you shall witness my prowess." Ilya, sword in hand, instantly regained her killer's demeanor. She placed the sword behind her back, circling Chen with graceful steps, her movements as agile as a nimble cat, imbued with a rhythmic elegance reminiscent of a delicate dance. Her gaze was like a cold flash of lightning, her body taut and poised, resembling a wolf ready to pounce. Chen's swordsmanship and fighting style were borrowed from Ilya. His movements, expression, and demeanor mirrored hers, albeit lacking her innate vigor and spirit. They circled each other like cats hunting mice, each searching for the optimal angle to strike. Since arriving in this strange world, Chen's stamina had transformed day by day. He was no longer the feeble version of himself. He had the patience to dance around Ilya, but his inexperience showed, as he had not yet faced the crucible of life and death. Feigning a lunge forward to create an illusion, he aimed to strike Ilya, but his blade met only air as she deftly evaded. In an instant, Ilya thrust her sword toward his heart. Startled, Chen narrowly avoided the blow. Underestimating Ilya's strength, he swung his sword forcefully at her smaller blade, attempting to disarm her. Yet, Ilya evaded his onslaught with effortless grace, refusing to engage directly. After exchanging dozens of blows, with Chen narrowly escaping several of Ilya's thrusts, frustration bubbled within him. He retaliated with ferocity, his strikes fierce, momentarily forgetting that they were not true foes. Just as his sword descended, Ilya leaped, aiming for his neck. Her strike was as swift as lightning and as light as willow fluff. Chen realized he could not evade it, thinking to himself that it was all over. To his astonishment, Ilya's blade whisked past his neck, delivering a swift kick to the back of his head. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Ilya pointed her sword at his face, declaring, "You truly have stolen my swordplay. Now tell me, how did you manage to do so?" Chen lay on the ground like a scruffy dog, sulking, and declared, "I want to tell you, come on, kill me." Ilya replied, "Playing dirty, are we? Very well." She leaned close to Chen's ear and whispered, "Would you like a change of life? Perhaps into that grotesque-faced Zorko? Imagine how my sister would react upon seeing you then." Chen sprang to his feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, "Miss Ilya, I was wrong. I promise I will never defy your commands again. Please spare me." He vividly recalled the torment of his previous transformation. The thought of donning Zorko's hideous visage made him shudder at the prospect of ever facing Sansa again. He stood before Ilya, bowing at a 90-degree angle, continuously apologizing. Zandeli gazed at Ilya with a complex expression and said, "Ilya, with a new friend in the picture, does this mean I must take my leave as your old companion?" Chen smiled obsequiously at Ilya and remarked, "Ilya, Zandeli has quite the appealing qualities. You should truly consider starting family with him and having a few plump." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy fist struck his nose, sending blood gushing forth. Chapter 38. The oncoming crisis. Not long after Jen Deli exited the Stark residence, Robin Arryn made his entrance. He gazed upon the noble and gentle Sansa, bending graciously in a gentlemanly bow, and said, "Sansa, it is a pleasure to see you. How do you fare?" Sansa rose to greet him, her smile brightening the room as she replied, "It is delightful to see you as well, Robin, King of the Vale." They embraced lightly, and Robin remarked, "Sansa, Royce has shown me the weapons forged in the north. They are quite remarkable. I hope to take some back with me. What do you think?" Sansa smiled and said, "That is an excellent idea. I shall ensure you receive a preferential price. After all, we are kin, are we not?" "Thank you, Sansa. You are ever so kind," Robin responded. "Indeed, we should stand united," Sansa affirmed. Robin hesitated before saying, "Sansa, have you given any thought to the betrothal our aunt arranged for us? I could move here, you know." Sansa smiled and replied, "We ought to honor the arrangements of our forebears, but is still too soon. You are merely 16, are you not?" Robin beamed. "Sansa, I do not wish to be a warrior. I only desire a tranquil life. Do you wish for the same?" "That is a lovely sentiment," she acknowledged. "I intend to rebuild Winterfell. What do you think? Would you care to see it? You might want to meet the architect, Oren. He is the creator of the Queen's Wrath." "Oren? Oh, an exceptional blacksmith," Robin remarked. "A rather unique foreigner, quite intriguing. He is currently at the construction site," Sansa added. Intrigued by Sansa's words, Robin made his way to the site to discover what manner of man Oren truly was. Oren was engaged in a spirited dispute with Arya while pinching his nose. Robin approached, holding a red brick, and said, "Arya, do you see what this is?" Oren, with a hint of irritation, replied, "It is a red brick. Have you never seen one? They are everywhere if you walk a mile forward." Curiously, Robin inquired, "What is this used for?" "What else?" "To build walls, to construct houses," Oren answered. Arya, with a mischievous glint in her eye, seized Robin's hand and said, "Hey, Robin, have you seen my sister? When do you plan to wed?" "Wed? With Sansa?" Robin exclaimed. Oren, upon closer inspection, realized that Robin was the same young lad he had known, now grown into a remarkably handsome figure. Seeing Robin's tall and gallant stature, Oren felt a sudden pang of rivalry. After all, his betrothal to Sansa had been arranged by their parents, and in this place, such commitments were not easily broken. Robin looked at Arya, suppressing a smile, and said, "My sister mentioned it would be a while. I shall wait for her." Arya, still holding Robin's hand, laughed. "You must hurry. Many are vying for her attention. Truly, I am not deceiving you." Robin grew anxious, asking, "Has someone proposed to Sansa?" "It seems so, though I cannot be certain," Arya replied. Oren, furious, exclaimed, "Arya, what nonsense are you spouting? Which scoundrel has proposed to your sister?" Robin looked at Oren, perplexed, and asked, "Who is this scoundrel? Which kingdom does he hail from?" Chen pulled Robin aside, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Sansa has captured the heart of another. You should relinquish your hopes." Robin pushed Chen away, resolutely refusing. "My engagement to Sansa was arranged by my aunt and Lord Stark." "How can this be?" Sansa had promised. Once more, Chen leaned in, speaking with a fierce tone, "You need to find another girl quickly, preferably one far from the north, or else I shall end you." Angrily, Robin glared at Chen. "Are you threatening a lord?" Chen clapped Robin on the shoulder, chuckling, "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. I mean, how could a person as ineffectual as you expect the queen to accept your proposal?" Robin's expression darkened as he stepped back, voice raised in indignation. "Are you insulting me?" Chen replied with a smirk. "I am merely speaking the truth, in terms of looks, intellect, and prowess. Who do you believe you surpass? Even that little blacksmith outshines you significantly, does he not?" Fuming, Robin drew his sword, declaring, "I challenge you to a duel." Chen regarded him with amusement. "Do you understand what I was just doing? Arya, the bravest warrior in Westeros, who vanquishes White Walkers, I had her fleeing in disarray. Are you certain you wish to duel?" Robin pointed his sword at Chen, fury evident. "You speak nonsense. Arya is the mightiest swordsman. How could you defeat her?" Chen retorted, "I was close, merely a hair's breadth away. I am far superior to you." Arya seized Robin's arm, advising, "Do not waste your breath on him. I shall speak with my sister about you moving to Winterfell." With that, she turned her back on Chen and left with Robin. Frantic, Chen paced. He had intended to gain Sansa's attention through his merits, hoping to cultivate a position by her side, eventually winning her heart. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. He was not the only one harboring such aspirations. Many sought to wed the queen amidst the numerous kingdoms. Without even a knightly title to his name, should he wait for his moment, Sansa might well be wed to another by then, leaving him with no prospects. What to do? It seemed there was no solution. He cursed Arya, thinking that had she recommended him upon her arrival, no one else would have stood a chance. As he pondered, an idea struck him. What if he enlisted Bronco to watch over Sansa? If anyone sought her hand, Bronco could thwart their efforts until Chen accomplished something extraordinary, at which point would he not have the upper hand? Resolute, he hurried to Bronco's residence, outlining his plans in detail. Undeterred, he asked Bronco, "Where is that little brat Robin now? Has the queen allowed him to stay?" Bronco, with an unblinking eye, observed for a moment before replying. A handsome young man departed with 3 carts. They spoke of the queen's wrath and a great sum of gold. The queen stood outside to bid him farewell, and then he was gone. With a sigh of relief, Chen thought to himself, Robin must have gone to procure a sword. Surely, Gendry is also there for the same purpose. It appears that cunning old Roy has quite the skill, as he has successfully deceived 2 lords with his initial maneuver. With the queen's fury now beginning to be sold, it is certain that more individuals will soon come to purchase it, thereby alleviating the economic strain on the north. Just envision those 100 or so chests of gold. It may seem substantial, yet when it comes to dispersing it among thousands, it will vanish swiftly. We are merely at the outset, and already half of it is gone. If there are no subsequent funds, it will all be for naught. The thought alone is quite troubling. I must design, supervise, manufacture, and manage technical guidance, while simultaneously guarding against potential threats from within. A helping hand would be most welcome. Suddenly, he was struck by an idea and turned to Blanchot, saying, "Blanchot, how about imparting your magical knowledge to me? I assure you, my intentions are purely to safeguard the queen, with the vision of an eagle. Would it not be a significant improvement?" He believed that their genuine friendship would make it merely a matter of exchanging a few words. However, to his surprise, Blanchot resolutely declined. After persistent entreaties from Chen, Blanchot finally sighed and replied, "Kind-hearted Chen, your request is quite excessive, yet I shall give it some thought. How could this trivial matter be deemed excessive, and how could it warrant consideration?" Chen found the old man rather stingy. Chapter 39. A stone provokes 1,000 waves in the Black Rat Castle. Gudda stood atop the tower, gazing at the multitude of soldiers clad in armor outside the castle walls. He was a towering figure, his fiery temperament evident in his demeanor, with a curled beard nearly obscuring his entire face. The arrival of Jandelli did not surprise him in the least. Their conflict was on the verge of erupting into a duel. Jandelli, mounted on a magnificent black steed, approached the castle and called out, "Lord Gudda, open your gates. Your Storm King seeks to visit your fortress." Gudda laughed maniacally. "My lord, I fear you harbor ill intentions. You may enter, but only by yourself." Jandelli retorted with fury, "Do you dare defy my command? Are you plotting rebellion?" Gudda scoffed, "You are merely a small blacksmith who has escaped from a flea-ridden den. I, Gudda, of the blood of the winds, respect you as a lord, yet without that title, you are but an unwanted bastard. It is best for us to coexist in peace. Should you harbor any malicious intent, I shall reduce you to mere pulp." With that, he raised his war hammer and struck the battlement, shattering it with a resounding clang. Jandelli responded with a fierce laugh. "Very well, Gudda, let us engage in battle today. The loser shall leave the Stormlands. How does that sound?" Gudda erupted in laughter once more. "A battle to determine our fates. Let it be so. Warriors, you have work to do." He descended the tower, leading his well-prepared army, and flung open the castle gates, charging forth. The 2 forces, fueled by determination, collided violently. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the clash of swords, and the anguished screams of the fallen. Gudda was utterly unprepared for the sharpness of the weaponry Jandelli had bestowed upon his soldiers. The lethality of these blades far exceeded his expectations. Jandelli's heavily armored troops surged at the front line, encased in reinforced armor, even their helmets fortified. Gudda's soldiers' weapons merely clanged against their armor, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Conversely, the swords wielded by Jandelli's soldiers seemed enchanted. They sliced through their adversaries with ease, penetrating what appeared to be sturdy armor, as if it were mere paper. The plight of the ordinary soldiers clad in leather armor was even more dire. A single strike could sever an arm or cleave a head in twain. The battlefield was a scene of horror, strewn with dismembered limbs, as the wounded writhed in agony, some choosing to end their suffering by taking their own lives. Those warriors encased in armor, pierced through by merciless blades, collapsed, their blood flowing like water. Gutta stood aghast at the terrifying power of these weapons. Even Valyrian steel paled in comparison. What manner of armament was this? Was it the work of sorcery? Jandelli, brandishing a magnificent sword dripping with blood, charged fiercely toward Gutta, roaring, "Gutta, meet your death." Indeed, Jandelli's ferocity was formidable. He feared not even the White Walkers, making Gutta seem insignificant by comparison. As Gutta beheld Jandelli, his eyes blazed with fury, and he lifted his hefty war hammer, preparing to strike down upon him. Jandelli swung his sword towards Gutta's war hammer, cleaving the finely forged iron weapon in two. Gutta let out a furious roar and struck at Zandelli's head with the hammer's iron handle, but Zandelli deftly countered, severing the handle once more. Faced with such a razor-sharp blade, Gutta finally felt fear and turned to flee into the distance, with Zandelli in relentless pursuit. Gutta darted behind a stone pillar, attempting to evade Zandelli by circling around it. After several fruitless laps in pursuit, Zandelli's fury escalated. He unleashed a powerful strike against the pillar, cleaving it in half as effortlessly as one would slice through a turnip. Terrified, Gutta cried out, "My lord, I swear eternal loyalty to you." Zandelli, in a fit of maniacal laughter, retorted, "You insolent wretch, dare you defy me?" With no path of escape left, Gutta lunged at Zandelli with a roar. They both fell to the ground, grappling fiercely. Zandelli, in a terrifying frenzy, seized Gutta's throat and bit down with ferocity, refusing to release his grip. Gutta shrieked in agony, his body convulsing. Yet Zandelli, still unsatisfied, bit through Gutta's neck as a ravenous wolf would, severing his head entirely. Gutta's blood splattered across Zandelli's face, leaving him looking as though he had emerged from a crimson deluge. Holding aloft his sword with one hand and Gutta's severed head with the other, Zandelli laughed maniacally. The soldiers of Black Rat Castle, witnessing Gutta's demise, fled in a frenzied panic. Zandelli commanded his men to pursue relentlessly, resulting in the slaughter of nearly 500 foes. The brutality of the battle rivaled any conflict on the continent of Westeros. Zandelli surveyed the battlefield, content, and glanced at the queen's wrath in his hand, pondering that despite the immense costs incurred, the outcome rendered them trivial. After all, while wealth could procure many things, it could not guarantee life. His vassal, Carter, approached astonished, exclaiming, "My lord, the sword forged in the north is nothing short of a magical weapon. I never imagined a blade could be so sharp." Zandelli patted Carter on the shoulder, mused, "What do you think would happen if we equipped an army of 10,000 with these swords?" 10,000 swords? How many gold dragons would that require, my lord? Carter gasped. Zandelli smirked. Why can't we simply turn others' wealth into our own? Thanks to the swift transmission of news by the crows, word of Gutta's death and the terrifying battle spread across Westeros in less than 2 days. The revelation that Zandelli had triumphed with unparalleled weaponry left many in shock. They soon learned that these extraordinary swords were being produced en masse in the north, igniting widespread panic. Clearly, without such weapons, they would be at a distinct disadvantage in future conflicts, leaving their soldiers and commanders vulnerable without adequate protection. The dread loomed. Was the calamity of the Seven Kingdoms truly not yet at an end? As the various houses sought to barter for the queen's wrath, Royce suddenly found himself the center of attention, with all factions engaging in covert negotiations, eager to become the foremost possessors of the coveted weapon. The aspirations of all naturally elevate one's worth. The queen's wrath, once exorbitantly priced, has swiftly transformed into a sum that is now deemed acceptable. Families that previously claimed poverty now present boxes upon boxes of golden dragons. Sansa's words proved undeniably correct. Royce ultimately arrived in Riverrun, delivering the queen's regards and a sword to Edmure. Though he was exceedingly eager, the price he offered left Royce in a quandary. Upon learning of the bloodshed at the moat, he abruptly altered his decision, expressing a desire to personally journey to the north to converse with his niece, Queen Sansa. This timid and cautious individual, who initially sought to avoid complications and enjoy a period of peace, now found himself unable to remain passive. Chapter 40. The first step of currency warfare, as the long summer commenced and the weather warmed, basking in the sun became a delightful pastime. Chen had placed a reclining chair outside his house, with a yellowed ancient book resting upon his face, reveling in the sun's embrace. Suddenly, the book was removed from his face. It was Ilea. She always arrived with an ethereal silence, as if her body bore no weight. Chen glanced at her lazily and said, "What is it?" Ilea fixed her gaze upon Chen, her expression troubled, and uttered, "Lavin's Harris horn. They vehemently oppose my sister, selling the queen's fury to others." Chen sat up and asserted, "Stop. Is that the case? Do you know?" "Just a guess. But it's likely accurate," she replied. Ilea, intrigued, asked, "Then what do you suppose I'm going to say?" Chen responded, "There is much to say, but to summarize it in one sentence, the queen's fury must not be sold to others." Ilea exclaimed, "How did you know?" "How do I know?" Chen replied, "That little blacksmith wielded the queen's fury to obliterate his vassals with a whirlwind of force. What was his advantage? Naturally, it was the weapons I forged. Those fools must be worried. If such weapons are sold in abundance, every kingdom would possess them, and the north would face immense peril. Wouldn't it?" Ilea confirmed, "You are correct. Chen, my sister is indeed hesitant." Chen remarked, "What a narrow-minded perspective. Think about it. If everyone possessed such formidable weapons, would not their combat capabilities equalize? Since no one would have an advantage in weaponry, would they not all hesitate to provoke one another?" The reason that little blacksmith instilled fear in all was that he was the first to wield the queen's fury. It is akin to him riding a horse while others walked, naturally creating distance. But if everyone were to ride horses, would not all strengths be equal? Thus, to ensure everyone's compliance, we must sell our weapons in greater quantities. This way, all shall be secure, and the north shall reap the most profit. They would glare at each other with a plethora of weapons, while we, armed with both weapons and purses, would ultimately prevail. Ilea pondered and replied, "That makes sense." Chen added, "The best is yet to come. Once our weapons are sufficiently sold, we shall upgrade, and at that time, more wealth will flow in, while those fools will come begging in the north." Ilea's eyes widened further in astonishment. "Upgrade? What do you mean?" Chen explained, "From this moment forth, we shall prepare to forge the queen's armor, utilizing the same fine steel that crafted the queen's fury." Ilea suddenly comprehended, exclaiming in delight, "You mean only the armor we create can withstand the queen's fury, which means they will undoubtedly need to purchase our armor as well." Chen rolled his eyes at Ilea and said, "It's that simple, yet those fools remain oblivious. If I were to become prime minister, would I allow your sister to be so troubled? Therefore, we must prepare in advance. When they recall this issue, we shall present them with what they desire. This is what we call strategizing and deciding from afar. Do you understand?" Ilea chuckled softly, saying, "You are quite cunning, always one step ahead, leaving others defenseless." Chen once again covered his face with the book, humming through his nose, and remarked, "This is known as the law of demand. You provide them with a piece of meat, and they will begin to ponder how to find a pot to cook it. In order to cook meat, firewood is necessary, which means one must go chop wood. Once the meat is ready, finding a bowl becomes an urgent task, and with a bowl, one must consider utensils." Ilea interjected, "What nonsense is this?" Chen replied, "Many things in this world follow a similar principle, merely transformed in form. Yet some only perceive the changes and fail to see the constants. This concept is rather profound. If you do not grasp it, perhaps it is best to wander elsewhere." Ilea playfully seized Chen's ear, laughing, "You seem to have acquired some skills these past few days. Are you planning to teach me a lesson?" Chen, eyes closed, extended his hand to grasp Ilea's wrist, feeling her palm, and commented, "Your palm is rough, yet the back of your hand is delicate and smooth, exuding femininity." Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his wrist and hastily opened his eyes. To his astonishment, she had drawn a knife across the back of his hand, blood oozing forth. Enraged, Chen leaped up, exclaiming, "Why do you resort to knives so easily? Are you still a woman?" Ilea slowly sheathed the dagger at her waist, her expression icy. "Do you wish to test whether I am a woman?" Chen scoffed, "I have no interest in that. You might as well save it for the blacksmith." Before he could finish his sentence, Ilea struck him squarely on the nose. Holding his bleeding nose, Chen cursed, "You little vixen. Whether you have a reason or not to hit me, I will not back down." He lunged at Elia, and the two began to wrestle once again. The north grew increasingly lively by the day. Lords from various kingdoms flocked to Winterfell, driven by a singular purpose, to procure weapons. Even merchants from across the narrow sea sensed a lucrative opportunity, traveling great distances to purchase the Queen's fury. Upon witnessing the unparalleled sharpness of these weapons, they were filled with excitement, eager to become the exclusive distributors for the continent of Essos. Sansa dispatched Royce to negotiate with them, insisting on cash transactions or a deposit up front. Credit was simply out of the question. Despite the high prices and stringent conditions, those seeking to negotiate pressed forward with determination. The weapons produced in the north were far from sufficient to meet the demand, leading to a backlog of orders extending up to 3 years. As for gold coins, they were stacked in crates, filling the storerooms, exceeding everyone's expectations. Although Sansa had anticipated this outcome, it still felt dreamlike. If they were to launch a series of Queen's armor, how many blacksmiths would toil day and night in production? Those arriving in the north marveled at the construction of Winterfell and the production of red bricks, which were in high demand. Astute merchants began to devise plans to engage in the red brick trade. Compared to constructing houses with stones, red bricks undoubtedly offer a more economical, efficient, and equally robust alternative, thus rendering them highly sought after. Regrettably, red bricks are unavailable for the construction of a new Winterfell. They can only be procured when surplus stock becomes available. In light of the burgeoning demand for weapons and red bricks, those families who once expressed skepticism and resistance have now become invigorated. They have sent their surplus populace to Winterfell, hoping to partake in the burgeoning opportunities. Sansa adeptly seized this moment. In addition to weapon production, she facilitated the management of coke, red bricks, and lime production, allowing them to self-organize while the kingdom retained the lion's share of the profits, with only a small portion allocated to them. However, a stringent rule was instituted. All workers must receive their wages promptly, and any exploitation or unjust withholding of wages would result in severe penalties. Consequently, this initiative brought joy to all, and impoverished individuals from other kingdoms, aware of the financial prospects in the north, flocked to Winterfell in droves. In the absence of war, the dynamics among the Seven Kingdoms experienced a remarkable shift, with the north becoming a coveted destination for merchants and the impoverished alike. Yet, as Oren observed the increasing influx of people into the north, he felt that the numbers were still insufficient. He had grander plans in mind, and without a substantial workforce, the execution of his vision remained uncertain. Chapter 41: New Ideas. In the Great Hall of House Stark, Sansa held a firmly bonded mixture of clay in her hands. She examined it closely, striking it against the ground with force a few times. To her astonishment, this seemingly ordinary clump of earth was as hard as stone. She had heard that Chen intended to construct several major roads, which struck her as rather absurd. Arya recounted Chen's original words and elaborated on the significance of the roads, prompting Sansa to reflect deeply. Though roads appeared inconsequential, in the face of the increasingly prosperous north, they would undoubtedly play a vital role in the days to come. While she lacked an understanding of the fundamental concept of infrastructure, her innate intelligence allowed her to grasp its profound implications swiftly. She had initially assumed it merely involved leveling and widening, but little did she know that Chen had devised such an extraordinary creation. This mixture, inexpensive and easy to work with, possessed a hardness akin to stone, and if laid down as a road, its load-bearing capacity would undoubtedly be elevated several notches. Imagining the dusty roads under clear skies or the muddy paths during rain, if they could be transformed into such resilient thoroughfares, the movement of goods in and out of the north would become markedly easier. It was truly an incredible invention. Sansa did not express her thoughts aloud, yet she was inwardly amazed. She could hardly fathom how such a commonplace substance, through simple combination, could yield such miraculous results. She handed the clump of clay to Arya, smiling as she remarked, "The Eastern man you brought is quite capable. How did he conceive of this?" Arya blinked and chuckled. "Sister, he's not as clever as you think. I merely observed him at work, and casually suggested something. Who knew it would actually work? If Chen had heard this, he would likely rush to confront her, but Arya's nonchalant tone made it seem as if it were the natural order of things. Sansa laughed. The queen's wrath, red bricks, charcoal. Were those your suggestions as well? Arya replied. All right, sister, perhaps these are merely the everyday items of the Easterners. He simply replicated them. Nothing remarkable. I could easily find a few Easterners who might be even more extraordinary. Is that so? Sansa approached a framed print, examining it closely before asking, How do you explain this? Arya chuckled. Well, perhaps he's quite clever. I know you have long wished to summon him to serve as your advisor. I am merely looking out for your best interests. He is truly a dangerous man, ambitious, and I feel uneasy having him so close. Sansa fixed her gaze on Arya and asked, Oh, my dear sister, I am curious. What perilous deeds has he committed? Arya replied, Sister, I cannot say. Perhaps I will in time, but now is not the moment. Sansa conceded, All right, I trust you. What do you think about bestowing him a title for his significant contributions to the North? Your idea is commendable, sister, but it is not yet the right time. Oh, what do you mean? Arya explained. Only when Winterfell is completed can it be proven that he possesses true capability. At that time, you may grant him any title you see fit. Elevating such a person too soon may lead to arrogance, and then he would be difficult to manage. Sansa mused. What if he complains and seeks refuge in another kingdom? I am genuinely concerned, you know? Elia stepped forward, grasping Sansa's hand, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she declared, Do not worry, dear sister. With me around, he shall not escape, I assure you. Sansa gazed at Elia for a long moment, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, My beloved sister, I trust you. You are no longer that mischievous girl. You have matured. Elia responded, Sister, I have long since grown up. Why have you only just noticed? Sansa silently observed Elia, saying, Everyone yearns for maturity, yet upon attaining it, they discover that suffering awaits them. When one is finally capable of enduring hardship alone, they find themselves nostalgic for their former days. Elia, do you yearn for those times? Elia slowly turned, walking away as she spoke. I do reminisce, yet I still believe that growing up is preferable. Sansa watched Elia, her expression heavy with contemplation and confusion. After a considerable time, she called out, Harris. Harris promptly entered from outside, bowing and saying, Your Majesty. Lord Horn seems rather incompetent. You should remind him that the Queen wishes to take a carriage ride upon the newly constructed roads he has built. Horn replied, I shall do so, Your Majesty. The sun shines brightly outside. Would you like me to accompany you for a stroll? You are thoughtful. That is an excellent idea. Observing the bustling merchants traversing the north and the destitute families fleeing to work, Chen found it perplexing that despite his remarkable achievements, Sansa seemed to have no intention of summoning him for a grand reception or perhaps bestowing upon him a noble title, particularly with the flourishing arms trade, where gold coins endlessly flowed into Winterfell. He could not fathom how Queen Sansa could overlook her greatest benefactor. It defied all logic. Was Elia conspiring against him? What could her intentions possibly be? Chen made several attempts to seek an audience with Sansa, only to be thwarted by the guards who refused him entry. No matter how he articulated his contributions to the North and expressed his desire to report an important matter to the Queen, the guards remained resolute in their refusal to notify her. Defeated, Chen retreated. Observing the thriving enterprises he had initiated, his spirits lifted slightly. Although meeting Sansa remained uncertain, the steady implementation of his proposals underscored his significance. As long as his visions were realized, he was confident that Sansa had her own plans. There was no rush. A cooked duck would not fly away. As he wandered, he suddenly spotted a grand tree known as the waistcoat tree. Approaching it for a closer look, he realized it resembled a soap tree. An idea struck him. Why not create a cleansing product never before seen in Westeros? Having been here for some time, his greatest annoyance was the task of laundry. The locals were not particularly hygienic, washing their garments only after prolonged wear, and even then, the methods they employed were unacceptable to him. They mixed wood ash with water, allowing it to steep and filter into alkaline water. And to enhance its alkalinity for improved cleaning, they added a suitable amount of urine. The notion of using urine as a substitute for alkali in laundry was, in Chen's view, a remarkable invention. In comparison to the ancient Chinese laundry inventions, such as the soapwort and laundry beans, the practices here appear utterly primitive. Although these rudimentary items can somewhat cleanse the dirt from garments, they harbor significant risks. Beyond the mere presence of bacteria, the peculiar odor they emit is quite unbearable. To remedy this issue, the affluent and nobility procure exquisite perfumes from distant spice traders, adorning themselves to mask the unpleasant scents. However, such distant fragrances are exceedingly precious. Accessible only to the wealthy, the impoverished can scarcely entertain the thought of affording them. Chen, spending his days among the laborers, found himself overwhelmed by the stench, though he eventually grew accustomed to it. The high-ranking officials and nobles, despite their curiosity regarding Chen's designs, seldom visited the construction site due to the overwhelming foulness. And Queen Sansa certainly would not venture there. If one could devise a cost-effective cleansing product akin to soap or laundry detergent, not only would sanitation in the north improve significantly, but it would also serve as a lucrative commodity. The most profitable ventures in this world are not those involving exorbitantly priced goods, but rather items accessible to everyone. Take salt, for instance. It may seem minimal in quantity and inexpensive, yet constituted a crucial source of revenue for ancient dynasties. Should soap permeate households and reach distant lands, its value would rival that of the most coveted treasures, such as the Queen's Fury. Chapter 42. The girl soap. Upon conceiving this brilliant idea, Chen was instantly filled with exuberance, galloping around on horseback. To his delight, he discovered that the vast and sparsely populated northern territories were abundant with these trees, flourishing in expansive clusters. The locals utilized the timber primarily for crafting agricultural tools and carts, considering the most valuable fruit, the soap pod, to be utterly worthless. Chen sought out Lord Roberto Glorfo, the elder statesman overseeing the Department of Products, to share his vision. This venerable Roberto was the last surviving member of the Glorfo family's older generation. His son and grandson had perished while following Robb in the campaign against House Lannister and later in the War of the Bastards, leaving behind only a group of widows. Driven by a noble sense of duty to propagate his lineage, the old man had taken 18 youthful brides, a fact that Chen could not help but envy. Roberto, nearly bald with sagging eyelids, a consequence of indulgent living, chuckled heartily as he patted his heavily pregnant wife beside him. A splendid idea. Chen, I support you wholeheartedly. Of course, this is also Her Majesty's decree, so I trust you shall not disappoint her. Chen speculated that had it not been for Sansa's orders to fully endorse his proposal, this elderly gentleman might have entirely disregarded him. The old man seemed to occupy himself solely with his beautiful young wife or indulging in wine from his silver goblet, perpetually inebriated and neglecting any serious matters. Yet, it was undeniable that individuals like him had survived this long due to their invaluable contributions to House Stark, as long as they were not traitorous. The Queen would extend her clemency. The development of the North necessitated the vigor of youthful individuals, and once this busy period subsided, it would be time to promote a new generation of civil servants through examinations. My lord, I require 100 capable laborers and 10 large cauldrons. Is that a problem? Chen inquired. I shall do my utmost, replied Roberto, displaying a commendable sense of duty. The following day, he managed to provide Chen with 100 individuals, albeit predominantly women and elderly men, with the remainder being mere children. There was little choice but to make do, as the robust laborers were occupied in the repairs of Winterfell. The fact that he could muster any manpower at all was quite commendable. Chen directed them to drive ox carts to the areas dense with the horse chestnut trees, filling several carts to the brim. He mixed the soap pods with water and a hint of lime for fermentation, until it transformed into a mushy, paste-like consistency. He then filtered the mixture, separating the viscous liquid from the residue. The next challenge was to solidify this liquid and shape it accordingly. By varying the quality, he intended to incorporate colors and fragrances, thus creating a product reminiscent of modern soap. This was indeed the essence of his entire concept. However, he now faced a dilemma: how to solidify the crude extracts. Traditionally, Animal fats were added, and the mixture was dried under the sun, a process that proved lengthy and arduous, with moisture proving difficult to eliminate. Clearly, this was untenable. The inefficiency would inflate costs. To ensure that every household could afford it, costs had to be minimized. Chen conducted hundreds of experiments, yet the results remained unsatisfactory. He once again secluded himself in the small dark room. Utilizing modern production methods, this would be a straightforward task. One merely needs the appropriate equipment for extraction and then incorporate other chemical materials, resulting in immediate solidification and mass production. However, in this continent, where's the necessary apparatus? Everything is done manually. This presents an almost insurmountable dilemma. As Chen racked his brain for a solution, Arya silently appeared. Each time she arrived, Chen felt as though she was lurking in the shadows, observing him. Arya placed her hand on Chen's shoulder and smiled. I've heard you're creating something quite novel. Can you still surprise me? Chen replied, somewhat irately. Surprise? Everything I create is unprecedented. It's just short of knocking you unconscious. Arya chuckled. What particularly unexpected item are you working on this time? Chen sniffed her attire and remarked, just look at your clothing. If it weren't for the perfume, it might smell worse than refuse. Arya glared at him, nearly ready to retort. But she held back and asked, what is wrong with my clothes? With a hint of arrogance, Chen declared, I intend to create something called soap, which can wash your garments to make them fragrant, eliminating the need for perfume altogether. Arya, puzzled, inquired, really? Is that so? So you haven't created it yet? Chen responded, of course I have not. The crux of the matter is that it cannot solidify into a form akin to a brick. Arya giggled. You're quite foolish. Just package it in a bag. Suddenly, Chen spun around in astonishment, exclaiming, yes. Such a simple solution. Why did I not think of that sooner? I told you, you're not the sharpest, she teased. Reflecting on her words, he mused. Packaging it in a bag would indeed resemble a laundry detergent. This was indeed a brilliant idea, but what to use for the packaging? The most economical option would be plastic bags, but such items are commonplace in modern times and are considered exotic on this continent. Where could he procure them? The only feasible alternative would be to craft bags from leather. However, not only are such items aesthetically unpleasing, but their cost is also prohibitively high, far from achieving the lowest price point. No, he would need to devise another plan. Chen remarked, the idea is commendable, but the cost is too high to be practical. Can you help me think of a way to solidify the substance into brick form? Arya stirred the white liquid in the large pot with a stick and suggested, what if you add something with strong absorbent properties like lime? That could work. Lime? Of course not, Chen replied, but then a spark of inspiration struck him. Yes, if he were to incorporate another substance similar to lime, possessing strong absorbency. It could separate the moisture within. He suddenly swept Arya into his arms and twirled her around, laughing. Though your idea may not be feasible, it has certainly sparked inspiration. Arya wriggled free from his embrace, her eyes wide with indignation, and she prepared to draw her dagger, but ultimately restrained herself, saying, you're getting too carried away with yourself. Chen quickly stepped back, asserting, just wait. I promise to surprise you. If I can successfully create this soap, its value will rival that of the Queen's fury. Arya smiled and remarked, you wouldn't name it Queen's soap, would you? Chen tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and replied, how about calling it Arya's soap? Arya pouted and said, I certainly wouldn't want my name on it. Then Chen suggested, let's call it girl soap. After all, you do enjoy when Jacqueline calls you that. This time, Chen could see that Arya was genuinely pleased, smiling brightly at the name. After exploring a dozen alternatives and conducting numerous experiments, Chen finally succeeded in transforming the extracted pod liquid into a solid. He crafted 3 different molds, heated the soap pod mixture, poured it into the molds to cool, and produced 3 distinct grades. The first was designed for the aristocracy, incorporating rose, red, and green hues, along with added fragrances. This soap was not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, sure to delight the refined women of society. The second type omitted perfumes, relying solely on colorants, and was priced a tier lower, intended for the affluent. The third variant featured plain packaging, devoid of both colorants and fragrances, and was the most economical choice. While the 3 grades were categorized differently, The raw materials remained identical, merely catering to the psychological needs of diverse clientele. With all preparations complete, Chen was ready for mass production. To safeguard the confidentiality of the formula, he meticulously registered the core workers, providing them with exclusive accommodations and assigning soldiers for protection. There is no doubt that once this product was launched, many would covet its manufacturing secrets. Ensuring safety was paramount. After all, this was yet another original brand from the North, girls' soap. It wouldn't be long before this seemingly trivial item would yield a fortune, inciting envy in countless hearts. Chapter 43. The delayed anticipation in the great hall of House Stark. Arya, Harris, Horn, and Lowens, esteemed lords of the North, stood on either side, observing several maidservants in the center. They produced a palm-sized, aromatic substance, approximately 2 fingers thick, and removed the soiled garments from a basin of water, laying them upon the floor before applying the substance. Once the garments had been thoroughly treated inside and out, the maidservants commenced to knead them in their hands. After confirming that the impurities had been sufficiently diluted, they rinsed the clothes in clean water. Upon completing this task, the maidservants wrung out several freshly laundered items and paraded them before the lords, ultimately presenting them to Sansa. Sansa beheld, with her own eyes, the once filthy garments transformed by this miraculous substance, now immaculate and exuding a delicate fragrance. She picked one up, shook it gently, scrutinized it carefully, and inhaled its scent before smiling and inquiring, "Lord Roberto, what is your opinion?" The elderly gentleman, stooping as he approached, bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, it is truly remarkable, something entirely unprecedented in Westeros, crafted by Oaken, a capable foreigner." Sansa placed the garment down and addressed the assembly. "This is girl soap, made by Oaken. Are you not all astonished?" Horn scoffed, "Your Majesty, a mere trifling item for washing clothes is hardly extraordinary." Sansa retorted, "Lord Horn, as you do not wash your own garments, you cannot possibly comprehend the merits of such a creation. Beg, please share your thoughts on its advantages." Maidservant Beg stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, this substance known as soap is truly exceptional. Perhaps the lords do not realize that nothing else can cleanse garments as effectively. Clothes washed with this soap possess a delightful fragrance, devoid of their former unpleasant odors." Sansa lifted a bar of rose-colored soap, inhaling deeply, and remarked, "It is fragrant indeed. Laundered garments smell fresh and clean. This is a magnificent invention, costing but a silver stag, affordable for all." "What might that imply?" Arya, catching a bar of soap tossed into the air, smiled and added, "Lords, if every kingdom and every household were to utilize this for their laundry on a daily basis, how much do you suppose it could yield?" The question of its potential worth lingered in the air, and few could articulate a clear response, though they believed it would hardly compare to the Queen's fury. Arya continued, "You cannot ascertain its value, nor can I. However, I am confident it will yield us a wealth of gold, far beyond your expectations." Lowens questioned, "Could there truly be that much?" Arya replied, "That depends on our capacity for production. The more we create, the greater our return shall be. What the lords must consider now is how to find more laborers." Currently, the North boasted scant idle hands, as all were engaged in various forms of production. As Oaken aptly stated, the future of the North will hinge upon the scarcity of manpower. Initially dismissive, Sansa and Arya now recognized the unparalleled foresight of Oaken. Sansa cast a sweeping glance over everyone and declared, "Recruiting manpower is of utmost importance, my lords. I care not how you procure it, whether through purchase deception or offering higher wages, as long as you find workers. Their identity matters not. What counts is their willingness to labor." She turned her gaze towards Arya and added, "In a few days, I shall hold a naming ceremony for this wondrous creation that will benefit my people, and I hope all of you will attend punctually." Chen, having heard from the old Roberto that Sansa was to hold a ceremonial event to grandly name the new product he had crafted, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. This indicated that his invention had garnered significant attention from Sansa. Prior to delivering the item, he had a premonition that the Queen would take great delight in it. As a queen, regardless of her wisdom and lofty status, she remained a woman. Women, after all, possess an innate fondness for beautiful and fragrant objects, often prioritizing them over weapons and bricks. This inclination is instinctive. Even if such items hold little practical value, they are still held in high regard. The thought of finally witnessing Sansa in person and perhaps even kissing her ring stirred Ochen's heart with fervor. He resolved not to indulge in alcohol this time. Reminded of past occasions where he had missed the opportunity to meet the goddess due to drink, he felt a deep sense of regret, regardless of external interference. He believed that abstaining from alcohol would prevent such mishaps. He firmly decided that he would not touch a drop before the naming ceremony, no matter the persuasion. To ensure he could showcase his creation splendidly, Ochen personally oversaw the workers, urging them to toil day and night. Ultimately, before the day of the ceremony arrived, he managed to produce 1,000 bars of soap. This initial batch was of the highest quality, crafted to leave a lasting impression on all. The following day marked the naming ceremony, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Ochen planned to forego sleep that night. His subordinate, Tony, puzzled by his behavior, brought several packages of sausages, a roasted leg of lamb, and a jug of fine wine to engage him in conversation. Ochen, incensed, chastised, "Foolish pig, do you wish to ruin me?" He kicked Tony's offerings aside and shoved him out, resolutely closing the door. Regardless of the situation, he insisted on exercising extreme caution to avoid falling into a trap once more. He could hardly fathom that any trickery could arise this time. Perhaps his vigilance paid off, as Ochen successfully navigated the night without incident. Although he had not slept, he felt invigorated and began preparing himself early. He indulged in a hot bath, had a barber attend to his hair, trimmed his beard, and donned the attire washed with soap, transforming his appearance entirely. Indeed, this effort rendered Ochen, usually preoccupied and disheveled, almost unrecognizable. At his side hung a beautifully adorned sword, Queen's Fury, which he had specifically commissioned Riken to forge. Its uniquely crafted crossguard and sheath were unlike any other. Ochen arrived at the square early, expecting an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur, adorned with stone sculptures and archways. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a scene of devastation. The area bore the scars of the battle against the others, with shattered stones and debris strewn about. Winterfell, having stood for centuries, showed signs of wear and tear from numerous conflicts, failing to resemble the capital of a kingdom. Ochen silently resolved to expedite the construction of Winter City, aspiring to transform the North into a true capital, a place long yearned for by all across the continent. He arrived too early. The square was devoid of people. After wandering around, attendees for the ceremony began to arrive gradually. The first to come were the curious commoners. With the North's flourishing development, they now had food to eat and money to earn. Their spirits markedly improved since his arrival. Those who recognized Ochen approached him with warm greetings, to which he responded in kind, feeling particularly delighted. It must be noted that the people of this continent were rather unpunctual. Their sense of time was quite vague. They merely indicated it was noon, yet the exact hour remained uncertain for everyone. The shadow of the sundial had stretched straight, indicating it was nearly 12 o'clock. Yet none of the significant figures had arrived besides the common folk. From this point onward, Ochen needed to establish a precise concept of time, for without it, a sense of urgency in governance was unattainable. After much anticipation, those important individuals adorned in formal attire, with swords at their sides, began to arrive. Yet the queen was still notably absent. At last, in the distance, a procession of guards was seen escorting a palanquin towards the square. This signified the queen's imminent arrival. Chapter 44. Sir of the Golden Summit. As the carriage door swung open, Ochen finally beheld Sansa Stark, clad in a black brocade gown. She was cinched at the waist with a leather belt, which artfully accentuated her slender figure. Her feet adorned with black boots embellished with rubies and emeralds. Her long golden hair was intricately braided and cascaded down her back, secured at the tip with a golden thread. A crown of golden teeth rested upon her head. She stood tall, her figure perfectly balanced, with a complexion fair and delicate, and her exquisite features rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. The perfect fusion of starlet and queen epitomized the pinnacle of femininity. Following Sansa was Arya, still clad in her black leather attire. albeit a new ensemble devoid of any creases. A sword and dagger hung at her waist, and her keen gaze swept across the crowd. Her hair shone with a glossy sheen, as though freshly washed, and her thick, dark brows appeared meticulously groomed. Clearly, she had prepared with great care for this appearance. Trailing behind was the tall and stoic Brienne, her grip firm on the sword hilt, her white hair cropped shorter than many men. The sisters, accompanied by their guards, made their way toward the dais, and the bustling crowd fell silent, parting to grant them passage. Sansa ascended the platform with grace, capturing the attention of all present. She clasped her hands at her abdomen, smiling down at the assembly before her. After a brief pause, she spoke, "Greetings to everyone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have contributed to the North. I, Sansa Stark, represent the North Kingdom in expressing thanks to you all. The North has weathered its trials and is now advancing toward a brighter future, thanks to your support and trust in me. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the lords, ministers, and citizens of the North. Thank you. A good nation is one that ensures its people live well, protecting them from the encroachment of foreign threats. While we have not yet fully realized this, I believe it is on the horizon, and it shall not keep you waiting long. There is one individual who has played a monumental role in this journey. Would you like to know who he is?" The crowd, warmed by their queen's approachable demeanor, called out in unison, "Who is he? He deserves a reward." Sansa scanned the assembly once more and declared, "He is Chen, a remarkable outsider, and I shall bestow upon him the title of Sir of the Golden Summit. Where is he? Can he step forth to receive the queen's honor?" Standing at the rear, Chen gazed in admiration at the resplendent Sansa, and upon hearing his name, as well as the announcement of his knighthood, he was taken aback. He was undoubtedly aware of an impending reward, yet he had not anticipated being named Sir of the Golden Summit, a title imbued with special distinction among the ranks of knighthood. To be honored by the queen in such a public setting stirred an overwhelming sense of emotion within him, nearly bringing him to tears. At last, his hardships bore fruit, yielding a tremendous reward. Drawing his sword, he exclaimed, "Long live the queen! The queen is wise. The queen is invincible." Chen raised his sword high, advancing toward the dais while fervently chanting his heartfelt slogans. His voice resonated with strength and infectious enthusiasm, prompting those around him to join in the chorus. At first, only a handful of individuals were stirred, but soon the fervor escalated, and the entire assembly erupted in a chorus of "Long live the Queen! The Queen is wise! The Queen is invincible!" The square became a cauldron of excitement, akin to an uncontrollable blaze. It consumed the air, engulfed Winterfell, and ignited the hearts of all present. The fervency of the scene was unprecedented. Even those on the stage joined in the jubilation. Emotion is a wondrous force, capable of uniting everyone into a singular, unyielding fist. As Chen chanted the rallying cries, he gradually ascended the platform, emerging from the throng. Upon his arrival, an unexpected hush fell over the crowd, their gazes converging upon him. Chen knelt before Sansa, driving his sword in the ground, and bowed his head, uttering, "My beloved queen, I, Chen, pledge my eternal loyalty to you, unwavering through the ages, and I hope you will accept my most sincere devotion." Sansa, taking in Chen's magnificent armor, adorned with the attire she had gifted him, felt a gleam of admiration in her eyes. She extended her delicate, alabaster fingers, showcasing a ring before him. Chen grasped Sansa's soft hand and gently kissed the ring. With a smile, Sansa replied, "Arise, Chen, the greatest benefactor of the North, the newly minted Knight of the Vale. The Queen accepts your loyalty and adoration." The moment Chen held Sansa's hand, he was momentarily entranced. Despite being prepared, the reality of the moment felt surreal. Gazing upon the exquisite and noble Sansa, Chen's heart swelled with ambition. This was merely the inception. He vowed to elevate her to the status of the greatest queen this land had ever known. Nearby, officials familiar with Chen were taken aback by his striking presence. They had not anticipated that this foreigner, meticulously adorned, would shine so brilliantly. His demeanor, charisma, and competence were indeed unmatched in the North. Chen raised his sword once more, circling the platform while shouting, "Queen! Queen! Queen! The crowd, ignited by his fervor, echoed back with wild enthusiasm. Queen! 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 This unprecedented fervor persisted for quite some time before it finally subsided. Arya had been intently observing Chen since his appearance. His attire and demeanor today were a delightful surprise, revealing a man she had long since missed, a feeling that left her somewhat entranced. In her memory, perhaps it was Jon Snow, her half-brother, who possessed such a distinguished presence. Once the crowd quieted, Sansa proclaimed, "Today is a momentous occasion. Our Knight of the Vale, Chen, has once again brought us joy. Please direct your attention to the stage." A dark cloth concealed a neatly stacked array of items, and Sansa stepped forward to unveil it, revealing a vibrant assortment of fragrant soaps. With one piece in each hand, she approached the edge of the platform and said with a smile, "Girl's soap, invented and crafted by our Knight of the Vale. This is a remarkable creation that will swiftly cleanse your soiled garments, allowing everyone to dress in a more pristine and healthy manner. To commemorate this unprecedented invention, the Queen hereby names it Girl Soap. Your Queen has decreed that these items shall be bestowed upon you without charge. Rejoice, valiant denizens of the North." The crowd erupted once more in jubilant cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fervent climax. Sansa, in particularly high spirits today, personally tossed 1,000 bars of soap into the audience, who clamored eagerly to seize them. Though the scene bordered on chaos, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped everyone, surpassing the merriment of all significant festivities. Observing the lively spectacle, Chen was struck by a thought. Perhaps it would be prudent to establish certain naming days as fixed celebrations, fostering a sense of unity and belonging among the people of the North. This notion holds merit and warrants consideration for future implementation. Chapter 45. Hope and Despair. In the royal meeting chamber of King's Landing, Bran silently observed those gathered for the council. Tyrion wore a grim expression as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the situation in the North is dire. Perhaps you could persuade your sister, the Queen." Bran replied coolly, "You are the hand of the king. The king does not participate in opinions." Disheartened, Tyrion turned to Davos, suggesting, "My lord, perhaps you should remind Lord Gendry that he has not attended the council for some time. And what of Asha Greyjoy, that impudent woman? She cannot solely concern herself with her Iron Islands." Boron lounged in his chair, stating, "My Lord Chancellor, you may dismiss their seats at the council. I can recommend those who would willingly sit here." Davos interjected, "I hope you all refrain from squabbling over trivial matters. My Lord Chancellor, what course of action do you propose regarding the North?" Tyrion remarked, "The Queen's Fury, a rather imposing title. That barbarian Gendry wielded such a weapon to slay the House of Old Town. Heavens, over 500 lives. How terrifying. We have no right to interfere with Sansa's sale of this weapon to anyone. After all, she is the fledgling king of the North. Yet, I am deeply concerned. Other kingdoms have acquired such arms, and their actions will be difficult to contain. Would you not agree, my lords?" Boron languidly replied, "We could procure them as well." "Why not?" Tyrion, slightly perturbed, countered, "It is not merely a matter of acquisition. Sansa's actions bear a dangerous scent. Such sharp weapons will become a nightmare for all. Do you not think?" Boron queried, "My Lord Chancellor, have you beheld the magic of the Queen's Fury?" "I have not, though I have heard tales. I would very much like to witness its marvel. They say it is sharper than the Valyrian steel swords. Is that so?" Davos added, 1,000 golden dragons. I cannot afford it, Boron, can you?" Boron placed his sword upon the table, declaring, "Indeed, it is quite expensive, yet it is worth every coin. Do you not wish to see it?" Davos took hold of the sword, examining it closely. "Is this the Queen's Fury? Let's draw it forth." As Davos unsheathed the sword, he scrutinized the keen blade and the inscriptions upon it, exclaiming, "Indeed, a fine sword. May I test it?" "Certainly, a sword worthy of its value," Boron affirmed. Davos summoned a gold cloak guard for a demonstration, and the outcome astonished him. The Queen's Fury effortlessly severed the guard's steel sword and pierced through their finely crafted armor with ease. Tyrion had only heard of the weapon's dreadfulness, but witnessing it firsthand left him shivering. The sword's power far exceeded his imagination. He could not fathom how the smiths of the North could forge such a fearsome weapon. With this armament, the fighting prowess of an army would be immeasurable, Tyrion grasped the sword, gazing at the Sansa emblem and the words Queen's Fury, his heart a tumult of emotions. This girl, once his lady, possessed an unimaginable capability to create such a terrifying weapon. No wonder that Jandelli has grown increasingly arrogant. Along with Edmure and Aisha, do they also aspire to establish independence through such formidable weaponry? This is indeed an unfathomable consequence of grave proportions. At the very least, the armies of their own territories and the guards of King's Landing could never afford such exorbitant arms. If they were to engage in battle, what would their chances of victory be? Such a sword could indeed be described as capable of felling 10 foes. Tyrion, weighed down by the gravity of the situation, laid down the sword and addressed Maester Sam. You may send a message to Sansa, urging her to refrain from engaging in such perilous dealings. Otherwise, the armies of the 6 realms will denounce her. Sam hesitated, replying, My lord, I harbor no bias. I merely believe this course of action to be ill-advised. In truth, you could speak with her privately. After all, you are quite familiar with one another, are you not? Tyrion glared at Sam, retorting, She is no longer the girl Sansa once was. She is now the Queen of the North. Do you truly believe there would be any resolution? Polan, resting his chin on the table, remarked, My lord, it seems you have lost your former wisdom. Why do Jandelli, Edmure, and Aisha disregard you? Do you truly think it feasible to confront her? I have also heard that their armies have been fully integrated, with all military power consolidated in the Queen's hands. The other families are now isolated, left with no means to oppose her save for their honest labor. Her forces are equipped with such weaponry and engage in daily training. What do you suppose those soldiers think? They revel in it, for Sansa generously bestows substantial wages upon them each month. Perhaps in a few short years, we shall all be eradicated by her. My dear old friend, my lord, you toil tirelessly day and night, perhaps having forgotten the existence of war. I regret to inform you that I too must procure such weapons, lest I be devoured by others. You are aware that my current position has been hard won. Polan's words plunged Tyrion into despair. He never envisioned that, in such a brief span, Sansa would transform into a fierce tiger, exuding the ferocity of a predator emerging from the forest. Suddenly, Tyrion felt compelled to consider the necessity of meeting Sansa for the sake of the kingdom. Exiting the conference room, he strolled through the desolate streets, hands clasped behind his back. The great battle of King's Landing had nearly obliterated this once thriving city, leaving various industries in shambles. Economic development had regressed severely, and food shortages had driven prices skyward. Even the once bustling Iron Street was now scarcely frequented. He had not savored a fine wine in ages and was left to drown his sorrows in cheap ale. He had once believed that, through compassion, the people would embrace this new nation. However, he had tragically misjudged their sentiments. He failed to grasp an essential truth. Compassion is predicated upon a foundation of strength. Without formidable military power, frequent trade, and a plethora of job opportunities, how could they ever comprehend the essence of compassion? In a world devoid of means to earn, where even a meal was a luxury, how could they possibly view him favorably? A villain wielding a whip in one hand and bread in the other will always find it easier to command obedience than a well-meaning individual with empty hands who offers nothing. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the days when Robert reigned as king, although the streets were still filled with destitute souls clad in tattered garments. At least there was a bustling crowd to behold. Despite their meager incomes, there lingered a glimmer of hope. But what now? The people have vanished, and with them, where lies the hope? In King's Landing, only a single thoroughfare retains a semblance of liveliness, primarily due to the presence of a brothel owned by the infamous Boros. That wretched, selfish creature, driven solely by greed, cares not for the tribulations of others, nor does he possess the capacity for compassion. From a distance, Tyrion spotted Boros emerging from the establishment, engaged in animated conversation with a corpulent figure. Together, they mounted their steeds and departed. Tyrion recognized this rotund individual as Royce from the north, rumored to be peddling fine northern weaponry. The fact that Boros was consorting with him suggested negotiations regarding the price of the Queen's Fury were underway. His kingdom of the Bay is quite affluent, and he possesses a keen understanding of governance. Albeit it pales in comparison to its former glory, yet it far surpasses the state of his own Westerlands. Contemplating the Westerlands, Tyrion could only sigh. A half-man, long scorned in secret by the people of the West since his youth, he now held the title of Hand of the King. Yet little seemed to have changed. Authority, it appears, is not solely shaped by ability. It is equally reliant on the enduring reverence of others to manifest. Chapter 46. Mutation. Since being bestowed the title of Duke of Gold Peak, Chen finally found himself able to freely traverse the corridors of power within the Stark family. As he stepped into the familiar courtyard that lingered in his memory, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. The North, being the largest kingdom among the seven, had long since declared its independence from the others, and one would expect it to possess a grand palace of its own. Yet it remained unchanged, merely adopting a new name. The dilapidated and antiquated buildings, the dimly lit hallways, and the rudimentary stables reflected little more than the atmosphere of a wealthy household. In comparison to the palatial residences of ancient China, or even those of contemporary affluent families, this abode fell woefully short. The construction of Winterfell was long overdue. On the day it would finally be completed, the sight of its magnificent architecture and intricate pavilions would surely astound Sansa. Before he could enter the hall, Arya suddenly appeared before him. Gazing at her icy demeanor, Chen inquired, "What brings you here?" "This is my home. Why shouldn't I be here?" she retorted. Chen had momentarily forgotten that Sansa's home was indeed the royal palace, where both deliberations and accommodations were intertwined, contrary to his preconceived notion of a regal residence. "I need to report some matters to the Queen. Would you care to join?" he asked. Arya replied coldly, "Am I not qualified?" "Of course you are," he chuckled awkwardly. "Your insights will be most welcome." He could not fathom why she seemed perturbed with him, as he had done nothing to warrant such dissatisfaction. It appeared that his rise to prominence was somehow an affront to her. On this day, only Sansa, Arya, and Chen occupied the hall. The three of them sat together at a table, akin to a family engaged in conversation. Ever since entering the hall, Chen's gaze had not strayed from Sansa. She smiled at him and remarked, "You are now my advisor. Feel free to express your thoughts. I am open to them." Lifting a glass of juice, Chen took a sip and gazed at the artwork adorning the walls. "Your Majesty," he began, "you should be aware of my long-term plans. I wish to inquire whether we have established diplomatic offices in the various kingdoms and on the Essos continent." Sansa replied with a smile, "Are you suggesting we send spies to gather intelligence?" "Not at all. That is entirely different," he clarified hastily. "The envoys we send should represent the North, engaging in trade, negotiations, and collaborations directly, rather than merely seeking information." "Is it truly important?" Sansa inquired. "Absolutely, ou Chen affirmed. This would enable them to participate directly in the decision-making processes of the North. They could handle minor matters autonomously, while significant issues could be communicated via Raven, requiring only your approval. Given the vast distances involved, it is impractical for everything to be reported to you, nor could you manage it all." Sansa pondered for a moment and asked, "Should we implement this now?" Chen responded, "Though it may seem feudal at present, as the North expands, this mechanism will prove invaluable. Currently, our interactions are limited to trade, selling our weapons, and soap, necessitating someone to negotiate. Roys cannot manage alone. Once their foundation is solid, they will gradually proceed to rectify the infiltration, indirectly intervening in their political affairs, manipulating those influential ministers to garner the utmost benefit for us." Sansa contemplated for a moment and remarked, "It seems plausible. Is that truly all there is?" Chen chuckled and replied, "Certainly, there is much more. It is too early to disclose it now." Sansa gazed at Chen for a while and smiled. "Very well, I shall dispatch someone to handle it." Arya, observing Chen's unwavering attention on her sister, coldly interjected, "What is so good about it?" "I think it's quite the opposite," Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Please refrain from causing a ruckus. This is a serious matter." Arya glared at Chen, rising with a displeased countenance. "A serious matter? Fine, you may continue your discussion. I am leaving." With that, she strode towards the exit. Before she could cross the threshold, she nearly collided with Harris. Harris hurriedly approached Sansa exclaiming, "Your Majesty. It's dire. Raikin and several blacksmiths have vanished." Chen, secretly elated at the prospect of being alone with Sansa, was suddenly confronted with this distressing news. Raikin and several blacksmiths are missing? Had they fled? It is crucial to note that the core techniques of the Queen's Wrath are solely in the hands of a few key craftsmen and Raikin. If they escaped, the secrets of the Queen's Wrath would be exposed, rendering future weapon production worthless. Chen sprang to his feet, inquiring, "When did this occur?" "Just half a day ago," came a reply. "Have any emissaries been sent to search for them?" "All avenues have been explored, yet they remain unaccounted for." Without hesitation, Chen dashed towards the exit, only to abruptly retreat. No, this situation requires careful reasoning. Aimlessly searching would be futile and waste precious time. He slowly seated himself to ponder. Sansa asked, "What troubles you?" Chen replied, "This matter may be more intricate than it appears. We should untangle it." He looked at Sansa and continued, "As for Raikin, he would not flee. If he would not escape, then he certainly wouldn't take the craftsmen with him. Their residence is guarded by soldiers. I specifically instructed that none should leave without my permission. Now, they have suddenly vanished, and the soldiers tasked with their protection are entirely unaware. This indicates that someone formidable must have abducted them. Otherwise, there would be no absence of information. The pressing question arises, who could have taken them? Which route did they take, and to what location have they arrived? Without clarity on these matters, locating them will be exceedingly challenging. Sansa conjectured they would not traverse the main roads. That would draw too much attention, and they certainly wouldn't travel by carriage, or our soldiers would have noticed. The only possibility is that they have chosen a secluded path, likely with someone aiding them. Chen acknowledged, "That is reasonable, but which small path might they take? Perhaps we should split the soldiers into several groups to pursue them." Sansa countered, "That is not feasible. The northern mountains are dense with forests. Finding a random hiding place would be quite arduous. They could also choose to take less traveled paths, leaving our men at a loss. Moreover, their numbers are likely to be few, making them easy to conceal." Chen remarked, "Your Majesty is absolutely correct. Our foremost task is to ascertain their definitive route, lest we pursue a futile endeavor." Sansa interjected, "This is precisely the most challenging aspect. We can only rely on luck." Suddenly, Chen felt that he and Sansa were not merely confidants, but also naturally compatible partners. Together, they could adeptly fill each other's gaps, meticulously analyzing a complex situation until it was entirely clear. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "Eureka! I have a solution." Without delay, he seized Arya and rushed outside. Arya, breaking free from Chen's grasp, retorted in exasperation, "What do you want with me? I only cause chaos." Chen pleaded, "Please don't be obstinate, my lady. This is of great significance. Those who come to abduct can evade the guards. Thus they must possess considerable skills. In the north, you are unparalleled in tracking, combat, and swordsmanship. No one surpasses you." Arya finally calmed down and inquired, "Where are we headed?" Chen replied, "Do not ask. You will understand once we arrive. I assure you, they will find it impossible to escape. Even if they hide in a mouse hole, I shall uncover them." "Really? I would not deceive you," he added. "What does that mean?" Chen thought to himself that he must be more cautious in his choice of words in the future. After all, she had never encountered such a creature and could hardly comprehend the explanation. Chapter 47. Pursuit. Chen hurriedly arrived at the residence of Bronco, accompanied by Alia. He was currently living a life of luxury. Chen had fulfilled his promise, providing him with food and shelter, along with servants to attend to his needs, allowing him to enjoy an unprecedented level of comfort. Bronco gazed at Chen with wide, round eyes and inquired, "Oh, why, Sir Goldtop, have you encountered trouble?" Chen replied, "Bronco, I need your assistance." "Gladly. What would you have my keen-eyed hawk do for you?" Chen said, "Send your golden-eyed hawk out immediately for reconnaissance. Some nefarious individuals have abducted Raikin and 3 blacksmiths. This matter is of utmost importance. Please help me. Such a simple task. I shall manage it well." Branko's eyes rolled, and he became as still as a wooden statue. In an instant, the largest golden-eyed hawk soared into the sky, vanishing before their eyes. "Alia, bewildered by the exchange between Chen and the seemingly blind elder, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" Chen, our time is precious. To be candid, Chen was reluctant to disclose this secret to Arya, but given the urgency of the situation, he set aside his reservations. Bronco possesses the abilities of a shapeshifter, albeit with greater finesse. Trust me, he will bring us unexpected surprises. Arya, incensed, glared at Chen and demanded, "Why do you keep secrets from me? Have I treated you poorly?" Chen nearly burst into laughter from frustration, retorting, "Have you treated me well? I see only your relentless attempts to torment me. Were it not for my efforts, your sister, with her discerning eye for heroes, might well have left me a slave. How can you even say that?" Arya's fury nearly caused her eyes to bulge out as she stammered you. Chen leaned closer, asking, "What about me? Am I wrong? Have I wronged you?" As anticipated, Arya's fist flew toward his nose. Prepared for her assault, Chen tilted his head and seized her wrist, saying, "Another attempt to strike me? Let me remind you, I am now also skilled in martial arts." Before he could finish his sentence, he received a sharp knee to the abdomen from the quick-witted young woman. Despite practicing daily, he was unable to defend against her cunning tactics. Clutching his stomach in pain, Chen lamented, "You heartless wretch. I save you and do so much for you, and instead of gratitude, you strike me. I truly regret ever meeting you." Arya, seemingly feeling a twinge of guilt, suddenly smiled and helped Chen to a chair, saying, "Are you still a man? It was just a little hit. You won't die from it." Chen retorted fiercely, "Fine, fine. Just wait. Don't let me catch you." Arya laughed. "Am I not already in your grasp?" Chen looked at Arya with a strange expression and sighed. "I must be cursed. You are my nemesis from a past life. What can I do?" As the two exchanged banter, Bronco interjected, "I see them. 5 sword wielders for bound, heading towards the impassable wall, taking paths seldom trodden." Sansa had indeed proven her worth, her deductions proving to be entirely accurate. Unbeknownst to them, the direction in which the enemy fled was towards the northern borders, revealing the cunning nature of their adversary. Chen seized Arya's hand and declared, "We must hasten to instruct Harris to pursue them. We shall join him." Arya interjected, "We should bring Bronco along." "Why? Do you not perceive him as a burden?" She replied, "If the enemy alters their course after we set out in pursuit, how shall we trace them? It would consume an inordinate amount of time." Indeed, Chen had overlooked this concern. Bringing Bronco would essentially provide them with an aerial reconnaissance capability. With a clear direction established, and Bronco serving as their heavenly, Chen led a contingent of cavalry northward in pursuit. As anticipated by Arya, the enemy did not flee in a straight line, but rather took a circuitous route. Had it not been for the large eagle soaring overhead, they might have easily lost their quarry. Upon catching up to the enemy, they found themselves ensconced within a dense thicket. The golden-eyed eagle could only circle above, unable to discern the enemy's precise location. "I apologize, Chen. Bronco can assist only to this extent. The rest is up to you," he stated. Consequently, Chen and his party dismounted, forming groups of 3 to scour the area ahead. The forest was thick and overgrown, coupled with dim lighting, posing considerable challenges to their search. The enemy, evidently seasoned in their craft, seemed to have sensed the impending danger, meticulously erasing any traces of their passage. Despite an extensive search, Chen found no sign of them. However, Arya's expertise shone through. She discerned a clue from a tree that bore a slight abrasion. A subtle scratch on the bark was clearly caused by the enemy's weapon inadvertently making contact. With this initial discovery, they followed the trail, which soon revealed an increasing number of signs left by the enemy. Relying on Arya's keen instincts, she surmised that the enemy was not far ahead. Under her direction, the soldiers encircled the area. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. A soldier on the left flank had encountered peril. Chen and Arya rushed over to find 2 men with their hearts pierced, one of whom, possessing a modicum of awareness, had managed to alert them before succumbing to a severed throat. The weapon used was remarkably sharp, penetrating without a hint of resistance. 3 men, a complete unit, had been effortlessly dispatched. The method of killing was swift and efficient, indicative of highly skilled assassins rather than mere soldiers with training. Arya, resembling a cunning fox, surveyed the surroundings, grasped a branch, and deftly ascended into a tree. After a brief observation, she gracefully descended, gesturing for Chen to advance forward and flank the sides. Understanding her signal, he moved stealthily ahead. Indeed, one assassin leaned against a large tree, scanning the vicinity. Chen, sword in hand, quietly approached from his left and tossed a small clod of earth to the right. At the sound, the assailant turned away from the tree, cautiously advancing towards the source of the disturbance. Taking a deep breath, Chen leapt forward, thrusting his sword towards a man's back. The Queen's fury proved to be unparalleled in its sharpness, piercing through the assassin's body with a single stroke, showing no signs of hesitation. It was the first time Chen wielded the Queen's fury to take a life. Overwhelmed by tension, he had inadvertently thrust the blade into the crossguard. Before he could withdraw the sword, a sudden thud behind him caught his attention. He turned to behold a terrifying visage fixated upon him. As the assassin's sword aimed at Chen's back faltered, plunging into the ground instead. Although the assassin still clutched the hilt, his knees had buckled to the earth. And looming behind him was Arya. She regarded the lifeless form before her with a frigid gaze, methodically sheathing her dagger. The assassin's throat had been severed, and crimson blood gushed forth relentlessly. Chapter 48. The Chen had always believed that his relentless practice would place him on par with Arya in swordsmanship. However, in the crucible of combat, he came to realize that mastery of the blade alone does not guarantee survival. The true determinant of one's continued existence lies in the ability to sense danger. As you search for your adversary, so too does your adversary seek you. Only when you are more elusive than they can you hope to strike them down, for it is exceedingly difficult to defend against an unseen blade. Undoubtedly, Arya was a natural-born killer, possessing a patience that surpassed her opponents and an acute awareness of where peril lurked. It is through such qualities that swordsmanship reveals its true potency. A single deadly strike is the epitome of skill. Just moments ago, Chen had only perceived the enemies in plain sight, oblivious to those hidden in the shadows. Perhaps the adversary he had detected had deliberately made himself known, underestimating Chen's speed with the sword compared to his own movements. Arya, noticing Chen's momentary fear, flashed him a playful smile and shook her fist in encouragement. Was this a form of motivation? In response, Chen raised a finger in jest and pressed onward. 5 foes had been dispatched, leaving 3 still at large, likely not far away. As he advanced a dozen paces, he suddenly realized that Arya had vanished. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had something gone awry? He scanned his surroundings, yet there was no sign of her. Increasingly frantic, he called out softly, "Arya." After several unanswered calls, his heart raced in desperation. Abruptly, a shadow descended from the tree above, a gleaming dagger aimed directly at his throat. This assassin was remarkably skilled, striking with impeccable timing and precision. Chen was caught entirely off guard. In that critical moment, he felt a force shove him aside, followed by the weight of a heavy object pressing down upon him. With a determined roll, Chen sprang to his feet. Before him lay a gaunt figure, a black man pinning another to the ground, dagger still clutched in his hand, motionless. A sharp blade protruded from his back. Chen hurried to toss the assailant aside, only to be rendered speechless. Arya held the Valyrian dagger, its blade stained with blood. Her face similarly marked. Her stark black and white eyes locked onto Chen's without blinking. Chen felt on the verge of collapse. Grabbing Arya's hand, he exclaimed in panic, "Arya, are you hurt?" Sitting up, Arya suddenly laughed, replying, "Are you worried about me?" This girl had an astonishingly carefree demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the lifeless body at her feet. As if this were merely a game, Chen, wide-eyed, retorted, "What do I have to worry about? I will be glad if you." He hesitated, the word dead lingering on his tongue, fearing it might seem too callous, too devoid of compassion. Arya glared at him. "You would be glad if I died, wouldn't you? I've known all along that you are not a good person, insidious, unfeeling." Before she could finish her sentence, she delivered a swift kick, sending Chen sprawling. Fury ignited within him at her sudden assault. This ungrateful girl, was it not merely a jest? How could she turn so quickly against him? He was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses when a faint sound beside his head drew his attention, revealing a crossbow bolt embedded deeply into a tree. In an instant, Arya leapt forward with the swiftness of a wolf, pouncing upon a thicket, her slender sword striking lightning fast within. A piercing scream followed. Observing this harrowing scene, Eochaid felt acutely the vast chasm that lay between him and Arya. In their previous skirmishes, while it appeared she had narrowly triumphed, she had always held back, unwilling to humiliate him. Judging by her recent agile leap, precise thrusts, and her heightened alertness, eyes sharp and ears attuned, there was truly no one across the expanse of Westeros who could rival her speed, ferocity, or agility. Before Eochaid could utter a word, Arya suddenly darted into the foliage like a wildcat. This time, Eochaid had learned his lesson. He pressed his back against a sturdy tree, swiftly maneuvering to another, ensuring his rear remained shielded from danger. The adage an open arrow is easy to evade, but a hidden dagger is perilous rang true. These assassins were indeed formidable. Moving to a position not far from Arya, he observed her lying flat on the ground, seemingly asleep with her eyes closed. What on earth was happening here? Eochaid quietly scrutinized Arya's transformation. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, tilting her head to regard him, and pointed toward a distant cluster of leaves. What could this signify? Noticing that Eochaid had not comprehended her gesture, Arya swiftly mimicked the action of drawing a bow. It dawned upon him that the hidden assassin was aiming at her with a bow. After a moment's contemplation, Eochaid crouched low and circled toward the shadows where the assassin lurked, picking up a few stones and hurling them with force at that location. Perhaps struck in a vital area, the concealed assassin could no longer restrain himself and sprang up, wielding a large crossbow and aiming it at Eochaid. Yet, before he could release his bolt, Arya sprang from the ground, launching her Valyrian dagger at the assassin. Her aim was equally precise. The dagger found its mark in the back of the assassin's neck, causing him to stiffen momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. If Brank had not erred, all 5 assassins had been dispatched, and Eochaid finally exhaled in relief. Approaching the fallen assassin, he examined the crossbow in his grasp. It was a single-shot weapon, likely powerful and accurate. An idea struck him. In his past life, driven by passion, he had crafted a Juga crossbow following video tutorials. While its range and precision were somewhat lacking, it could fire 10 bolts consecutively, a feat that even the most skilled adversary would find difficult to counter. Perhaps he should consider manufacturing a batch for the northern armies? It seemed a splendid notion. As Eochaid gazed at Arya approaching, her crossbow raised, he called out, "Arya, I shall craft for you a 10-shot repeating crossbow, I assure you." But before he could finish his sentence, Arya let out a sudden, chilling scream. Her cry was long and filled with terror and despair, reminiscent of a beast's lament in its final moments. Eochaid was bewildered. What had caused such a horrifying outburst? Arya, in sheer fright, had spotted a tall, shadowy figure looming behind Eochaid, an ethereal presence, akin to a reflection of a living person. The towering shadow raised a black sword, aiming it towards Eochaid's head. Suddenly, Eochaid felt an unusual sensation, as if a rod were being thrust from the center of his skull deep into his abdomen. It was somewhat uncomfortable, accompanied by a sense of faintness. He felt as though he had been exhausted for 7 days and nights, his entire body weary, yearning for slumber. Consequently, he collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. After an indeterminate period, he was abruptly awakened. It was the sound of weeping, a heart-wrenching cry, as if all the sorrows of the world were pressing upon her. As Eochaid opened his eyes, he found himself cradled in the arms of Elia, who was in tears. What was the meaning of this? He had not perished. Was she mourning him? Observing Elia's tear-streaked face and hearing her anguished sobs, Eochaid made an effort to push her away, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? It's as if a man has died." Elia's wailing ceased abruptly, akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain, suddenly plunging into an abyss. Chapter 49. The Shadow Assassin. Elia stared at Yorick, her gaze filled with astonishment, as if beholding a creature of the supernatural. Yorick, noticing her peculiar expression, expressed his displeasure. "What are you staring at? Is this your first encounter with me? Are you unwell, weeping so sorrowfully as if to bid me farewell? You're not dead? Truly not dead? Show me a smile." Elia, in a state of urgency, implored him. Yurik retorted with exasperation. If I were dead, would I be able to speak? I shan't smile. Is it permissible for me to cry? He found himself bewildered by Elia's strange behavior. Suddenly, Elia enveloped Yurik in a tight embrace, murmuring, "You are alive? You still live? How wonderful! May the gods bless us." Though Yurik initially intended to struggle, he reconsidered, recognizing that Elia must have endured some distressing ordeal, her reaction overly erratic. He allowed her to hold him for a moment to ease her tension. After a considerable time, Elia finally released him, wiping the tears from her face, and gazed at Yurik, exclaiming, "You truly frightened me, Yurik." He inquired, "What on earth is going on? Why did you think I was dead?" Elia grasped his hand and replied, "Do you know of Renly Baratheon? He is the brother of Robert, the duke who favored men." Yurik pondered for a moment, recalling, "Yes, I am aware. He contended with his brother Stannis for the throne and ultimately met his demise. Stannis commandeered his forces and besieged King's Landing. Truly, what a stroke of misfortune for that poor soul." Although he possessed a clear understanding of the events, he deliberately spoke in vague terms to avoid any suspicion. Elia continued, "I heard Brienne mention that a shadowy figure was responsible for Renly's death. Do you know what I saw just now? The shadow assassin?" Elia nodded vigorously, saying, "A towering dark silhouette suddenly materialized behind you, brandishing a black sword, and thrust it down upon your head. My heavens, you cannot fathom how terrifying that moment was. And then you collapsed, lifeless." Yurik found it difficult to believe. He was well aware of how Renly had perished, knowing that it was the Red Priestess Melisandre who had sent the assassin through magic. Was this shadow assassin merely a product of sorcery? Or did a perilous organization truly exist? A cold sweat broke out across Yurik's brow as he realized he had narrowly escaped a fate unknown to him, leading Elia to believe him deceased. Yet, a thought struck him. If the shadow assassin had indeed attempted to kill him, why was he unharmed? Furthermore, why had he suddenly collapsed, then succumbed to slumber? What was the cause of it all? He distinctly recalled the odd sensation of a foreign object piercing his body. What could it signify? Everything appeared illogical, yet it felt palpably real. There must be a crucial element to this situation that Yurik had overlooked. What was it? He shook his head, deciding to abandon his musings, reassuring himself that the truth would eventually unveil itself. He instructed everyone to continue their search for Riken and the three artisans. After considerable time had passed, they finally discovered them in a deep pit concealed by overgrown grass. Fortunately, the individuals were merely bound and gagged, showing no signs of injury. Emerging from the dense forest, Bronco remarked, "Chen, there's a figure on horseback racing ahead. And another person? Perhaps that individual holds the key. Pursue." Under Branco's guidance, Chen galloped after the fleeing figure. They chased until they reached the shores of the shimmering by Shui Bay by the Great Wall, where Chen finally caught sight of the fugitive in the distance. Indeed, they had been well prepared. The person leapt from a horse and dashed onto a waiting swift vessel, making their escape by boat. Chen stood by the riverbank, observing the scene. The river was a vast expanse of white, and the swift boat had already reached the middle of the water. With no vessel of their own, they could only helplessly watch as their adversaries fled. Chen turned to Elia and asked, "What shall we do now? Aside from returning home, what else do you wish to accomplish?" This young woman, who had just shed tears for herself, seemed to have transformed in an instant. Such emotional volatility surely requires remedy. Gazing at the towering white wall in the distance, Chen suggested, "I wish to visit the Great Wall." "What do you think?" "As you wish," Elia replied, her attitude lukewarm, yet not outright disapproving. Chen instructed the soldiers to escort a few craftsmen back, and he and Elia proceeded to the Great Wall. Since the Night King and his army of the dead breached the barrier, a stretch of 10 miles had collapsed, turning the once immutable ice wall into a pile of debris. The ancient black castle, which had stood for a millennium, now lay in ruins, with mice and snow leopards scurrying through the dilapidated structures. Ascending the wall via a ladder, Chen and Elia gazed out over the expanse. As Chen beheld the remnants of the ice wall beneath them, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary magic that had fashioned such a wondrous fortress. Observing the distant, glimmering ice and snow juxtaposed against the newly green north to the south, it felt as though they were two disparate worlds. Suddenly, Chen thought of Jon Snow. In a bid to quell the wrath of the Dothraki and the Unsullied, the lords of Westeros had relegated him to the Night's Watch at the Wall as punishment. Yet, with the Wall now in ruins and the White Walkers extinguished, the free folk north of the Wall had reached a peaceful accord with the Southerners, rendering the Night's Watch obsolete. Jon Snow and the stalwart Tormund, leading their people, were unaccustomed to Southern life and had returned to their rightful places. Their tales seemed to have reached a conclusion, while new stories brewed and unfolded. Chen murmured, "When might I see your brother Jon? He is a brave and kind soul, albeit somewhat foolish, a true shame." Elia stared at Chen in bewilderment and asked, "Is Jon foolish?" "Indeed," Chen replied. "He could have remained with the Mother of Dragons, ruling over all of Westeros, perhaps becoming a wise monarch. Daenerys is far too ruthless. She has burned so many who did not deserve such a fate." "Jon may have been right," Elia contended. Chen remarked, "The greater the person, the more monumental their errors can be. Daenerys is, in truth, a remarkable queen. She merely lost her dearest ones and acted out of momentary fury. Extreme emotions can be a devil incarnate. If she were to make the choice anew, she would undoubtedly opt for a more tranquil approach. Alas, your brother lacks the wisdom to see this. It has become evident that he was mistaken. Look at the 6 kingdoms now. Compared to the might and sagacity of the Mother of Dragons, they resemble a troop of jesters. Apart from the North, which kingdom's citizens are truly living well? Thus, it can be said that only the compassion exhibited during times of peace is genuine. To speak of mercy in extraordinary circumstances is nothing short of a farce." Arya gazed quietly at Chen and remarked, "You are quite cunning and ruthless, a notion I have long held. Your explanation seems to possess some merit." Chen pointed to his own nose and replied, "Cunning and ruthless? Is that truly your perception of me? You caused the demise of my subordinate. Is that not true? Are you mistaken? You are also an executor." Arya stated, "I am certain of your machinations." Chen, with a stern countenance, retorted, "One must speak with evidence and refrain from slandering others, if you please." Arya huffed in response. In matters where evidence is lacking, she could only remain silent. Chen then inquired, "How is Jon faring? Do you not wish to know? Some time ago, my sister sent him a shipment of iron goods and clothing. You need not worry." Chen suggested, "Why not accompany me to see him?" "I shall not," she replied. "That was the accursed place where evil once awakened. I have no desire to venture into that wretched locale." Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Jon Snow is a man of his word. Having distanced himself from the Wall, it is evident he shall not return, and finding him will indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 50. The Art of Falconry. Chen felt it was imperative to have a serious conversation with Bronco. After the recent incident, he had a premonition. The rise of the Northern Territories would inevitably stir envy among other kingdoms, especially regarding the secret of the Queen's wrath. Those who coveted such power would be desperate to uncover its mysteries. Whoever mastered the technique to forge the Queen's wrath would amass immeasurable wealth. Just imagine every kingdom clamoring to arm themselves with such weapons. Even the scraps of such knowledge would be worth any risk. Then there was the looming threat of the Iron Vault. Though Chen had covered his tracks meticulously, in a world brimming with arcane arts and supernatural abilities, who could guarantee they wouldn't find a way to trace it back to him? Such a staggering sum. The Iron Vault would never let it go unchallenged. They had wealth, assassins, alliances, and sorcerers and archmages at their disposal. Exposure might only be a matter of time. If something felt amiss, there is undoubtedly a fatal flaw. It simply hadn't been discovered yet. To prepare for the unknown dangers ahead, Chen resolved to speak with Bronco and persuade him to teach him the ancient magic of falconry. With this power, he could see what others could not, detecting covert threats before they struck. Chen arrived at Bronco's dwelling, bearing fine wine, game, fruits, and pastries. He personally prepared several of his signature dishes, setting a lavish feast before them as they dined and conversed. Bronco adored Chen's cooking, warm, fragrant, and far more tantalizing than the usual bread, sausages, or smoked meats. Magnificent, truly delicious. "Chen, you're the most capable man Bronco has ever known," the old man praised, deftly picking up braised intestines with chopsticks and savoring them. It was peculiar. Even the clever Arya struggled with chopsticks, yet Bronco mastered them effortlessly after a few attempts. Truly an eccentric. Oaken poured Bronco a brimming cup of wine and handed it to him. Bronco, I beg you, teach me this magic, will you? Bronco swallowed the wine and sighed. Kind Oaken, do you truly wish to learn this art? Is there a problem? No, since you desire it. Bronco has pondered long and decided to instruct you. Oaken beamed. Bronco, you've agreed? Splendid. I knew you'd be most generous to me. Bronco asked, do you seek a swift mastery or a gradual path? What does gradual entail? It means from learning to application, then to proficiency. Reaching Bronco's level would take at least 20 years. But there would be no danger. Oaken waved his hands impatiently. So long? Unacceptable. I choose the swift path. The swift path demands a blood price. It is painful and perilous, yet requires only 10 days. Oaken's eyes gleamed. Then I choose the swift path. Why a little suffering? I fear nothing. You're certain? Yes. I shall not regret it. Very well. We begin tomorrow. The next day, Oaken formally commenced his training under Bronco in the art of falconry. Though the swift path was indeed a shortcut, it was also a merciless ordeal. Each day, Chen must pierce the major artery in his wrist, allowing a small bowl of fresh blood to flow forth, and, subsequently, he carves a piece of flesh from his thigh. After he resolutely makes the incision, Bronco places his palm over the wound and recites incantations, facilitating the regeneration of new flesh in that area. Although the severed flesh can indeed grow back, the process is excruciating, and the act of routinely slicing into his thigh is unsettling, evoking a sense of monstrousness within him. Chen meticulously chops his flesh into small pieces, personally feeding them to 2 golden-eyed hawks, one large and one small. Once they have feasted, he allows them to drink his blood. Throughout this process, Bronco mutters incantations, urging Chen's vital essence to permeate every part of the hawks. In this manner, he and the 2 birds become one, their consciousnesses seamlessly intertwining. For a span of 10 days, had it not been for Bronco's magic, Chen's thighs would likely have been reduced to mere bare bones. On the night of the 10th day, Bronco summoned Chen into a tightly sealed room. He secured the doors and windows and draped them in black cloth, preventing a single ray of light from penetrating. The 2 men sat cross-legged. In the darkness, Bronco's voice grew louder as he recited the incantation. This sound seemed not to emanate from his mouth, but rather to emerge from the depths of his soul. The eerie resonance swirled within the room, relentlessly assaulting Chen's body and mind, akin to cold water seeping into parched earth. Suddenly, in the pitch-black room, a brilliant light erupted. Chen focused his gaze and beheld a glass candle burning in Bronco's hand, his face taking on a solemn and dignified expression. Although Chen had never encountered a glass candle before, he understood its rarity. Only a sorcerer possessed such a magical artifact. He also knew that the flame of a glass candle was essential for the conjuration of magic. It was said that these glass candles originated millennia ago, with very few remaining today. Each use diminishes their existence, rendering their reproduction impossible. As Bronco continued his incantation, the glass candle grew increasingly luminous, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. Bronco opened his wide, bulging eyes and stated gravely, "Now, I shall impart the incantation to you. Pay careful attention. You must memorize it before the candle extinguishes. Not a single word can be mistaken. Otherwise, not only will all your previous efforts be in vain, but you will also face peril." Though Bronco did not specify the nature of this danger, Chen understood it to be far more terrifying than death itself. One by one, Bronco taught Chen the incantation, and Chen strained to commit it to memory. The incantation was obscure, convoluted, and excessively lengthy, entirely beyond the realm of human linguistic comprehension. Just as the glass candle neared its extinguishment, Chen finally managed to recite the complete incantation with proficiency. Once he had mastered the incantation and shifted his consciousness to the exterior golden-eyed hawk, he was instantly aware of all that transpired in the nocturnal landscape. In the darkness, 5 mice scurried about, seemingly driven by an instinct to relay information to one another. Perched upon a tree was an owl, its head swiveling left and right, its bright eyes ceaselessly darting. With a surge of will, Chen commanded the large hawk to take flight. Then he beheld, in the distance, workers laboring by the light of torches, accompanied by a few wild dogs vying for scraps of food. This extraordinary ability was indeed formidable. It allowed him to see not only during the day, but also at night with the same clarity as daylight. Chen commanded the great eagle to return with the power of his will. This sensation was akin to soaring through the air himself, rather than merely utilizing the eagle's form. At this moment, he had completely merged with the golden-eyed eagle owl, becoming one entity rather than two separate beings. This magical prowess was astonishing, reminiscent of possessing a satellite camera, enabling him to gaze upon any place he desired. As long as the target remained unobstructed, he could observe whatever he wished. This remarkable capability was a testament to the innate abilities of the golden-eyed eagle owl, which could spot targets from 1,000 miles away. Other species would likely not possess such extraordinary vision. It was truly remarkable, allowing him to comprehend the occurrences on the ground without ever stepping outside. Chapter 51. Martyrdom. Chen regained consciousness, only to find that the glass candle had extinguished unbeknownst to him, plunging the room back into darkness and silence. "Bronco!" he called out, but there was no response, as if Bronco had vanished from this world. A sense of foreboding crept over Chen. He hastily opened the door and fetched an oil lamp to light. The sight before him was shocking. Bronco lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any sound. Once a man of considerable stature, he now appeared drastically diminished, his fitted gray robe hanging loosely like a shroud around a mere stick. His face was ashen, resembling withered wood, the skin wrinkled and drawn tight. In a panic, Chen rushed to assist him, only to discover that Bronco's flesh had begun to wither, seemingly drained of both essence and moisture. Chen could hardly fathom the truth. Bronco's refusal to respond was rooted in a sacrifice that would ultimately lead to his own demise. What astonished Chen even more was that Bronco's flesh continued to shrink, akin to a water-filled bag punctured by countless tiny holes, its precious contents slowly seeping away. Powerless, Chen could only watch as Bronco transformed from a living being into a mere skeleton, his lifeblood consumed by the glass candle. A wave of regret washed over Chen. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have pursued such sorcery. But now, it was too late for regrets. He sat beside Bronco, lost in thought about their shared history. He remained by Bronco's side until dawn broke, a silent tribute to the lonely life of this elder. Seeking to honor Bronco, Chen approached the steward Sonda, requesting a fine silk fabric from mill to shroud Bronco's withered form. Following the customs of his previous life, he crafted an oak coffin and interred Bronco on a high hill, hoping that if Bronco's spirit lingered, he might witness the future glory of Winter City. On this continent, various burial practices existed: cremation, water burial, sky burial, but few chose to bury in the earth, and even fewer did so in a grand wooden box, which many regarded merely as a container. As Chen placed a large, flat stone at the grave's head, Ilya could not help but inquire, "Are you marking the spot?" Chen replied, "May I borrow your dagger?" "What for?" she asked. "To carve an inscription." Ilya handed him the dagger, asking, "Why go to such lengths?" To her, this method felt foreign. Chen, adhering to the traditions of his homeland, etched Bronco's name on the stone, followed by the dates of his birth and death, along with words of praise. To ensure its longevity, he carved deeply and wide, intending for it to endure for centuries without erosion. Ilya observed the inscription, tilting her head in admiration. "A splendid method. It will last for centuries. When I die one day, will you bury me this way?" Chen was taken aback, looking up at Ilya. "What do you mean? I desire a unique departure. Cremation is far too ordinary." With a hint of annoyance, Chen replied, "No problem. If you die now, I happen to have the time." Ilya chuckled. "Everyone will eventually die, but I do not wish for my death to be mundane." Chen sighed and replied, "It would be preferable for you to pass away in a more ordinary manner. By then, you will be frail and unable to walk without a cane. Those who dread a commonplace demise often find their lives cut short." "Frail?" Ilya inquired, curious about this novel expression. Chen explained, "Frail is not a mere term. It encapsulates a state of happiness that endures into old age. Arya pondered for a moment, asking, happiness in old age? Is this philosophy? Chen believed that conversing with Arya was best approached simply, lest he expend excessive effort in explanation. As for the incident involving the stolen craftsman, Sansa was acutely aware of the dire consequences without needing further elaboration from Chen. She promptly restructured the security measures for weapon manufacturing, doubling the number of soldiers assigned, and instructed the dog handlers to release hunting dogs for patrol. Furthermore, she bolstered the defenses of the soap production facility. Nevertheless, such precautions did not guarantee absolute safety. Should someone set their sights on them, myriad methods would inevitably arise for theft. While not all methods may be prudent, there would invariably be one most effective, and that method would be elusive to counter. Ultimately, one could only safeguard what had been conceived. The unforeseen represented the adversary's advantage. Following Chen's suggestion, Sansa disbanded her forces into smaller units. She deployed varying numbers of troops across various sectors, including law enforcement patrols, production security, and caravan protection. Since there was no war at present, the military had transformed into an internal security force. Presently, while the Northern Army was not vast, most soldiers were equipped with the Queen's Fury longsword, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Under the stringent command of Lawrence, the army maintained a commendable discipline, further bolstered by a weapon reward system and timely payment, which constrained the soldiers' conduct. Overall, the situation was promising, and the spirit of the North exhibited a fervent enthusiasm. The previously dispersed public sentiment had coalesced, and the Queen's authority was gradually solidifying. Chen's thoughts drifted to Cersei Lannister. Despite her ascension to the throne through dubious means and her ruthless governance, she had still managed to establish a formidable presence among the populace. Thus, when Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen led their armies to besiege King's Landing, thousands of common folk not only refrained from aligning with them, but instead regarded them with trepidation, flocking to King's Landing in search of protection. What could account for this? Could it be that Queen Cersei inspired more trust than Jon and Daenerys? Certainly not. This phenomenon stemmed from Cersei's manipulation of the Archbishop's influence to bolster her own image. On this continent, nearly all citizens believed in the gods, seeking both physical and spiritual refuge, with the Church and its clergy serving as the foundation of their faith. Those priests under Cersei's control fervently preached to the bewildered populace about the ferocity and terror of their enemies, while extolling their queen's wisdom and her capacity to shield and assist them against adversaries. Due to the constraints of information and distance, those who have lived in one place for a lifetime are, of course, oblivious to the circumstances of the rebels. They can only harbor fear and distance themselves, entrusting their faith to a queen with whom they are not entirely satisfied. Compared to worse alternatives, they are naturally inclined to accept the unfavorable status quo, for the unknown is always more daunting. Thus, education is of paramount importance, requiring considerable time. It must commence early, sowing carefully selected seeds in the hearts of the populace. With consistent nurturing, these seeds will surely take root and flourish. As an emerging nation, having finally opened a path forward, Chen began to contemplate the issue of public education. This so-called education entails the unification of thought, the enhancement of national identity, and the dissemination of positive energy. It involves promoting goodness, kindness, and mutual assistance, while detesting evil and opposing violent resolutions to conflicts, as well as rigorously combating unlawful activities. More crucially, it is essential to vigorously extol the Queen's virtues, achievements, and wisdom, resolutely suppressing any discourse detrimental to her, even if it is factual, which must be automatically obscured. For instance, matters such as Sansa's marriage to the imp, her union with the scoundrel Ramsay, and her desperate flight must be reframed. Should such negative information circulate, it would undermine the Queen's radiance and potentially incite disdain among the populace. Even if such unfavorable truths cannot be wholly concealed, they should be artificially beautified. For example, portraying forced marriages as a matter of strategic consideration and desperate escapes as clever maneuvering. Chen firmly believed that as long as there were enough promoters and the revised narrative spread widely enough, falsehoods could be accepted as truths. Should anyone dare to oppose this or attempt to unveil the truth, they would undoubtedly face public condemnation, even violence. Moreover, the number of individuals privy to the truth is inherently limited. The vast majority of the populace relies on hearsay. Since it is merely hearsay, why not present an alternative version? This, of course, is just one crucial aspect. Other considerations include integrating the thoughts of various northern families to clarify the situation and elevate awareness, instilling loyalty to the crown and patriotic fervor within the military, encouraging merchants to uphold integrity in trade, and instilling the values of charitable giving and self-sacrifice among the wealthy. In modern political parlance, this translates to a firm grasp on ideology and effective united front work, a collective spirit directed outward, and a respect for the elderly and care for the young, all while adhering to the law. These endeavors necessitate the expertise of professionals. The most effective promoters, undoubtedly, are the clerics of religious organizations, who possess sufficient authority to earn the populace's trust. Identifying the most mainstream sect and the most esteemed clerics requires thorough investigation, a task that demands significant intellectual investment. However, one cannot neglect the kingdom of one's own wife. Although Sansa is not yet his spouse, she is akin to a cooked duck that cannot fly away. Chapter 52. Soft weapons at an opportune moment. Chen sought a private conversation with Sansa, hoping she would comprehend and endorse his intentions. Although his motives were entirely for her benefit and the welfare of the North Kingdom, the underlying principles were convoluted, requiring a vision that extended beyond the immediate. He harbored concerns, for the rulers of this continent had yet to grasp the significance of enlightenment. In contrast to ancient China, where oaths held great weight, here such promises were ephemeral and utterly unreliable when it came to critical interests. For a competent ruler, political acumen proved to be the most formidable weapon. A glance at the chronicles of all kingdoms reveals that the malevolent far outnumber the benevolent, thus providing a theoretical basis for those with ulterior motives to incite rebellion. Yet, their ancestors possessed an astute perspective, mastering the art of enlightenment long ago. Aside from the Spring and Autumn Annals, which remains a historical text, other chronicles have undergone purification. Though truth is a precious commodity, for a ruler, it must be tightly held. What they say, the populace hears. What they believe becomes the essence of governance. In comparison to chaos and war, even the most flawed stability is preferable to disorder. Upon entering Sansa's council chamber, Chen found Arya present as well. He had initially hoped for a private discussion with Sansa, perhaps to engage in light conversation and deepen their rapport, but Arya consistently thwarted his attempts. This young woman, either alongside him or with her sister, seemed to have abandoned her previous capricious nature. Chen addressed them, "Your Majesty, Queen Sansa, Miss Arya, am I intruding upon your affairs?" Sansa responded with a smile, "Intruding? Not at all, Arya, what do you think?" Arya replied, "Our esteemed Sir Golden Top always has valuable insights. He is not one to engage in mere idle chatter." This young lady, once again, was toying with her own wit. Should he seize an opportunity to rid himself of her presence, to avoid further vexation? Chen meticulously conveyed his vision to Sansa, summarizing it succinctly, to employ individuals to extol Sansa's virtues while obscuring her shortcomings, to promote truth, goodness, and beauty while banishing malevolence. Sansa listened intently before expressing her confusion. Why should the negative aspects be silenced? Though exceptionally intelligent, she still lacked the breadth of vision that comes with wisdom, as she remained tethered to her mortal perspective. Chen earnestly elaborated, "Consensus, a sense of belonging. Do you understand? It is the belief that everyone perceives you as right, even in error. The masses will interpret it as divine retribution rather than your fault. Every individual is prone to mistakes. As long as one does not frequently err, the populace will harbor no resentment. However, should someone consistently highlight your missteps, over time, doubt will fester, and they may even rise against you. Enlightenment aims to cultivate an unwavering belief, preventing any dissent from arising. Loyalty to the queen, fidelity to the realm, united as one, forging an indomitable fist, invincible in battle, unstoppable in their pursuits. Despite Chen's theoretical deductions and illustrative examples, Sansa remained only partially enlightened. To her, the political system was exceedingly unfamiliar, rendering the pursuit of comprehensive understanding quite challenging. Fortunately, she did not oppose the implementation of this plan by Chen and extended her unwavering support. In this regard, her wisdom was commendable. Support serves as the most profound affirmation, indicating that she at least comprehends the correctness of the direction. Chen, somewhat parched, turned to Arya and said, "Could you kindly pour me a glass of water, Miss Arya? I will be most grateful." Arya shot him a glare and retorted, "That is the service of a servant. You have mistaken your interlocutor." Chen was, of course, intentional in his provocation, seeking to unsettle her. Sansa rose and fetched a glass of lemon juice, offering it to Chen with the words, "There are no servants here, only the daughters of House Stark." Though asking for a glass of water was trivial for him, the gesture of Sansa personally serving him evoked a sense of astonishment. Was there not a hint of impropriety in this? Chen hastily stood up, accepting the glass with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As he took the glass, he deliberately pressed down on the back of Sansa's hand, sensing the soft, smooth, and delicate texture, which affirmed his belief that no other hand could compare. In that moment, he felt he was holding the hand of a true woman, rather than merely that of a queen. Of course, distinguishing between a woman and a queen held little significance. Sansa, seemingly unaffected by Chen's grip, smiled and said, "Fresh lemon juice. I hope it pleases your palate. You must be thanked for bringing us such abundant sustenance." In an effort to appear neither lascivious nor rude, Chen lingered on Sansa's hand for but a moment before relinquishing it, accepting the lemon juice with the words, "Thank you, Your Majesty, I am quite flattered." Arya, from the side, coolly remarked, perhaps feeling self-satisfied would be more appropriate. Chen chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Miss Arya, you are perpetually humorous." Sansa chimed in, "Always so, a mischievous girl. Much improved now. You are quite sensible. If only you could be a touch more ladylike." Ladylike? If Arya could transform into a lady, even sparrows would march in formation. To prolong the conversation, Chen began to promote his other plans and the specific steps for their implementation. He was naturally a skilled communicator and orator, articulating his thoughts vividly and with sound reasoning. Coupled with his tonal shifts and exaggerated gestures, the two sisters listened with rapt attention. To enhance the atmosphere and render his discourse more captivating, Chen interspersed relevant Eastern tales, such as raising the case even, Mencius's mother moves 3 times, cutting the mat and severing the robe, and suspecting the neighbor of stealing an axe, to lighten the mood and amplify his persuasive appeal. Joy sparkled in Sansa's eyes as she exclaimed, "Chen, you are truly a learned and talented foreigner. Are these all Eastern tales?" Chen replied with pride, "Indeed. Authentic Eastern stories, passed down for millennia, and there are countless more. As long as you wish to listen, I am eager to share. I am most keen to hear your tales. You always bring me such delight. Your inventions and creations are truly marvelous. I will be delighted if you could take me on a journey to the Eastern lands." "This presents some difficulty," murmured Owen, gazing at Elia. "Miss Elia shares the same desire," he continued. "When the opportunity arises, why don't we all go together?" Elia shot Owen a sharp glance. "I despise liars. I hope you're not one." Owen chuckled awkwardly. "So do I. We all do, don't we?" Elia studied him intently. "Are you certain you wish to seek out the long-nosed priest?" "Of course," Owen replied. "Near Winterhold. He is the most revered high priest among the people. I believe he is the most suitable." Elia nodded. "We are acquainted. I may be able to assist you. He is a man of unyielding will, stubborn as an old oak." "Is that so?" Owen mused. "Unyielding and stubborn. A tough nut to crack indeed. Such men cling fiercely to their principles. Persuading him to guide his followers according to our design will be no easy feat, especially when deception is involved. Indoctrination carries its own illusions," he continued. "Their faith vehemently condemns falsehood. Winning him over will prove challenging. As for murder, arson, and the disposal of evidence, Elia was the undisputed expert. Bringing her along was undoubtedly the wisest choice." Chapter 53. The Big-Nosed Monk. What is faith? In its simplest expression, It is the sincerity one embodies in their spiritual pursuits. This sincerity manifests as an unwavering commitment to one's beliefs, enduring until death. In contrast to the people of our homeland, the inhabitants of this continent, once devoted to the seven gods, dedicate their minds and bodies to the divine, adhering to the doctrines that guide their lives. The seven gods, revered by the populace, are seven distinct manifestations of a singular deity, each representing a different virtue. Worshippers pray to a specific form of the seven gods according to their needs. The seven deities are as follows: the Father, symbolizing judgment, to whom people pray for justice. He is often depicted as a long-bearded man holding a scale. The Mother represents maternal love and nurturing. Devotees beseech her for fertility or compassion, envisioning her as a woman radiating love and kindness. The warrior embodies strength in battle, and supplicants seek his courage and victory, often portrayed wielding a long sword. The maiden symbolizes innocence and purity, with prayers directed to her for the protection of chastity. The smith signifies craftsmanship and labor, with people beseeching him for strength when work is required, typically holding a hammer. The crone represents wisdom, and individuals often seek her guidance, depicted with a lantern in hand. The outcast, an exception among the seven forms, signifies death and the unknown. Few faithful turn to the outcast for assistance. Yet the homeless often identify with this figure. The faith in the seven gods serves as the official religion of the seven kingdoms. Intricately interwoven with the judicial system and cultural practices, yet retains an absolute independence, impervious to the whims of royalty. The church upholds numerous moral tenets, such as discouraging gambling, opposing illegitimacy, and cursing acts of incest and parricide. The Holy Scriptures of the Seven Stars is one of the primary prayers of the church, guiding the faithful in their daily lives. In the north, numerous churches, large and small, exist, with the esteemed Sebastian as the chief monk of the land, possessing the greatest influence and the largest following. Tall and slender, Big Nose Sebastian is impossible to overlook, for his nose is remarkably larger than that of an ordinary person, as if the flesh of his face has grown around it. He is a man of integrity, kind, and just taking nothing that does not belong to him. Should he find a copper coin on the road, he will wait at that spot for the owner to return. If the owner does not appear, he will place the coin high in the church, accompanied by a wooden board inscribed with the details of the find. Thus, many coins and boards bearing written accounts accumulate on that elevated platform. His followers number in the thousands, with Big Nose Sebastian serving as their spiritual pillar. During the harsh winters, they endure hardships through their faith in him. In days of scarcity, it is this belief that sustains their lives. In many ways, Big-Nosed Monk Sebastian acts as their spiritual parent, a figure of such virtue that few can match his moral stature. This compelled the large-nosed man to pay greater attention to his words and actions. He would never engage in anything that contravened his doctrines. Chen and Elia arrived at a dilapidated church, with a large-nosed man and several priests clad in black robes were diligently sweeping the floor. Their garments, though tattered and patched, were impeccably clean. In the present northern realm, idleness was a luxury. Every believer had their own responsibilities. Yet, they would still gather here at dusk and on holidays, reciting the prayers imparted by the large-nosed man, fervently beseeching the divine. The joy of all the faithful found its utmost fulfillment in this sacred space. Chen contemplated that should the large-nosed man incite his followers to denounce a ruler, they would surely heed his call and rise in opposition. Of course, he would not do so, but what if he were given ample justification? He was a man capable of pacifying his adherents, yet he also posed a latent threat, though this was a rather malicious supposition. Welcome to this place, Miss Elia and Sir Jinding. The radiance of the divine bathes you, and God's hand shields you from calamity. Here, your restless souls shall find tranquility. The large-nosed man indeed had a prominent nose. When he spoke, one could scarcely focus on his mouth. Elia smiled at him and said, "Esteemed father, we wish to speak with you privately. Would that be agreeable?" "I think so as well. Lucy, Claude, might you step outside for a moment to enjoy the scenery?" The two priests exited the church in silence. "Please, take a seat, esteemed guests of God. I hope to be of assistance to you." The large-nosed man gestured to a pristine wooden bench, settling down himself. Chen pondered his words for a moment before responding with a smile. "Revered father, I wish to discuss matters beyond doctrine with you. Admittedly, it may astonish you, but it is of great significance to the Queen, to the Northern Realm, and to your faithful. I am eager to listen," the large-nosed man replied. Thus, Chen articulated his thoughts. In essence, he proposed that while disseminating doctrine, they should also extol the virtues and accomplishments of the Queen, discarding any personal matters or rephrasing them in a more grandiloquent manner. The large-nosed man replied solemnly, "My lord, the task of extolling the Queen's virtues and accomplishments should be undertaken by others. We serve only God. Moreover, to ask me to speak falsehoods is beyond my capacity. The Lord would surely punish such transgressions. Do you not wish for your Queen to receive praise? Is not the happiness of the people a product of her endeavors? Chen Counterattack. The Queen has her subjects, and God has his children. These are distinct matters that must not be conflated. Depart now. I do not wish for you to desecrate this sacred space," the large-nosed man insisted. Chen produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it before him, saying, "The priest works hard. You should not be in such a state." The coins were plentiful, and many toiled for this suffering, yet the large-nosed man required none, for God had already bestowed upon him sufficient wealth. He cast not a glance at the coins, his eyes narrowing with growing anger directed at Chen. Chen then retrieved another pouch of coins, even more substantial than the first, yet the large-nosed man's ire intensified. Chen poured 2 bags of gold coins onto the ground and said, "Such wealth is enough for a lifetime, accompanied by servants to attend to your needs. Would you not wish to indulge in this?" The man with the prominent nose abruptly stood up, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Begone! Keep your filthy gold away from here. God does not wish to behold it." Such obstinacy clearly marked him as a steadfast believer. Chen drew alias Valérian dagger, pressing it against the man's throat, and fiercely declared, "This is not an invitation to commit evil, but a call to uphold the Queen's authority. Is that so difficult? You benefit from the Queen's grace. Should you not support her? Will God bestow upon you a life of peace? Will God provide you with sustenance, clothing, shelter, and churches? When enemies slay your brethren with sword and blade, will God intervene on your behalf? He will not. Only your Queen will. Since you are protected by her, why not engage in deeds that serve her purpose? I do not oppose God, but I choose to place my faith in the Queen, and you should do the same, contributing to her cause." In the face of Chen's intimidation and temptation, the man with the prominent nose disdainfully turned away, beginning to recite his prayers. Arya observed Chen and mocked, "I warned you that he is quite obstinate." Chen glared at her and asked, "Are you aiding me? If so, then kill him. Would that have any significance? This stubborn old fool would likely not even flinch if he were to be killed." From a psychological standpoint, obstinacy is a form of entrenched cognition. If one cannot shatter his rigid beliefs, he will remain ensconced in his own world until death. Yet, every human possesses a weakness. Once one discovers his vulnerability, the armor of his spirit can be breached. But where lies the weakness of the man with the prominent nose? It seems that a deeper understanding of him is necessary. Upon returning home, Chen lay on his bed, using his consciousness to control a golden-eyed owl, positioning it outside the church as if it were a surveillance camera monitoring his movements. It was truly a peculiar sensation. Chen felt as if he were seated in a silent aircraft, guiding it toward its destination, able to discern everything on the ground, including the subtlest expressions of individuals. Regrettably, his body remained immobile. Only his awakened consciousness soared freely. Under the continuous watch of Chen, discoveries indeed emerged. The man with the prominent nose consistently visited a distant sewing shop. This establishment was engaged in the creation of garments and embroidery, staffed by several women and a young girl. The man appeared cheerful during his visits and returned with a smile, indicating that there were individuals within who held great significance to him. Chen directed the little owl to the sewing shop, allowing it to fly inside for a brief survey. He noticed a strikingly beautiful young woman there, with azure eyes as pure as a spring in the deep mountains. This girl often took the opportunity to read a book in her leisure time. Reading was a luxury in this land, where nobles employed tutors. and common folk were deprived of educational opportunities. As for the academic city, it served solely as a place of further study for the offspring of the nobility, leaving others with no chance of entry. The young lady possesses the remarkable ability to read and exhibits a profound fondness for it. Is there a connection between her and the individual with the prominent nose? In light of this new revelation, Chen resolved to conduct an inquiry. Chapter 54. Marina's heritage. Chen arrived at the sewing workshop, laden with an abundance of food and fruits, drawing curious glances from the workers inside. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you will enjoy these offerings, he said, distributing the provisions among them. The women, delighted, eagerly selected their preferred items from a basket. Among them, a strikingly beautiful girl stood quietly to the side, observing him without approaching to claim any food. She possessed stunning features, brilliant blue eyes, long lashes, smooth porcelain skin, and a tall, graceful figure, her long hair concealed beneath a black headscarf. Her attire was worn and oversized, adorned with a patch the size of a bowl on her chest. Were she to don a lavish robe and dazzling jewels, and style her hair elegantly, she would undoubtedly captivate all who beheld her. Chen picked up a green fruit and approached her, smiling as he inquired, "Do you not fancy these delights, fair maiden?" The girl pursed her lips and replied, "No one bestows food upon us without reason. What is it that you require from us?" She was indeed perceptive. "What is your name?" Chen asked. "Marina," she replied. "A most melodious name, indeed." Chen then retrieved a modest book from an unobtrusive corner, flipping through its pages before feigning curiosity. A fascinating collection of myths. "Has anyone been perusing it?" "It is I who has been reading," Marina said with a shy smile. Chen gazed into her large eyes and feigned astonishment. "You can read, Marina? How remarkable!" A nearby woman chuckled. "She is well-read and the most capable girl in this place." Chen took a seat opposite Marina, initiating a conversation. She revealed that she was orphaned and raised by the church, with the big-nosed priest serving as her guardian until she turned 16. He had treated her well, imparting a wealth of knowledge, including literacy. As Chen maintained his gaze upon Marina's eyes, he sought to discern the specifics of her connection with the priest, yet he could glean nothing. Instead, he was astounded to discover an extraordinary quality within her. When she held one's gaze for an extended period, an unconditional trust in her words blossomed. It was as though each statement she made was imbued with truth, evoking a profound sense of closeness. Chen recognized she was concealing something, yet he pondered why he felt such unwavering faith in her words. There seemed to be an innate enchantment in her gaze, perhaps unbeknownst to her. To probe the nature of her relationship with the priest, Chen resolved to bring her to Winterfell and observe the priest's reaction. After an extensive conversation with Marina, Chen rose and said, "Come, let us meet the queen, for she requires your exceptional sewing skills." Taken aback, Marina queried, "To meet the queen?" Chen reassured her, "I am a knight appointed by the queen herself. She seeks you. Please trust me." He escorted Marina to House Stark, arranged for her accommodation, and then, using his consciousness, summoned the golden-eyed eagle to the church. In the afternoon, the big-nosed man emerged from the church and eagerly made his way to the tailor's shop. Upon hearing that Marina had been taken by Oaken to meet the queen, his countenance darkened ominously. He paced outside for several laps before hastily heading towards Winterfell. Oaken had already informed Sansa of the situation and instructed her to dismiss the big-nosed man, forbidding him from visiting Marina. Observing the agitated big-nosed man, Sansa smiled and inquired, "Is something troubling you, monk? Your church is quite dilapidated. Perhaps I should assist you in constructing a new one." The big-nosed man quickly shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, the light of God shines upon all. Let the new shoes be reserved for those in need." Sansa responded, "Very well, monk, the queen respects your opinion." The big-nosed man pressed further, "Your Majesty, I wish to understand what you require Marina to do. She is but a naive child and may inadvertently displease you." Sansa reassured him, "Monk, I have spoken with Marina. She is quite knowledgeable and skilled in needlework. The queen requires her service." Sweat beaded on the anxious man's forehead as he insisted, "She is truly unsuitable. You should seek someone more competent." Sansa countered, "I find her to be quite capable. Unless there is anything further, cleric, you may take your leave. your followers await you. Faced with Sansa's unwavering stance, the big-nosed man had no choice but to depart in resignation. Oaken emerged from the shadows and addressed Sansa. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on Marina? Sansa smiled at Oaken and replied, in private moments, you may call me Sansa or Sansa Stark. You are both my advisor and my friend, and perhaps, with diligence, you may become the hand of the queen. Could it be that he could address her without formalities? A hint of excitement flickered within Oaken. This indicated that their relationship had deepened. Gazing intently at Sansa, he remarked, Your Majesty. Oh no, Sansa, there is something peculiar about Marina's eyes. Do you not perceive it? Indeed? What concerns you about her eyes? Sansa inquired. Oaken elaborated. There is an enchantment within her gaze. Be cautious, lest you fall under her spell. Of course, she may be oblivious to it herself. Sansa pondered this and replied, according to ancient legend, there exists a secret technique within the church known as heart transformation and clear sound. Those who master this technique can melt the resolve of even the strongest hearts with their words. Those who hear the clear sound will be utterly convinced of the cleric's truth. Those adept in this art can captivate the weak-willed or those despondent about life, binding them to their will. If one were to cultivate this technique to its utmost, even heroes would become subservient. This is merely a legend, with no evidence to suggest anyone possesses such abilities. But Marina, could she? Oaken mused, I have not perceived such a thing. Oaken sighed, let's hope not. That would be terrifying. I merely have this sensation and wish it were untrue. Her connection with the big-nosed man is quite unusual. It would be ideal if you could extract the truth from her. In the ensuing days, even Oaken began to suspect that Sansa herself might wield such a power. He could not fathom how she had managed to elicit Marina's concealed secret. It turned out that Marina was the illegitimate daughter of the big-nosed man. As a servant of the seven gods, the monk's illegitimate daughter constitutes the gravest taboo within the church. Thus, the man with the prominent nose has concealed this secret remarkably well, remaining unnoticed by all. His background is even more profound. He is, in fact, the brother of the Archbishop Joel Varna of the Seven Kingdoms. Although he is a child born out of wedlock, their clandestine bond has been maintained in secret. The familial connections of the man with the prominent nose do not end there. Across the narrow sea, on the continent of Essos, there exists a powerful sect known as Fire and Magic, worshipping the King of Light, R'hllor. Within R'hllor's temple, the most esteemed disciple of the Master of Sound, Arthur, turns out to be yet another half-brother of the man with the prominent nose. With such a web of relationships, the divine influence over the continents of Westeros and Essos is entirely dominated by this family. For Chen, this revelation is nothing short of astounding. If leveraged appropriately, it could serve as an unparalleled spiritual weapon, rendering them invincible in battle. With this knowledge, many of Chen's daunting dilemmas are poised to be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 55. Laying the foundation during this period, aside from handling essential matters, Chen devoted all his time to Marina. The girl possessed an innocent heart, brimming with curiosity about the unfamiliar world. Chen regaled her with tales of the East, instructing her in mathematics, astronomy, and geography. Marina learned with remarkable speed. Had she lived in modern times, she would undoubtedly have been a prodigy. Sansa often engaged her in conversation, teaching her the art of crafting beautiful garments. Arya, surprisingly, refrained from mischief, cooperating seamlessly with them. The purpose behind all this was singular, to foster strong bonds between Marina and those around her, weaving an invisible web of dependence. Securing Marina's loyalty meant controlling the big nose, and controlling the big nose meant wielding influence over the court of public opinion in Westeros. It was a strategy that appeared trivial on the surface, yet held profound significance. Language, after all, could elevate a person to celestial heights or drag them into infamy, so long as enough voices participated. Reputation was nothing more than widespread recognition. A sterling reputation could deify a person, while a tarnished one could reduce them to a pariah. In an era devoid of mass media, religion undeniably played this role, and with absolute authority. Faced with such a pure and beautiful maiden, Chen occasionally questioned whether his actions were too utilitarian, bordering on exploitation. But then he reconsidered. Wasn't her essential role, in truth, to serve the kingdom as propaganda efforts? A noble cause for the people in the realm. Quite commendable. On a radiant, sunlit day, Chen sought out the big nose. The moment the Septon laid eyes on Chen, his gaze sharpened like daggers. Chen spoke first. Reverend Septon, might we converse? The big nose retorted, the seven will punish you. Chen replied, let us set aside the seven for now. Shall we discuss Marina instead? The big nose hissed, you will regret this. I swear it. Chen spread his hands. You may visit Marina yourself. She is well. The queen adores her, and she takes joy in serving her grace. You belong to the seven, yes, but you're also a subject of the northern kingdom. The big nose snorted derisively. Chen pressed on. Marina has shared many things with the queen. Would you care to hear them? The big nose froze. She should have held her tongue. Chen reassured him. We will not betray her confidence. I promise you, Septon. Serve the queen faithfully, and Marina shall wed a handsome nobleman. She will bear you many grandchildren. Suddenly, the big nose erupted in fury, seizing Chen by the collar. I agree to your terms, but return Marina to me. Of course, Chen replied calmly. We have not imprisoned her. On the contrary, she thrives in her current life. The big nose roared, no, she must not marry. Chen was baffled. Why would such a splendid maiden be forbidden from marriage? What was the Septon truly concealing? Gasping for breath, the big nose rasped, she is to become a septa. Here, in the north. I will leave the north to serve the queen, but you must swear to keep this secret. Marina must take her vows. To condemn such a radiant girl to a life without love, what madness drove this old man? Such individuals, having long held faith in the divine, have become incomparable to ordinary humanity. Chen remarked, very well. I shall acquiesce to your request, but I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Upon hearing that the large-nosed man wished to see her, Marina took her leave of Sansa and made her way to the church. Observing Marina's cheerful demeanor, the large-nosed man said, Marina, listen to me. From this day forth, you shall become a nun, as promised by the queen. Marina, somewhat reluctant, replied, Father, why must it be this way? The queen holds me in great esteem. The large-nosed man responded, I shall explain it to you. Follow me. He led Marina into a room, securely closing the door behind them. Tomorrow, I shall depart from the Northlands, and you will be the bishop nun here. Now, I must impart our family's magic to you, and you must swear to keep it secret. What is magic? Marina inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. The art of transformation and the melody of clarity, he explained. Father, you have never spoken of this to me. Is it truly wondrous? The large-nosed man replied, If you wish to become a nun revered by many, you must master this magic. Only by mastering it can the faith of the believers endure. It is the foundation of an exemplary cleric. He elaborated on the intricacies of the art of transformation and the melody of clarity, reciting the incantations for her. Once Marina had memorized the incantations, the large-nosed man declared, Marina, you must practice daily until the day arrives when you can bring a person of iron will to their knees before you, weeping and confessing their sins. Then you shall ascend to the position of archbishop in this land. Serving the seven gods, indeed, was beyond Chen's imagination. The large-nosed man's ambition was for his daughter to attain the highest realm of mastery and thereby govern all the faithful of this continent. He was willing to disregard his own desires to see his daughter become a nun, destined to inherit the mantle of the archbishop and become the most devoted servant of the seven gods. Yet he had never considered whether his daughter was willing. However, that was of little consequence now. The magic Marina had inherited lay dormant within her, beyond her control. The following day, Chen came to bid farewell to the large-nosed man. He looked at him and said, Esteemed cleric Sebastian, I hope that while serving the queen, you will convey to your followers that the Northlands is a trustworthy place, welcoming them to reside here. The large-nosed man coldly replied, I shall be loyal to the queen and heed her summons. At present, the Northlands thrived in various industries, requiring a substantial workforce. Yet, there were always those who doubted the Northlands' ability to shelter them, preferring to remain under the dominion of their lords. With the guidance of the large-nosed man, it was believed that they could be assured of a safe life in the Northlands. Particularly urgent was the need to construct a new Winterfell in a short time frame, necessitating hundreds of thousands of laborers, far more than the current manpower available. Marina had already ascended to the position of chief nun in the Northlands. Chen provided her with comprehensive support, no longer confining her to one place for preaching, but instead facilitating her movement to areas where people congregated. Her primary endeavor was to widely disseminate the virtues and achievements of Sansa, enabling all the denizens of the North to reappraise their queen. To enhance efficiency, Chen meticulously crafted a comprehensive promotional manual, mythologizing Sansa's accomplishments to present her as the very embodiment of a saint. As for the less favorable narratives, they could not be ignored, yet they were articulated in such a manner that the populace could profoundly perceive their queen's indomitable will, boundless wisdom, and angelic benevolence. In essence, their queen was divine, beyond reproach, and deserving of veneration. Arya, that spirited girl, was also subtly included in the promotion, serving as a personal touch. With this orchestration, Chen felt entirely reassured. Before long, the North would transform into a formidable force, akin to an aircraft carrier capable of weathering even the fiercest storms and confronting the gravest of crises. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Subsequently, he could confidently pursue external strategies, advancing his monetary warfare agenda. Chapter 56. Yasha City and the Millennium Forbidden Spell on the continent of Exos. In the city of Yasha, the wizard Merlin, wielding a black staff, traversed the fiery bridge, making his way into the heart of the city. This was an unremarkable stone bridge, ancient and worn, not differing greatly from others. Ordinary people traversed it freely, coming and going without impediment. Yet for sorcerers and wizards, crossing this bridge meant being ensnared by flames that would suddenly erupt, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Legend has it that the King of Light bestowed a curse upon the bridge, rendering it impassable for those gifted with magic. However, this remained merely a tale, for no one had ever witnessed a person perishing in flames upon its span. It was said that Yasha City was teeming with sorcerers, yet the common folk rarely recognized them, allowing the city to bustle with life. Merchants and performers from distant lands moved about freely. Despite its lively feudal, Yasha City was rife with peril, merely awaiting a catalyst for eruption. Only those versed in sorcery understood what that catalyst was: the impending expiration of the Millennium Forbidden Spell. Merlin entered the Hall of Dust, pushing open the grand black doors. To the eyes of the uninitiated, this appeared to be a mere temple of worship, presided over by the benevolent Elder of Spirits, an old man indistinguishable from any other. Yet this was but a feudal. As Merlin approached the Elder of Spirits, he struck the ground with his staff, and the Elder's countenance shifted dramatically. His eyes grew dark and profound, resembling an abyss. The four disciples, who typically appeared docile and spoke little, now seemed shrouded in a haze, as if veiled by a curtain. One bore a beetle upon his forehead. Another had a dog lying beside him. A drop of blood rolled upon the brow of yet another, and the last clutched a small effigy. Merlin recognized these as the four eminent disciples of the Elder of Spirits: the dog sorcerer, the blood sorcerer, the canine sorcerer, and the effigy sorcerer. They had reached the pinnacle of sorcery, with only a final step remaining to attain the status of wizard, a step that might be realized in the next moment or remain forever out of reach. "You should not be here," intoned the Elder of Spirits, his voice transformed, losing its usual warmth and becoming ethereal, now distant, now near. "Will you not invite me to sit, great wizard?" Merlin inquired. The elder remained silent. Suddenly, the dog that lay nearby stood erect, fetched a wooden stool, and placed it beneath Merlin before returning to its resting position. "I have fulfilled your request. You may now speak." "Speak of what?" Merlin replied. "How did you escape Yasha City? Why do you not divulge this secret to all?" "The Millennium Forbidden Spell, cursed Millennium Forbidden Spell, has shackled us here, forcing us into a life devoid of light. The sorcerers who remain in this world owe their survival to the sheer fortune of not returning to Yasha City at the moment the spell took effect. At the moment the forbidden spell took effect, all the sorcerers and witches who remained within the city never ventured outside again. To await the day when the Millennium Curse would be lifted, the immortal sorcerer decreed that any individual endowed with magic must pass their powers to another before their demise. It was solely due to this decree that the art of magic was preserved within the city of Ayasha. The wizard Merlin remarked, "This is a secret I cannot divulge, lest I incur the most severe curse." The dark, cavernous eyes of the immortal sorcerer suddenly deepened in intensity. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Within the grand hall, countless tiny insects appeared from seemingly nowhere. They were diverse and bizarre, swiftly crawling upon Merlin's body. The wizard was entirely enveloped by the writhing mass of insects, which invaded his face, ears, and nostrils, their movements evoking a sense of horror and revulsion. Amidst this, a figure with a beetle resting upon their forehead whispered softly, as if conversing with the insects. Merlin remained still, merely striking his staff forcefully against the ground, causing the insects to fall away like dust. Those that fell encircled Merlin, scurrying about in an attempt to breach his defenses. The immortal sorcerer regarded Merlin, stating, "Your magical prowess continues to ascend." Merlin replied, "I can only hope. Yet I still fall short of your mastery." The immortal sorcerer queried, "If you are reluctant to speak, what brings you here?" Merlin responded, "Raven requires your assistance. You are capable as well." He continued, "When I departed Ayasha, I swore never to abandon the Iron Vault. I also pledged my eternal loyalty to Raven. Yet his requests lead me far from the vault. What advantage lies therein? Raven promised to construct 1,000 temples of dust wherever you desire. Would you consider this?" The immortal sorcerer scoffed, "The Bridge of Flames and the Millennium Curse you cannot forget." Merlin asserted, "The time limit of the Millennium Curse is approaching, and the Bridge of Flames shall cease to exist. Can you be certain?" The sorcerer asked. "Unless Azor is reborn, no one can halt it." "But what if the prophecy comes to fruition?" Merlin countered, "That is improbable. Even if Azor and Asshai were to be reborn, would they certainly find this place? Even if they did, the time limit of the Millennium Curse would have elapsed. What then would it matter? I have consulted the divination stone and found no indications that Azor will be reborn upon this continent." The immortal sorcerer suddenly erupted in laughter, a sound akin to a lament. "What does Raven wish for my assistance with?" "To locate gold. A vast sum of gold from the Iron Vault has been stolen and remains missing. He has dispatched numerous knights and spies, yet no results have surfaced." The sorcerer remarked, "Did not the serpent sorceress guard the vault? Is she not your subordinate?" "She is dead," replied Merlin. "Her magic was broken. You know well that once a sorceress's magic is undone, she meets a most gruesome end." The Archmage spoke curiously, "Who, apart from the highest-ranking sorcerers, can dispel the magic of the Warlocks? Can you?" Merlin shook his head and replied, "My prowess is insufficient. Perhaps you could." The Archmage laughed heartily, asserting, "I can, but you cannot. You must find this intriguing. In this world, few things can still pique your interest. This is a splendid opportunity." With pride, the Archmage declared, "I accept your praise, yet I have conditions." "You may present your conditions. This is a transaction." "After all," replied Merlin. The Archmage stated, "I wish for the Temple of Dust to be erected wherever Lavin deems fit. The Temple of Dust will encompass all that exists in this world, and magic shall reign once more." The four disciples, standing by, chanted in unison, "We extol the color black, the garb of the god of sorrow. The hope of the world, we extol the night, which grants me strength and joy. O god of dust, I sing for you, I dance for you." The crescendo of their praise grew louder, resembling both a lamentation and a tale of anguish. Chapter 57. Omniscient and omnipotent. The production model established by Chen is akin to that of a modern state-owned enterprise, with all revenues firmly in the hands of the Stark family, while others labor for the kingdom in exchange for remuneration. Although this may seem somewhat antiquated in contemporary terms, it remains the most pragmatic approach on this continent. Thus, many operations are dictated by the realities on the ground. The best solution is not always the most suitable. As the scale of the North's development expands, the frequency of income and expenditure has surged, leading to a chaotic intertwining of accounts across various industries. Instances of embezzlement and fraudulent reporting have gradually increased. In the original model of the North, other families managed their affairs autonomously, which meant the Stark family's oversight was quite limited, necessitating only a handful of bookkeeping and supervisory personnel. Some individuals oversaw 4 or 5, or even a dozen different areas. Currently, Sansa has centralized ownership, particularly over lucrative sectors such as weapons, red bricks, coking coal, and soap, which collectively could offset 2/3 of the North's total revenue. This presents a dilemma. With significant income comes equally substantial expenditure, compounded by inter-industry transactions. To prevent corruption, it is crucial to clarify the accounts and inventory details. This is a complex endeavor that requires professional expertise. Otherwise, one risks confusion. Had there not been such a drastic transformation, Sansa might have managed to cope even with concentrated power. However, the changes in the North have far exceeded expectations, with all actions taken based on loyalty. Yet, loyalty is not a trait that every individual possesses. An overwhelming volume of transactions has left them disoriented, often unaware of their actual earnings. More critically, a lack of clarity regarding inventory and detailed goods information creates immense logistical challenges. Chen scrutinized the accounts managed by Roberto Glorfo, the head of the goods department, and was infuriated. The records vaguely noted some income and expenditure, yet smaller transactions were conspicuously absent. When Chen confronted him, the old man pointed to the pile of money in the box and innocently claimed, "I'm sorry, there's just so much, I can't keep track." In disbelief, Chen thought, how could one be so oblivious amidst such significant dealings? Upon inquiring with the chief accountant under Roberto's supervision, the confusion only deepened. In modern contexts, at least a professional accounting team would be required. These half-hearted attempts were inadequate for untangling such intricate accounts and transactions. Utilizing his expertise, Chen roughly calculated that the funds presented to Sansa by the old man were highly questionable, with discrepancies approaching 1/3. This sum was colossal, and if the situation persisted, a vast amount of gold would end up in Roberto's and his subordinates' hands. Sansa, blissfully accepting the gold delivered to her daily, remained oblivious to the deception at play. Chen promptly approached Sansa to elucidate the situation. Sansa responded, "The Glorfo family is loyal to the Stark family. They have fought for us, and many have perished in that cause. Though there have been issues, I cannot punish him. Moreover, appointing a different minister to oversee the goods department may not guarantee success. This requires long-term consideration." This woman undeniably possesses wisdom and a broader perspective, thinking far into the future. After contemplating for a moment, Chen proposed, "I could establish an accounting training program to cultivate bookkeepers for the kingdom. However, this endeavor necessitates that these individuals possess literacy and a fundamental grasp of mathematics. Otherwise, the process would be excessively protracted." Sansa interjected, "But who in the kingdom possesses such qualifications now? Those who can read are already occupied with their own duties. Moreover, they may only manage to comprehend a book with great difficulty, let alone have any mathematical proficiency. Such individuals can only be found in the Academy of the Old Town." The Academy of the Old Town? Indeed, how did I not consider recruiting from there? Those individuals have received formal education, and mathematics is a requisite component of their training. If we could gather them and provide specialized instruction, it would be tremendously efficient. Yet, a dilemma arose. The North had already declared its independence, and the Academy of the Old Town only heeded the king's summons. They would not likely accept an invitation from a North. Within this realm, those endowed with knowledge occupy a prestigious status and exhibit a high degree of loyalty. Persuading them to comply willingly is no trivial feat. What stratagem could entice them to the North while ensuring their voluntary participation? It appears that a journey to King's Landing and the Academy of the Old Town is in order. "I must visit the Academy," he declared. Sansa, taken aback, inquired, "Where are you going, and for what purpose?" Observing her anxious demeanor, Chen pondered whether she feared he might not return. "I intend to seek out a group of scholars from the Academy for financial management and also to assemble a secretarial team for you. Only the scholars from the Academy are truly suitable for this role. The responsibilities ahead will only multiply. You cannot manage them alone. Nor can I attend to every detail myself." "A secretarial team? Is that a new position?" she asked, inadvertently revealing her ignorance of such terminology. Chen clarified, It refers to individuals who organize and compile various pieces of information. For instance, when Roberto presents you with gold coins, he can provide a detailed list indicating their source and quantity, allowing you to comprehend everything at a glance and enabling necessary inquiries based on those records. Sansa regarded Chen with a smile, remarking, "You possess remarkable knowledge. I almost suspect you are a divine being sent to assist me." "Thank you, Chen. Your considerations are truly thoughtful, and I am immensely grateful. Your capabilities are beyond my imagination. Without you, I would be in utter despair. As for the gold, your influence must surely be at play here. Though you remain silent, and Elia has kept it from me, I know she lacks the capacity to accomplish this task." Chen was taken aback. He had assumed Sansa was oblivious to everything, forgetting that Sansa Stark had triumphed amidst a host of men. While she may lack in other areas, her acumen in political matters and perception of intentions were unparalleled. "You are fully aware, yet feign ignorance. Thank you for your trust, Sansa, my queen." He responded with a smile. "Could you enlighten me about the gold?" Sansa inquired. Chen blinked and replied, "Elia has already informed you. It is essentially as she said, and I merely offered her a suggestion." "You are lying. Whenever you blink, you conceal the truth," Sansa asserted. This caught Chen off guard. Such a subtle expression had been perceptibly detected by her. "Are you speaking ill of me, sister?" As Arya suddenly appeared, Sansa exclaimed, "You're like a cat, always startling me." This young woman moves as if she has mastered the art of silence. I cannot fathom how she has achieved such grace. Observing Arya with a scrutinizing gaze, Chen remarked, "Join me tomorrow for a trip to King's Landing. It promises to be quite entertaining. Would you care to accompany me?" The prospect of visiting King's Landing? To see Bran? Arya appeared, genuinely taken aback. Chen replied mysteriously, "You'll find out in due time. I shan't divulge anything just yet." Arya's spirits lifted. She inquired, "Chen, what scheme are you concocting now?" "Sister, is that so?" Sansa replied, "I am unsure. You should direct your questions to Chen." Ultimately, as the future queen of his heart, she possessed an innate understanding of how to compliment her man. Seizing the moment of shared joy, Chen wished to showcase his own talents, contemplating preparing a meal of dumplings to demonstrate that the art of dough encompasses far more than merely baking bread. Chapter 58. The journey to King's Landing. In an effort to introduce the artistry of Eastern cuisine to the two sisters, Chen decided to take charge in the hall. He instructed the servants to bring flour, adding water to knead the dough. As for the chopping of fillings, which lacked any theatricality, he left that task to the servants. Once the dough was well kneaded, Chen fashioned a short rolling pin from a wooden stick. He tore the dough into small pieces, rolling them into thin sheets before shaping them into various forms: gold ingots, lighthouses, little dogs, and boats. He adorned each dumpling with red beans, black beans, and shredded vegetables, transforming them into exquisite works of art. The process was akin to painting, leaving the two sisters in awe. Sansa picked up a gold ingot-shaped dumpling and exclaimed with delight, "Does it hold any significance, our clever Sir Golden Peak?" "Indeed, it symbolizes wealth. Consuming will bring fortune," he replied. "Is there a special way to eat it?" "Quite simply, just boil it." "My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Chen, what you create is a masterpiece." "Well, that praise is quite fair," he acknowledged, first preparing a plate of boiled dumplings for them. The sisters, treating the dumplings as if they were living beings, carefully lifted them with spoons to their mouths. Upon tasting the deliciousness, they couldn't help but begin to compete for more, entirely forgetting their status. Chen watched them with delight as they finished, ready to prepare another batch. Eagerly, Sansa asked, "May I learn?" "Of course, come. I shall teach you." Thus, Chen guided Sansa step by step in rolling the dumpling skins. This task proved exceedingly challenging for them. The coordination between her left hand with the dough and her right hand with the rolling pin was utterly mismatched, resulting in a comically awkward display that nearly made Chen burst into laughter. Seizing the moment, he grasped Sansa's hand to assist her. They were close together, and with occasional skin contact, he finally relished the beautiful moment he had long yearned for. Such intimate gestures surely conveyed something profound. Just as Chen was immersed in teaching with heartfelt affection, Elia interjected, eager to learn as well. Although inwardly vexed, he felt compelled to devote himself to teaching Arya. The experience of instructing Arya was starkly different from that with Sansa. The passion and hope that had filled his heart diminished significantly. Why was it that the experience felt so dissimilar among women? The three gathered to enjoy the dumplings together, and Chen found himself momentarily transported back to a former life, enveloped by the warmth of familial reunion. Their meal was filled with joy, and remarkably, Arya, the feisty girl who often clashed with Chen, refrained from any disputes. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had all experienced the taste of home. How wonderful it would be if the three of them could share meals together every day. Chen hoped that day would arrive soon. The following day, Chen set out for King's Landing with Arya. Above them soared two golden-eyed owls, one large and one small, ever vigilant in their company. Days later, they reached Winterfell, lodging in a modest inn. Once the grandest and most bustling city in Westeros, it now lay in ruins, with beggars lining the streets. The inn's food was exorbitantly priced, with a loaf of bread and a sausage costing a silver moon. Ruins of collapsed houses are strewn about, and once mighty walls lie in formidable disrepair. A group of ragged individuals labor feebly to mend what remains. At this rate, it will take a decade or more to restore the bustling vibrancy of Ur. The splendor of King's Landing has become a mere relic of history, no longer a beacon of prosperity for which people yearn. At this moment, Chen has a singular task, to clandestinely procure the correspondence of the Imp Tyrion. As the Chancellor of the Six Kingdoms, the Citadel will still heed his commands. Observing Chen stealthily secure the door, Arya, with a wary tone, inquires, "What are you up to?" "Sleeping," he replies nonchalantly. Watching Chen recline upon the bed, Arya's irritation flares as she retorts, "Are you here to play?" Chen shoots her an exasperated glance. "Keep your voice down. I'm merely going to the Chancellor's Tower for a quick visit and to retrieve a few items." Arya bursts into laughter. Lying in bed while visiting the Chancellor's Tower? "Are you sleepwalking?" "Close enough," Chen responds. "I warn you, do not disturb me, or you may jeopardize everything." Chen adjusts himself comfortably before focusing his consciousness on the small hawk perched on the rooftop. His abilities have not yet reached the level of effortless control like that of Bronco. He can only concentrate singularly. Once his mind is attuned, his eyes roll back, transforming entirely into the white of his eyes, and all his mental faculties merge into that small golden-eyed hawk. It is truly marvelous. Upon entering the hawk's body, Chen feels as if he is ensconced within a room, viewing the world through two eyes. The hawk, now under Chen's command, quivers and swiftly takes flight toward the Chancellor's Tower. The exhilaration is akin to piloting a silent miniature aircraft. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Chen recalls that the Chancellor's Tower is quite distant from the palace. However, the devastation in King's Landing makes navigation arduous. After an extended search, or rather a prolonged flight, he finally locates the tower-like structure. This edifice comprises 3 levels. The lower section houses 4 guards, the middle serves as an office, and the topmost level contains the bedroom. Fortunately, the hawk's small size renders it relatively inconspicuous. Nevertheless, as it enters, it catches the attention of the guards. "Was that a bird?" one muses. "Perhaps," another responds. "Shrey, go investigate." "Investigate what?" "It's just a wild bird." A few guards deliberate on whether to shoo it away, but their laziness prevails, and they remain idle. Chen circles the conference room, discovering it devoid of occupants. The oval black council table is cloaked in dust, indicating a long absence of deliberation. Chen ascends to the top floor, pausing at the window to peer inside. There, he beholds the once illustrious dwarf Tyrion, slumped in a chair, drinking. He appears haggard, with unkempt hair and beard, as if he has not been groomed in ages. His eyes are vacant, staring blankly ahead, seemingly captivated by an unseen performance. A sudden wave of sympathy washes over Chen. He could have remained by the side of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, serving as an exceptional hand of the queen to realize his visions of governance. Yet, he betrayed her and incited Jon Snow to slay her. Such actions, seemingly for the greater good, ultimately yielded the opposite effect. Now, the 6 kingdoms, appearing tranquil on the surface, are in reality a disarray of scattered fragments. Neither his nor Bran's stature is sufficient to unite the hearts of the people. Had Daenerys survived, would she have rejuvenated this land? Chen gazed compassionately at the imp Tyrion for a moment before setting out in search of his objective. He sought a letter penned by Tyrion himself, along with the seal emblazoned with the sigil of the lion. Chapter 59. An unconventional theft. Chen. No, rather the golden-eyed eagle, soared into the conference chamber, fluttering over the desks and cabinets. Only thick, aged tomes lay scattered about. Not a single letter or note was in sight. If any existed, they must have been locked away within the cabinet. What was to be done? Chen directed the eagle to pry open the heavy cabinet with its talons. But the creature's strength proved insufficient. A solution was needed, one both simple and complex. After a moment's contemplation, Chen decided to enlist Tyrion's unwitting assistance. The man was small in stature and strength, and thus posed little threat. The eagle returned to Tyrion's bedchamber, alighting upon his windowsill. Its golden eyes gleamed as it let out a sharp, insistent cry. Tyrion frowned at the intruder, muttering, "You wretched bird, how tiresome." When the man made no move to rise, the eagle persisted, its cries unrelenting, hoping to provoke him into pursuit. At last, Tyrion, vexed beyond patience, stood to shoo the creature away. Seizing the moment, the eagle took flight, darting outside to hammer at the door with its beak. Enraged, Tyrion flung the door open. "Vile creature," he snapped. "Fly far from here, lest you incur my wrath." The eagle hopped onto the ground, fixing him with its gaze, and continued its raucous calls. Intrigued despite himself, Tyrion gave chase. The eagle led him on, pausing intermittently, until they reached the cabinet in the conference chamber. There, it perched atop the cabinet, pecking insistently at the door. Recognition dawned in Tyrion's eyes. This bird was urging him to open it. With a skeptical frown, he pulled the cabinet ajar, peering inside at the documents within. In a flash, the eagle swooped down, delivering a sharp peck to Tyrion's head. "Damn bird!" Tyrion yelped, clutching his scalp. "Do you dare assault the hand of the king?" The eagle retreated to a safe distance, cawing mockingly before darting away once more. Tyrion's curiosity now thoroughly piqued. He pursued without a second thought, neglecting, in his haste, to shut the cabinet behind him. The sight was bizarre enough to override all other considerations. As the eagle lured him further away, several guards watched in bemusement. "My lord Hand," one ventured, "have you taken to bird-chasing as a pastime?" "Seize that creature," Tyrion barked, pointing ahead. "No questions." The guards joined the pursuit. One drew a crossbow, only for Tyrion to snap, "Fool, take alive." The eagle led them through winding alleys, slipping into a derelict house before vanishing through a window, leaving them confounded. Little did they know, their quarry was no mere bird, but a man of cunning intellect, borne aloft on wings. Unseen, the eagle returned to the conference chamber, slipping into the now unlocked cabinet to rifle through its contents. Yet an eagle's talons were ill-suited to the delicate task of handling parchment, and its efforts were clumsy at best. After considerable effort, Chen finally located a document drafted by Tyrion within a folder. Upon comparison, he confirmed it was indeed penned by Tyrion himself. Next, he needed to find another item, the seal. After another round of searching, Chen discovered the seal and carefully wrapped it in the document before placing it upon the table. To avoid arousing Tyrion's suspicion, he risked injury by soaring into the air and striking the cabinet door with the head of a small hawk. After much exertion, he managed to nudge the cabinet door ajar. Grasping the paper and seal with the hawk's talons, he joyfully flew back to the inn. Arya stared blankly at Chen, who lay upon the bed, lost in thought. The small hawk flew in through the window, dropped the items onto the bed, then swiftly exited. Arya alternated her gaze between the hawk and Chen, her eyes wide with wonder. Though she understood this was a magic inherited by Chen from Blanco, she remained perplexed by the phenomenon. As Chen regained awareness of his body, he clumsily sprang from the bed, seizing the items and exclaiming with pride, "Acquiring this was quite the endeavor. That little imp Tyrion has been running around at my behest." Arya inquired, "Did you encounter the little demon?" "Indeed, he no longer possesses the grandeur of his former days. He is rather pitiable now. Without his misguided schemes, he might still have been Daenerys' hand." Arya asked, "What do you intend to do?" "This is a three-step plan. The first step has been successfully executed, and two more steps remain. The next one requires your involvement." "Me? I shall inform you tomorrow." Chen then immersed himself in studying the handwriting on the paper. The manner of initiating strokes and the flow of the script demanded meticulous contemplation. Otherwise, the imitation would easily be discernible. His initial task was simple: to draft a letter to the Citadel, requesting the dispatch of 100 scholars and apprentices to the north for a collaborative endeavor between the kingdom and the north. While it might seem implausible for the Citadel's steward to believe this, the connection with Bran and House Stark rendered it less unusual. Chen procured paper and began to replicate Tyrion's handwriting. After nearly half the night, he finally succeeded in crafting a letter to the Citadel in Tyrion style. However, upon reviewing the letter against the original script, he sensed something amiss. Despite the characters appearing identical, an inexplicable discrepancy lingered in his mind. He presented the letter to Arya, asking, "What do you think? Is there an issue?" Arya compared the two documents. Her brow furrowed as she replied, "It resembles it closely, yet somehow it doesn't. I cannot pinpoint why." Indeed, if Arya could discern the flaw, surely the scholars of the Citadel would not be oblivious. Chen scrutinized the letter once more, pondering aloud. Could it be lacking fluidity, not flowing as naturally as water? Precisely, Arya affirmed. Recognizing the lack of smoothness, he resolved to write it several more times. Strangely, even after crafting a dozen versions, though the script perfectly matched, it still conveyed a disjointed feeling. What could be the reason for this? Chen began to recall how Tyrion wrote. Eureka! It turns out this fellow is left-handed when writing, which explains the lack of fluidity in his script. Fortunately, in his previous life, Chen had a keen interest in Zhou Buitong's technique of simultaneous hand combat and had practiced writing with both hands concurrently. Although he had yet to reach the realm of true dual focus, he had no difficulty in writing the same content with both hands at once. He meticulously rewrote the letter with his left hand a dozen times, ultimately crafting a flawless imitation that would leave Tyrion with no reason to suspect it was penned by another. With great satisfaction, Chen utilized a pre-prepared red liquid seal to secure the envelope, applying his seal upon it. A lion's head became manifest, emblematic of the Lannister family and Tyrion's personal insignia. To avoid arousing Tyrion's suspicion, Chen again commanded the golden-eyed hawk to return to the Handess Tower, discarding the seal upon the desk. As long as Tyrion did not misplace this seal, his doubts would lack any foundation. The first step had been executed flawlessly, and the second phase of the plan could be set in motion the following day. Chapter 60. The second phase change. Chen and Arya stood guard along the path to the Old Town's academic city. Each day, golden-robed sentinels delivered the king's crucial edicts to neighboring realms, and with a stroke of fortune, one might encounter a messenger on the same day. Leaning against a tree, Chen spoke to Arya, "You keep watch while I take a look." He rolled his eyes, revealing the whites, and shifted his consciousness into the grand golden-eyed owl. The magnificent bird shivered, then took to the skies, soaring towards King's Landing. It glided over the city walls and the remnants of shattered structures, finally reaching the royal palace. Suddenly, Chen beheld an individual he ought not to see. Bran Stark, the newly appointed king of the Six Kingdoms. Seated in a wheelchair, he was being pushed by golden-robed guards toward his chambers. In the narrative, this former Stark heir is regarded as one of the most legendary figures in the realm. Despite being burdened with two crippled legs, he survived for years in the desolate northern snowfields, shielded by the protection of the Reed siblings, until he ultimately discovered the three-eyed raven and became its successor. He is also the monarch among ravens. Aside from the ability to traverse time, he could transfer his consciousness into the bodies of ravens, enabling them to witness events as they unfolded. Chen possessed a somewhat similar talent, with the distinction that he could command the golden-eyed owl to perform tangible tasks, such as pilfering Tyrion's seal, whereas Bran could only observe without influencing the actions of the ravens. In this regard, Chen demonstrated greater prowess. Chen directed the golden-eyed owl to circle above Bran's head, and suddenly noticed Bran looking up at him. Bran's gaze was like a hammer, striking the owl and jolting Chen's consciousness. Panic surged within him. He had been discovered. What to do now? At that moment, A cacophony erupted from the crows roosting in the trees, taking flight in pursuit of the golden-eyed owl. "Flee, quick, flee!" Bran intended to unleash his controlled crows upon him. With urgency, Chen maneuvered the owl to escape. Wherever he flew, the flock of crows screeched and pursued him relentlessly. His consciousness remained within the owl, and he feared for its fate should the crows overpower it. Although the outcome was uncertain, it would undoubtedly be dire. Chen guided the majestic bird into the woods, and the crows followed suit. He dove into a rocky cave, and the crows surged inside as well. Chen found himself in a desperate plight, trapped and without recourse. He contemplated retracting his consciousness, yet hesitated at the thought of the crows not sparing the owl. After all, no matter how formidable the eagle was, it could not withstand their sheer numbers. As the saying goes, 3 fists cannot match 4 hands. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. This precious creature must not perish. It had tasted his flesh and sipped his blood, akin to kin. With no alternative, Chen broke free from the throng of crows, soaring towards Arya in search of assistance. She was a clever individual, perhaps knowing how to counter this predicament. Arya was quietly observing Chen when she was suddenly alerted by the cawing of crows overhead. Glancing up, she was met with a dark swarm of crows pursuing the golden-eyed owl. Alarmed, Arya looked at the still-seated Chen, at a loss for how to respond. Chen could only dive down swiftly, landing behind Arya before hastily withdrawing his consciousness. He abruptly stood up, shielding the golden-eyed eagle, and exclaimed, "Arya, what should we do? Your brother Bran has spotted me and is pursuing us." Arya gazed at the swarm of crows circling overhead and murmured, "What can we do?" "I don't know." Suddenly, the crows scattered in all directions, their raucous cawing fading into silence. Chen finally exhaled in relief. "Bran must have seen you. Perhaps he spared me out of consideration for you. The 3-eyed raven is formidable. How can my meager magic compare?" Arya replied softly, "Perhaps. Poor Bran. He is no longer Bran Stark. We must stay far away from him from now on. He's too dangerous," Chen warned. As they spoke, the distant thunder of galloping hooves reached their ears. Arya darted like the wind to a high vantage point, standing atop a boulder to survey the horizon. 2 knights clad in golden armor, their heads concealed beneath hound-shaped helmets and white cloaks billowing behind them, were charging toward them at full speed. "Finally, they've arrived," Arya muttered. She seized the dragonbone bow, nocked an arrow, and took aim at the approaching figures. Legend had it that such bows were crafted from the bones of dragons, granting them superior range and lethality compared to ordinary bows. Those who possessed them treated them as priceless treasures. Arya's archery was impeccable. With just 2 arrows, she struck their mounts. The sudden assault sent the horses crashing to the ground, flinging their riders far ahead. Given the speed of their charge, the fall was brutal. Chen and Arya lunged forward, unsheathing Queen's wrath, and with a single thrust, pierced through the knights' bodies. Despite the gilded armor of the gold cloaks, its craftsmanship was no match for the razor-sharp edge of the legendary blade. Chen removed their wolf helmets. Fortunately, their faces remained unharmed beneath the helmets. Had their features been marred, it would have complicated matters. Carrying the 2 corpses, Chen and Arya retreated into a nearby cave. From her pack, Arya produced a small curved blade. With practiced precision, she traced a line along one face, starting from the hairline down to the neck. Placing her palm over the incision, she murmured an incantation while gently kneading the skin. After a moment, she delicately pinched the edge and peeled the face away as effortlessly as lifting a sheet of parchment. Beneath, the exposed flesh was a uniform crimson, as though painted with blood. She instructed Chen to block the cave entrance while she began her transformation. When she emerged, she wore the face of a man, cold, haughty, flawless in its deception. Now it was Chen's turn. The memory of the searing pain from his last face-changing ordeal was etched into his mind. Given a choice, he would never subject himself to such torment again. Magic was no trivial amusement. Yet this so-called brilliant plan had been his own idea. As the saying goes, heaven's wrath may be endured, but self-inflicted folly is beyond redemption. Having dug his own grave, could he refuse to leap in? In the darkness of the cave, Arya pressed the stolen face against Chen's skin and began chanting. A scorching agony surged through him, nearly making him recoil. This time, the pain was unlike anything before. The last time this burning sensation lingered for an extended period. However, this time it dissipated in merely 2 breaths, leaving a tingling numbness upon the face. Although it was uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. The only displeasing aspect was the nauseating metallic scent that lingered in the air. Emerging from a cavern, Chen and Arya donned 2 sets of deceased warriors' armor, draping themselves in a flowing white cloak, gazing at their reflections in the water. They had successfully transformed, seamlessly integrating into their new identities. Now they were the kingdom's gilded guardians, utterly authentic. Even their own fathers would not doubt their legitimacy. Their voices had also undergone a complete metamorphosis, resonating with a distinctly masculine timbre, their Adam's apples prominently visible. There remained one aspect that required fine-tuning: their manner of speech. As gilded guardians, they naturally possessed a unique way of conversing. Chen was entirely unfamiliar with this style, but fortunately, Arya was there to guide him. She meticulously explained the sequence of their dialogue, the required tone, and the appropriate expressions, demonstrating each nuance. After practicing repeatedly for over a dozen times, Chen encountered no further issues. The two exchanged a knowing glance, bumped their fists together, and shared a smile, setting off on horseback towards the Old Town's scholarly city. Chapter 61. The citadel of Old Town stands as one of the 5 great port cities of Westeros, and indeed the most ancient among them. Nestled in the southwestern corner of the continent, where the Honeywine River meets the Whispering Sound before flowing into the Sunset Sea, it is home to the Citadel, the seat of the learned maesters who counsel lords great and small, heal the sick, send ravens bearing messages, and tirelessly pursue knowledge. Old Town is also the most vital harbor in the 7 Kingdoms, a bustling nexus of maritime and overland trade. Ships from near and far converge here, their routes stretching to the Summer Isles, the free cities, and lands beyond the narrow sea. The ceaseless commerce ensures the streets are never silent, and the abundance of work grants its people relative prosperity. At the very least, one does not find hordes of beggars here. The most awe-inspiring sight in Old Town is the High Tower, the tallest structure in Westeros. This colossal stone tower, said to rise 800 feet into the sky, is rumored to be bolstered by ancient sorcery. At its pinnacle burns a brilliant flame, day and night, a beacon hailed as the light of mankind's hope and a guiding star for mariners. Ruled by House Hightower, a family renowned for its mercantile acumen and reluctance to embroil itself in the conflicts of the realm, Old Town has remained largely untouched by war for centuries. The current lord is Leighton Hightower. The Citadel, a sprawling complex of towers and buildings linked by stone bridges, lies along the banks of the Honeywine. Its grand entrance is flanked by towering green sphinxes, monstrous figures with the bodies of lions, the wings of eagles, and the tails of serpents, one bearing the visage of a man, the other of a woman, as the supreme institution governing all maesters of the 7 Kingdoms. The Citadel serves as both a seat of learning and the residence of the Archmasters. Here, they convene, conduct research, and train novices who, upon passing rigorous examinations, are dispatched to serve noble houses with the king's approval. Beyond the gates lies the scribe's hearth, where assistant maesters offer their services to the common folk, drafting wills, reading or composing letters, providing medical aid, while nearby stalls peddle books and maps. In essence, the Citadel functions as the realm's paramount academy and research institution, singular in its authority and vast in its scope, a bastion of knowledge and the intellectual elite of the continent. Oren and Arya dismounted before the Citadel's gates and entered the Seneschal's court. The hall, with its rough-hewn stone floors and lofty arched windows, stretched before them. At its far end stood a raised dais where a gatekeeper sat, tasked with receiving all who sought an audience with the Seneschal. Approaching the old man, they found him engrossed in a massive tome, not even deigning to glance up as they stood before him. The arrogance of these people, Oren thought. Resting a hand on his sword hilt, Oren declared haughtily, "We seek Lord Enro Hightower. The hand of the king has sent him a letter." The gatekeeper lifted his head, his gaze cold. "Produce the letter." Oren withdrew the missive, its seal unmistakably stamped with the imprint of a lion's head. Wait in the seneschal's court. The old man said dismissively. Lord Hightower is presently occupied. With that, Oren and Arya stepped into the hall. The walls of the grand hall are adorned with antiquated paintings, each depicting an array of peculiar figures. With a keen eye for art that Chen had cultivated in his past life, he discerned the high artistic caliber of these works, indicative of their great age. In this era, there still exist artistic masters, albeit few, each possessing remarkable talent. Elia gazed at Chen and inquired, "Do you possess a deep understanding of painting? Would you enlighten me?" "Very well, though it may be rather tedious, as long as you are willing to listen." Thus, Chen pointed out the lines of the figures, the interplay of colors, the overall composition, and the contrasts of light and shadow, vividly explaining each aspect to Elia. Observing the almost reverential look in her eyes, Chen felt a surge of pride within. One day, he vowed, he would have this young lady humbled before him. She ought not to presume herself too formidable. "Could you create a portrait of me?" Elia suddenly asked. "Ah, that. You must behave well for it to happen." "You." Upon seeing the glare Elia directed at him, Chen burst into laughter. He found their banter quite amusing, and witnessing Elia's vexation brought him a certain satisfaction. As Chen reveled in the artistry of the paintings, Andrew Hightower entered the room. Clad in a gray robe, he stooped slightly, his murky eyes scrutinizing Chen and Elia. His intense gaze suggested he suffered from severe myopia. "Elia, Lord Hightower, the king has issued a command for you. You are authorized to review it," she stated, handing over the forged letter from Chen to the elderly man. Andrew accepted the letter and opened it, examining the contents with a magnifying glass. After a considerable pause, he lowered the letter, scrutinizing Chen and Elia. "Are you certain this is in the Prime Minister's own hand, knights?" "No one is more adept at discernment than you." "Andrew Hightower, Chancellor of the University," Elia responded. Andrew continued, "The king intends to dispatch 100 scholars and 50 assistant scholars to the north." "Why?" "The Queen of the North is no longer under the king's dominion." "Does he have a particular motive?" "Perhaps you should inquire directly with the king. We have no such interest." "It seems no one has the authority to question the king's or the prime minister's intentions," Chen retorted. "The current king is Bran Stark. He is not Robert Baratheon. A fact you surely remember, my lord." Elia's words carried a deeper implication, subtly hinting at the king's complex relationship with the North. Andrew Hightower perused the letter once more, saying, "Very well, the university cannot challenge the king's decisions. However, this matter will require a few days." "Why?" "The king wishes to send so many scholars and apprentices, all of whom have existing responsibilities that necessitate handovers. The North is quite distant from the university, and these scholars must make arrangements, such as bidding farewell to their families, which necessitates time, knight." Exchanging glances with Elia, Chen acknowledged that this was the only course of action to avoid arousing the old man's suspicions. Suddenly, Andrew fixed his gaze upon Chen. "Is the knight well-versed in knowledge?" "Knights are not typically scholars. Surely, the Chancellor would not mock a mere guard?" "Ah, yet your understanding of art is quite impressive. I almost suspect you are a scholar yourself." Chen felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He had inadvertently revealed too much. While explaining the painting to Elia, it was apparent that the old man had discerned Cen's expertise. Such ostentation can often lead one into a pit of their own making, a flaw that must be rectified. Hastily, Chen added, "My uncle was once a scholar, and he had a profound passion for painting. In my youth, I learned from him, but alas, I was too dull to master it." "Is there an issue, esteemed scholar?" "It is a pity. Had you applied yourself diligently, you would have become an exceptional artist." "You possess talent," came the response. Chen retorted, "Is that a compliment, Lord Hitter? I have no inclination to dabble in brush and ink. The sword is my true love." Andrew had arranged for Chen and Elia to stay in the guest room, and thus they found themselves obliged to wait for Andrew's notification. As night fell, Chen suddenly encountered a predicament that could not be ignored. They had only one room, and within it, a single bed and a set of bedding. What was to be done? Were they to share the bed this night? Chapter 62. The Glass Candle. Orson sought out a servant to explain their predicament. The attendant reluctantly informed him that the citadel had no spare rooms nor extra bedding, as they seldom accommodated guests. Given their current identities as gold cloaks, two grown men sharing quarters seemed perfectly ordinary. Wary of arousing suspicion, Orson dared not make a scene and resigned himself to the arrangement. He initially considered sleeping on the floor, but without bedding and given the dust-covered state of the unused chamber, it was hardly feasible. Watching Arya comfortably settled on the bed, Orson ventured meekly, "Might we discuss this, my lady?" Orson continued, "You see, there's but one bed, and we're both exhausted. Perhaps you could take the first half of the night, and I the latter? A fair division. Wouldn't you agree?" "No," Orson protested. "Have you no conscience? After all my kindness, you deny me this small request?" Arya's expression turned icy. "Have you no other ideas? You pride yourself on cleverness, do you not?" "Cleverness won't conjure a second bed," Orson retorted. Arya dismissed him with indifference, curling beneath the blankets. Left with no recourse, Orson slumped into a chair, dozing fitfully until, in the dead of night, he toppled over, striking his head with a painful thud. Observing Arya's undisturbed slumber, resentment simmered within him. "If you insist on such cruelty, do not blame me for overstepping." He boldly claimed the opposite end of the bed. Yet scarcely had he settled before recoiling. Arya's feet, though washed, carried a pungent aroma. Unbearable. Perhaps sharing the headboard? Stealthily, Orson crept upward, lifting the covers to lie beside her. Relief, no more offensive odors. Puzzlement crept in. Arya, ever vigilant, remained unroused despite his antics. Perhaps the lass is truly spent. Drowsiness reclaimed him until a warm breath brushed his face. Blinking awake, he found Arya embracing him, her exhales rhythmically caressing his skin. Though tempted to withdraw, the serenity of her sleeping visage stayed his hand. Best not disturb her. A small mercy. The face so near bore masculine guise, sparing him untoward temptation. Yet beneath that disguise lingered a girl not uncomely. Just as deep sleep reclaimed him, Orson tumbled to the floor. Rubbing his eyes, he met Arya's wide, accusing glare. "You've overstepped." Scrambling up, Orson countered, "What choice had I? Recall your guise. A man, a gold cloak of King's Landing. Here, see for yourself." He thrust a mirror before her. A man. Understand? What harm in men sharing a bed? Perhaps the reminder of her assumed identity struck true. With a dismissive snort, Arya fell silent. Rubbing his sore back, Orson muttered, after a full night's toleration, "Now you object?" Arya's glare sharpened. "Fool!" In leisurely idleness, Orion and Elia explored the entirety of the citadel. The most magnificent sight was undoubtedly the high tower, where standing atop its summit felt like being amidst the clouds, granting a view of distant vessels traversing the waters. The brilliant flames within the colossal stone basin atop the tower burned fiercely, said to have endured for a millennium, impervious even to the heaviest downpours. It was a structure imbued with arcane might, for no mere mortal endeavor could erect such lofty heights. Within the tower lay a library housing a wealth of tomes, some ancient beyond reckoning, lacking sufficient scribes to transcribe them. Many had succumbed to the ravages of insects, their pages crumbling at the slightest touch. The lower levels served as the domain of maesters, where erudition was pursued, debates flourished, and laboratories concealed experiments known to few. As Orion and Elia wandered, they discovered a cage in a shadowed corner, imprisoning a gaunt, bald-headed elder with a disproportionately large skull. His disheveled attire and sunken eyes, like green glass beads dropped into deep pits, lent him an eerie visage, his gaze hauntingly unforgettable. Orion tapped the cage. "What crime have you committed?" The man regarded him. "Golden cloaks of the king. Have you come to escort me to King's Landing for royal judgment?" Orion frowned. "Is your offense so grave it warrants the king's attention?" "The glass candle," the man murmured. "I sought to study it. Andrew forbade me." "That ignorant fool. He knows nothing of its wonders. Had you glimpsed its magic, would you not covet it too?" Orion stiffened. Bronco had taught him magic through the very power of a glass candle. Without it, his rapid mastery would have been impossible. That the citadel possessed one was extraordinary. "Your name?" Orion pressed. "Are you a maester?" The man smirked. "My name is Cumbersome. Call me the green-eyed monster. The unparalleled, unrivaled." Most brilliant of maesters. Orion chuckled. Your eyes are peculiar, but monster is excessive. Their conversation unfolded, and Orion found himself awed by the green-eyed one's erudition. He was a polymath, versed in medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and the intricate geographies of Westeros and Essos, yet his true obsession lay with the forbidden, magic. In the Citadel, such pursuits were anathema. Despite his eminence, the green-eyed one's fixation had drawn Andrew's ire, culminating in imprisonment and impending trial. Recognizing his value, Orion resolved to lure him north. Queen Sansa Stark of the North, Orion ventured. Would a maester pledge fealty to her? The green-eyed one scoffed. A prisoner cannot wander a night. Death may await me. Orion leaned closer. Assistance can be arranged, if you desire the North, Maester Green Eyes. The green-eyed one said, the North, a desolate and forsaken land. I have no fondness for that place. Chen replied, very well. Name your terms. Assist me in locating the 4 glass candles hidden within the Citadel, and pledge to allow me the study of magic. Only then shall I consider your proposal. Chen inquired, where might these glass candles be? Beneath the high tower, within its labyrinthine depths. Chen frowned. If you know their whereabouts, why not retrieve them yourself? It is said that only those touched by magic may perceive the glass candles. I possess the knowledge, yet lack the gift. Though I have ventured there many times, the elusive candles remain beyond my sight. Chen scoffed. If you cannot find them, what makes you believe I can? Precisely why your proposal amounts to little more than idle chatter, devoid of substance. Chen's temper flared. So you mock me? The green-eyed one shrugged. Your offer, my condition. Swear to me, knight, that should you uncover those 4 glass candles, I vow my allegiance. Yet it seems such a feat lies beyond your grasp. The words carried sincerity, yet Chen mused, if these enchanted candles were so easily found, would they still be called magical, imbued with boundless power?